Good morning, everyone. Ooh, wow, booming. Thanks for joining in person here at Esri's world headquarters in sunny, beautiful, lush Redlands, California. At least it's lush here on the Esri campus. If you maybe had a little of a chance walking from the hotel or walking from your car to realize how beautiful this campus is, get a feel for it in our breaks if it's not too hot or towards the end of the day. I'm Marc Goldman. I'm the Director of AEC Industry Solutions at Esri. I've been at Esri as an employee for going on about 6 years now, with many years before that deep into the throes of AEC technologies. I'll get into that a little bit later in my session that comes on at around 11. But this is just a quick introduction. Thank you everyone on Zoom who's connected to this virtually, and maybe those who might be watching these sessions in a recorded format down the road. It's really a privilege, an honor, I'd say, for us to be hosting a buildingSMART event here. When I joined Esri 5 or so years ago, 6 years ago almost now, one of the very first things I did was reach out to Ian and say, how do we get Esri legitimized in the world of AEC as it pertains to buildingSMART? So we joined as a multinational member, have kept that current. We've expanded it to our distributors around the globe, and we continue to invest our efforts to ensure that our products can consume IFC up to the latest formats, export in some cases, and be very actively involved as software engineers, product managers, industry managers. So it's great to have you all here. If there's something that piques your interest, that comes up that you think being on Esri's campus might help you to connect with someone in our development organization, our partnering organization, our marketing team, executives, while you're here, let me know. I want to give special shout out to David Alvarez, who I saw somewhere walking around. David has done really an amazing job in organizing in front of the scenes, behind the scenes. He really has done a great job in pulling all this together and helping to make what's going to be a great day, working with Janice as well, and Tony and Ian and the whole buildingSMART US team. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Will Sharp, who's going to give you a more proper introduction of the day, talk about the agenda, and get us kicked off. Thank you.
Will, can we ask that you boost your gain a little bit? Marc was rather soft.
Well, thanks, Marc, and we really appreciate you guys hosting this event. What a great facility here. So thanks a lot. Let's see. We got like 3 options here to advance slides. Okay, there we go. So, but yeah, just wanted to welcome you to the event. We did want to say a special thanks to our sponsors, definitely Esri for being the venue and tech sponsor on this event. You know, we could not do it without you, so we really appreciate that. We're in just a very large auditorium here, so it's a little intimidating, Marc, but great auditorium, great technology here. So thanks a lot. Also, I did want to thank our platinum sponsors, Autodesk and LeapThought. We really appreciate your sponsorship of this event. And then we also had a media sponsor, Automated Buildings. So thanks for that. And then Autodesk and LeapThought, we will have a message from them a little later in the program as well. So you probably saw the agenda on the website. We have a very packed day today. So, and I did want to thank our planning committee for this event. A lot of work goes into these events, and Rinella, Tony's helping manage our virtual audience today and was on the planning committee. Of course, Janice, both with SBI, Calvin Cam with SBI, Roger Grant with NIBS. So we had a lot of help to pull this agenda together, and appreciate all that help. With the agenda today, we have a number of main topics. We're going to start with openBIM workflows. And that, I know Calvin's going to kick us off with just an overview, what are the openBIM workflows, how do these all work together? So Calvin's going to help set the stage on there. And then we're going to go through a series of presentations that walk with different elements of that workflow. So we're going to start with talking about the requirements of the IFC models and what is needed there. And also the level of development with openBIM as well, which is very important, the level of detail or level of development in the models. Then we're going to get into more producing the IFC data sets and provide some examples there. And then how do you check these data sets as well? Going through buildingSMART's validation service, as well as something we call IDS, or Information Delivery Specifications. So after that, we will take a break, a little breather, and pick this up and more, how do you review and deliver these deliverables? So we're really pleased to have Caltrans here today, and talk about how they're sharing data through open data standards. And also, NIBS is going to give us an overview of how openBIM is supported with the NBIMS efforts. And then we're going to end off this session with Marc Goldman. Will be back up here to talk about OGC and IFC. There's been a lot of great developments there, a lot of great partnership with OGC and buildingSMART International, and really better connecting the GIS data. After that, we'll move to our openBIM advancement section of the program. Tony's going to walk us through the learning and resources that are available through buildingSMART USA. John Messner with Penn State's going to talk about ISO 19650 and how that relates to openBIM. And I'll be covering developing national standards, some of the challenges in developing these standards that we're starting to use across the transportation industry. So we'll take a lunch break. Then you're going to hear from a number of folks on the buildingSMART USA Executive Committee. We have several groups within the committee, roads and bridges, airports, buildings, rail, and then a technical committee as well. So you're going to hear from really our leadership with buildingSMART, with our executive committee, and what the different committees have going on. We're then going to turn the corner to what I call openBIM in action. And it's like, how are we applying these standards? How, I think it's great to develop the standards. We've got to really apply these, put them to work. So we are going to talk about several IFC pilots that we've completed, including one that's a model as the legal deliverable. So we'll be getting into that. Talking about the U.S. data dictionary that's being developed. Aaron Costin is helping with that. And then I know, Calvin, you're going to talk about the openBIM business value, which is a huge initiative with buildingSMART International. And then we'll wrap it up with some of the next steps. Where's the technology going? Where's IFC going? Where's openBIM going? Looking forward. And then more of an opportunity and call to action. So as you can see, we have a very packed agenda today. So really look forward to the meeting. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Calvin, and he can give us a buildingSMART International overview.
All right. Good morning. So thank you, Esri, thank you, Marc, Dave, and the Esri team for hosting us. It's really lovely to be in wetlands, and to Marc's point, really lovely to see the lush and the beautiful campus here. And looking forward to the tour, and more importantly, great to have many of you joining us in person. And I think we may have even double the size with the virtual attendees. So as Marc and Will just mentioned, we are very thankful that we have a strong team of volunteer leaders teaming up and making the chapter to be relevant, to be bringing value, to be doing important digitalization efforts for the chapter. So here I would like to recognize those of us in person today. So just now I think we have Will Sharp. We also have Min Sung. We also have Luke Faulkner in the room. Luke. We also have Juan. Juan is right here on my left. And Janice is right here in person. And I'm Calvin. And together, I think we are part of the volunteer team. And joining us virtually today will be Cindy. I think Cindy will be tuning in a few hours' time. We have Roger. Roger will be speaking later on alongside with Jay, who should be joining us in person here. We also have Tony on the screen right now. We have Trisha, Jeff, and at the same time, we have Ian. Ian, would you like to please unmute yourself and give us a welcome?
Sure, absolutely, Calvin. Thanks for the opportunity just to say thank you. And I want to let everyone know that Esri, while they're hosting this event, are also strong supporters of the chapter as trailblazer sponsors, which is fantastic. It allows us not only to present this event, but others, as is the case with Autodesk and LeapThought, our platinum partners for this event. But they have supported other events for us as well, and are going to do so again with the coming openBIM event associated with Transportation and BIM Week. and the rail seminar, which you'll hear a little bit about later. So this team is responsible for the webinar series that the chapter hosts, and the sponsorship allows us to do the work necessary to present the education and awareness program for the chapter. So it really is a lot of volunteer effort, and our sponsors to thank for buildingSMART USA being able to promote the benefits and the adoption of openBIM in the US market. One specific call out will be Janice, our marketing guru, the person who has all of the responsibility for the back office magic, and we all interact with her, and she is the conductor of the orchestra. So Janice, special call out to you. And for all of you who are attending either in person or virtually, thank you for supporting our event. Thank you, Calvin.
Thank you, Ian, and also thank you, Ian, not only doing so much for our chapter, but also stepping up for a few years to serve buildingSMART International. So, which is a very special relationship between buildingSMART International and buildingSMART USA. So maybe at this time, would love to get to know one another more. So if you could join Mentimeter or scan the QR code, would love to find out who are you representing today? Those whom we can interact in person, but also especially those of you joining us virtually today. At the same time, just in case you may not be aware, buildingSMART International, it's about open international standards. We are neutral, we are non-profit. We work a lot with globally established standards such as ISO standard and a lot of other European and other standards to really bring important workflow to standardize, digitalize the workflow to help us with innovation and making sure that we also bring value in the construction industry. As of today, we have 38 chapters strong globally. It's really lovely to see that the number of chapters growing internationally has really been quite almost like exponential. We have lots of also developing countries, even in Africa, India, South America, joining us, and the latest one is actually the Philippines. And this is actually the 30th anniversary of buildingSMART, formerly International Alliance of Interoperability. And so 30 years ago, Ian and many of our American ambassadors and representatives actually were working internationally to form what was the IAI, and through the last 30 years, we have seen the journey, how with more and more countries and chapters joining buildingSMART, how we have really gone from just being a project exploration in becoming global mandates, in becoming a global standard. So, and then with today's chapter, buildingSMART USA as a nonprofit chapter, we rebooted the chapter about 5 years ago. And we are growing, we are teaming up alongside with NIBS, with BIM Forum, with AGC and many other organizations to also welcome, for example, ASHTO to work closely with the highway and the infrastructure side. So we're very excited about where we are today. So maybe at this point, can we go check out the Menti results and see who are joining us today? So on the Zoom side, Janice or Tony, are we ready to check out the Menti results? All right. So the first response. So we do see quite a balance in terms of technology provider, public agency, consultant. The first one, would that be owner operators? So academia, yep, very important part of our ecosystem. All right, lovely to see the cross mix we have. Okay, and we will also have other Mentimeter questions throughout the day. So maybe if we can come back to this presentation. So what is interesting about our chapter is that we have a lot of buildingSMART USA members who are also supporting buildingSMART International. And in terms of those who are in person today, or those who have registered to be joining us either virtually in person today, we do see a lot of us here in the room, and all 6 of the 6 chapter sponsors are also here with us for this particular event. So once again, we are thankful for the sponsorship, but even more importantly will be the contribution, will be the teamwork that we all can do to bring values to our industry. So at this point, Janice, would you mind to come and join us and share a little bit about how we have grown our chapter?
I know that those online can't really hear, so I'm going to try my best. Hi everyone, I'm Janice. You've probably spoken or emailed me once or twice before. The US chapter, we have 8 committees. So you'll see that up there. Rail is our newest committee. Juan is here representing Rail. Our committees have meetings monthly, so education, executive, and Rail committees, they meet monthly. Marketing, we meet bi-weekly. We do have openBIM training courses, and Tony will be talking about that a little bit more later. We're very proud of where the US chapter is at this point. We started from 0 about 4 years ago, maybe less than 4 years ago. And we've really gathered a group that really cares about openBIM, and most of you are here, all of you are here. We've been holding monthly webinars, almost monthly, at least 10 per year. So thank you for those who sign up, those who go onto YouTube and watch the recordings, and especially all of the speakers who have stepped up and shared your expertise, your stories. It's where people, see that openBIM is beneficial. Join LinkedIn. We post every week, and also subscribe to our newsletter. We also, we shoot out a newsletter every single week as well, and there's a lot of good stuff in there. So very happy to have you guys here. Am I speaking to the next one?
Thank you, Janice.
So,
we hear from
events.
folks
We
in the
started
audience.
in 2022.
Oh, you
this thing
can't.
called openBIM regional events. We tried to have them in different places in the U.S. And so what we've been having every year is with the airport group, Cindy Baldwin, I think Cindy is online. Cindy has started to host buildingSMART Summit, which usually happens in Florida. And then this year, they started something called a BIM cruise, which was very successful. After the conference, they all hopped on a cruise, and then they talked about BIM, so that was really exciting. So if you guys are interested, I know that they plan to do it again in 2026, and it's usually, I think it happens in April? Yeah, April. And then openBIM workflow, so we've been very lucky to have Trimble last year to host us along with the General Assembly meetings. And then this year we have Esri, who's also hosting the General Assembly meetings, and so therefore, allowed us to tag along and have this openBIM workflows. I think it's good information. I think people really want to see how the openBIM, we see the openBIM workflows all the time, those different steps require, produce, but like how do you do that in real world projects? And everyone here will be speaking about that, and it's real, and you can actually use this workflow in real-world projects. Transportation Summit, so Will be talking a little bit more about that. This would be our 3rd annual, I think, and it's going to be happening in San Diego in November, so there will be more info about that. Rail Day will be our 2nd annual Rail Day. That will be in New York, hosted by Arab, and we're very excited to have this kind of momentum, and thank you for supporting us through the years.
Next, Tony, would you like to say a few words about some of the webinar and some of the programs we have?
Yes. Can you hear me in the room, Calvin?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay, good. So we do have webinars coming up. We'll tell you more about them later in the day. We have them planned through spring of 2026. Very exciting topics about education, about breakthroughs in new technology, and about implementation on real world projects. So we look forward to chatting more about that in a little while.
And a word about the education program, Tony?
Yes, again, we'll give you more detail later. But for now, the things to know are, one, we do offer the foundation course here in this chapter, which is not only valuable in and of its own right, but also is the key that unlocks more advanced training from buildingSMART International. The other two courses that you're seeing here are specifically for the US chapter. Leveraging openBIM for project management gives hints about how people managing openBIM deliverables for projects here in the US can optimize their results from that, tips and methodologies. And the openBIM applications course helps people understand what applications are available in the marketplace, how to set up criteria to make the best selection so that you get the tool that does the job you'd like to do.
All right, thank you. So, so that's an overview about buildingSMART International in the chapter. In the following minutes, I would like to briefly talk about the kind of like what exactly have we seen in terms of some of the global adoption, and more importantly also what's the impact, the why, the so what of some of these. So globally, we do see that openBIM is no longer just an exploration. There are many, many locations, and we've seen this map from buildingSMART International, that is turning procurement commitment, that is turning project delivery requirements, that even requiring permits approval upon openBIM workflows. And then, and if we look into this map and try to really break it down, there are different types of public mandates out there. And if we take a closer look, there are, for example, in Finland, that you need to have openBIM as part of a project for National Archive. It's being signed into a law. In Singapore, you must use openBIM, whether public or private projects, to get public approval. And similarly, in Dubai, if you work on any larger scale projects, openBIM is required as part of the Dubai municipality. Similarly, we are seeing that in Japan, in Hong Kong, and many other jurisdictions. And then in terms of procurement, we do see that in Denmark, in South Korea, in Australia, in Spain, in the US, there are also public requirements in terms of needing public projects to be adopting openBIM. And beyond that, it's not just IFC. IFC, of course, is a 3D representation of our assets, but it's also about how, for example, the information delivery specification, the buildingSMART data dictionary, those are the elements that's about the information, about the requirements being part of the public mandates. So working with buildingSMART International, there's now an ongoing effort to document, to compare a lot of these global mandates. But in terms of why are we doing openBIM? And one study, for example, that one of our chapter contributor, Leap Thought, has sponsored in Singapore to do, it's to look at what are some of the impacts that we can see. For example, are we talking about saving? Are we talking about additional time or efforts to be incurred? In many cases, it's also very, very resonating, very comforting to see that we can really see impactful transformation, whether it may be about time saving, whether it may be about efficiency or better safety. And similarly, we also look at how to standardize it, how to turn a lot of these into studies. From some of my firm, Strategic Building Innovation, what we have done over the years, it's also try to push the envelope of openBIM And similarly, ask ourselves the question that with openBIM, sure, we may be working on different types of vertical or infrastructure BIM, it may be fast, but then is it really bringing the value that we need? Can we improve safety? Can it improve reliability? So what exactly can we do that we could not have done without openBIM? With that, we do see that, for example, one highlight from Brazil that we saw a few months ago was that when we were working with the Brazilian and the Portugal chapter, that we were able to articulate that we are not just talking about BIM, but with openBIM, you must have the openBIM elements in it, that what kind of additional premium, what kind of additional return do we see? And it's lovely to hear kind of like from the industry. Actually, they have 1,500 people joining the BIM Forum and a good workshop. They were able to engage dozens of them to be able to report these kind of metrics. But are we just reporting the front runner of a marathon? Is it just that kind of like those world champion can do? Sometimes are we also, in terms of program management, in terms of true adoption, diffusion, do we also need to focus on kind of like the average person, like myself, maybe running at the back of it, or in some cases, whether those who are in need, in terms of those who need attention. So it's also important for us to look into whether openBIM is burdensome, whether it is double handling, or whether it is really bringing value. Not just the champion can do it, but we can really get innovative outcome. So that's also kind of like a concept that my team and I brought into the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. So at this point, we'd also like to do a Mentimeter to get a sense from you, is that right now, what's the experience with openBIM? Do you find that we are still trying to double handle it? We cannot quite let go of the traditional workflow, openBIM, yet indeed, we need to double handle that? Or are we really able to leverage artificial intelligence, work with BSDD, work with IDS, and really get innovative outcome based on it? So in terms of so what, if we can get true adoption. So I'm also with Stanford University. This is also my 25th years with Stanford. And at Stanford, we look at robotics, we look at AI, right? So even 2-3 years ago, we were looking at how AI can work with BIM, how AI can work also with more traditional construction workflow. And at SBI, we try to bring in to say, okay, now then how AI can work with openBIM. And indeed, with a Singapore project, we're able to bring AI to actually turn some of the human errors and omissions working with openBIM workflow to be able to transform the time from months down to hours, to be able to let retrieval augmented generation to pick up some of the local kind of like practice, the local standard, and be able to recommend a better way of doing that. So to us, how can we leverage AI? So that may be a question also that with the chapter we are proposing or we've started what we call a Seeing It's Believing program. Can we forget about needing a contract, needing a special agreement, needing financial sponsorship to do something? Can we just all bring in our own business problem? Can we all bring in our technology, bring in our expertise, and do something meaningful for our community? So we've done that over the years, and maybe this is a good call to action. What may be some emerging opportunity, what may be some pain points that we can work together. So in closing, if you are not a member yet, please join buildingSMART USA. If you are a member, let's team up how we can do more for the chapter, how we can do more to bring value. As Janice mentioned, we have a number of future events that you'll hear more about from Will, from our team, and we look forward to seeing you not only join, but join us in planning the events. If you see opportunity to make it better, join us. We need all the help that we can, including audio, I notice, for those joining us remotely. Seeing It's Believing. We did some Seeing It's Believing pilots and exploration a few years ago. What may be a good next step? In terms of training, yes, we inherit a lot from BSI in terms of what many of our European counterparts think about training. What do we see from our chapter perspective? What do we see by engaging the younger generation and with the education ecosystem? one of the most important part is about business value. Can we also work with you to not only report the marathon front runner, but to how to help the mediocre person to be able to succeed and see business value? So again, some of the upcoming events. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Clive to kick us off with some of our experts' presentations. All right, thank you.
So when I was asked to talk about setting requirements, you obviously know that inside I was feeling a little bit like this guy, because I get excited about this stuff. I get this excited about it. And it's because we know from an industry's perspective what we want, and they are clarity in what we're going to require, accountability in actually the delivery process, and then making sure that everyone gets paid for what they do. That would be nice. However, what we found was the three things that construction projects are actually famous for not having are clarity in requirements, accountability in delivery, and fair payment for the work that's done. Our industry is a bit more like this, where it's a bit adversarial. It's a bit like, always, is it in the contract? And I'm only doing it if I'm going to get paid for it. And we always ask ourselves why. And I introduced a couple of these recently in a presentation, but they're so crazily, like, mind-blowing that I just wanted to share them today, because I think they really do sit nicely alongside this require topic. Can you believe that 90% of the data that we create in AEC is actually just unstructured? Well, maybe we can believe that. But this is actually one of the causes that 96% of that data is actually unused. So let's take one moment. Everything we create, 96% of it, nobody ever uses. And I think that a lot of that is to do with the fact that it's not structured, because structured data would actually be more likely to be used in downstream processes. And it was such a big topic and a big set of data that I thought creating an AI slide as well and slipping it in there would be worthwhile. So, okay, we asked the 5 whys when we look at lean processes. And one of the key things that I see is that the information management, so defining requirements, has been really unstructured. And we've been defining them in spreadsheets. And when we share information, we work in silos and we throw it over the wall and we expect the next person to just pick it up and take it on from there. And in my experience, so my background is civil engineering and construction, and I would create these perfect BIM execution plans in Word documents, many hundreds of pages long, and spend hours over them. But it was unstructured data and nobody really cared about them. And my information requirements were defined in unstructured forms as well, in spreadsheets. And basically nobody really understood what I was asking for. And I would create 3D models historically, and it would look good, but people would be asking for where the information is. So we were in this problem, and I really felt like this, pulling my hair out, having a pretty bad day a lot of the time because of unstructured requirements. And I didn't really know it at the time. And so my career in a nutshell is basically, drowning in drawings and nobody reading what I was creating, and my world was a bit confused, but I didn't really know why at that point in time. So how do we get here? What was the journey like? Well, we started with this concept of level of development, level of detail, level of definition. There's all different ways of describing what you need, and it was a good idea that we would want to define it in a structured way, so we started creating something that would try to set a baseline and have a way of defining exact requirements at certain stages throughout a project. And it was easy peasy, wasn't it? It was like there was just a number. It was like, do I want 100 or do I want 400 or 500? And people would just be like, this is easy to require something. So we would ask for 400, or if it's really, really needed to be very, very high, then we would get an LOD 600 request. And it wasn't so simple. So we realized that actually even just requiring it in a more structured way with a few numbers wasn't going to solve the problem. It was really open for interpretation just inconsistently across the board, and lots of misalignment, and really trying to quantify the actual information was very difficult. So we started in many other regards trying to define this in more clear ways and just basically adding structure to it. And we went through a whole bunch of different things, different aspects, whether it's estimating aspects or scheduling aspects or a whole bunch of different things. And we shifted from this detail concept towards development. There's a whole history there. That really was supported by some fantastic graphical and also some definitions in requirements from an information perspective. So there's, again, a whole history there. But there was limitations there because of the way that we were asking for it still. It was in a specification that was linked to it, but it wasn't in a way that a machine could understand some of those requirements as well. And we missed a lot of other aspects. So level of accuracy became a thing because we started to measure, like whether it was a laser scan or building in a model. So it's measured accuracy and represented accuracy started becoming a thing. And it was not a simple scale when it came to information. It was actually that sometimes we needed maybe less geometry later on and more information, but how would we classify that in this sliding scale? How would we help people to understand it? And this is a pretty famous diagram Marc put together that basically shows one standard started this, and it was misunderstood and misinterpreted and developed and adapted and adopted in different ways around the world, and it wasn't helping us as an industry. So we looked at what should we do? How should we do this in a much more structured way, in a way that people would be defining things that would then be used? And we understood that a lot of things needed to happen, and I'll share these slides, but in the interest of time, we saw this would be an optimal approach. And this is where buildingSMART, setting these structured definitions, these frameworks, is really the help and support our industry's been missing for so long. And if we can use, and we'll be talking a lot about this all day, but if we can use a dictionary to define everything so everyone's talking the same language, if we can define it in a structured way that humans and machines can understand, and if we have a format that can then cycle through and actually automatically check those requirements, maybe we can do without the issue or topic reporting through something later on. I know that that's not realistic, but in a perfect world, wouldn't that be a great thing? We looked at, this is a presentation, buildingSMART, that we did that introduced how the synergies of these topics come together and how that is actually supported through ISO 19650 and level of information needs standards and openBIM and a whole bunch of other things. That's online to check out. And we've realized, and this is another AI image, very proud of that one, it's not optional anymore. This is actually something that we really should be doing on every single project and make sure that it's a standard that is not just defined, but also used and deployed across all projects in a way that everyone can use it. So it needs to be simplified as well. So we need some tools. And obviously, yeah, sorry, that's the advert there for Planoly as well. Okay, so we talked about the problem. We talked about the fact that we need some way of defining these information requirements. But how should we require them? Level of information need is a great framework that's basically trying to say, historically, we've been asking for too much or we're producing too much and it's been the wrong thing at the wrong time and not actually something that people are going to be able to use. So level of information need is trying to prevent delivery of too much information by defining it in a clear way, having a purpose for it, understanding how you can require something in this concept of a container, and making sure that the geometry, the properties, the documentation, those requirements are understood and can be shared in a contract and can be transferred through the workflow in both human and machine readable ways. This framework has a lot of different aspects, and you can add to this, but basically we're looking at geometry, information, documentation, and there you can see the concepts of level of detail, concept of if that's reliable detail, then it's level of development, and also these accuracy, so what measured, represented, etc. accuracy, and also the information, and that's more about what the structured information requirements is that we can define. So what does it look like if we were to use that framework in a practical sense? Well, we would define the purpose, so we'd have along the top different milestones that represent the need, and then we would have a list of all of the required elements, or doesn't have to be elements, it could be tasks on a project. And then inside of your grid, you have a set of containers, and those containers are your requirements. Do you need it in 2D? Do you need it in 3D? How much geometry do you need? How much information do you need? Who is the responsible actor on that? Who should deliver it? Is there a handover between two trades? Maybe there's an earlier requirement for the architect to do the stairs in 2D. Later on, it's the structural engineer in 3D. Who is that responsibility, and where is the handover? These are incredibly important aspects. And then there's everything else that goes into this puzzle as well. So it's a great framework, and you can really dig into a lot more of what those requirements are. Checklists and attachments and notes and videos and a whole bunch of other things that can really help to define what is required at the right time by the right people. Okay, how does openBIM get involved in all of that with that level of information need framework? Well, it's about interoperability, and when we look at openBIM and the data exchange, well, we all know about this, and we've heard a lot about this already, but the two principles that I wanted to dig into a little bit more were the buildingSMART data dictionary and the information delivery specification, because these are components that will help and support this process. I'm sure a lot of you are already aware what the buildingSMART data dictionary is, but imagine if you're new on here and you don't understand it. Imagine if it's like something that you could search for and everyone would get the same result. Maybe Google's not a good analogy here. So when you're classifying and when you're understanding, oh, this is supposed to be a GIF, and it should, so maybe here, this is where I will rotate into something else. So imagine if you are clicking and you're inserting a requirement, and as you type, you're actually bringing up all of the options, and it would bring in not just the name in the same way, but it also define what the information requirement is from what the entity is and what the code is, what the classification system is that you're using. And what if you could define that not just for all of the elements or all of the options for creating a 3D model, but also all about the information requirements from a responsibility perspective, and whether it's a document that's required by a team at a certain point in time. And so what we're doing here is we're defining all of these requirements in a way that teams can understand in a grid, in a visual grid, and then we are able to, as we've defined this and have rules for these, and then understanding when these are required is also an important aspect. So understanding not just what has to happen and who has to do it, but also when, and what the conditions of satisfaction might be. So being able to, and again here, we like AI, so being able to click one button and have that as a starting point for not just information requirements, but also what does good look like. And once you've defined those things, those key aspects, you can then export it in a structured form, and that structured data could then be used in other machine-readable formats. And this is an XML form of the information delivery specification that can then be used to automatically check the deliverables, and this is something that we will talk through in later steps today as well. So what if you had something that humans could read, could be part of somebody's contract, and then also be automatically checked so we wouldn't get a whole bunch of issues down the road? So that's this part. And you're exporting a really nicely structured set of information requirements so that you can then check it later on. And you can automate that. But, so information delivery specifications are great, but project needs are actually even more than what's required inside of an information delivery specification. So we would not just require properties on model objects or some form of verification rule and regular expressions to be able to define and validate that you're getting the right values, but you might need other things like pick lists and dates and costs and URLs and things like that that are needed for lots of other parts of the puzzle. And that should be part of the information requirements that you're defining. You should also be able to define who is responsible. So for the team, is that the structural team? What milestone is that required? What the status is, who it's assigned to, and a whole bunch of other things. So these are all aspects that you, as a team, should be able to follow an openBIM and a workflow that is defined on a dictionary that everyone talks the same language. And wouldn't it be a great world if everyone was able to put that all into one workflow that made sense? I will say thank you. I tried to keep it on the 20 minutes that I was given. And I also wanted to just say, so that's the round of applause slide. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you.
Hi, everyone. Is that okay? Volume okay? I'm Luke Faulkner with the American Institute of Steel Construction, and in continuing with our theme on openBIM workflows and kind of real-world examples, I'd like to spend a few minutes here talking about what we are doing at AISC with BIM workflows, how they are changing right now, how they're kind of adapting to, I guess, a new world, and how we're trying to incorporate and use LOD as something of an anchor for that and something of a benchmark, if you will. So the headlines for this, if you need it, we see the connected model. It sounds really easy, but this is an opportunity to kind of enhance openBIM in the structural steel world. Connected model seems like it's something that should be really a no-brainer, really innocent, easy victory, but there are kind of built-in grudges sometimes against some of this information sharing that I'll go into a little detail on and explain kind of how we get there and why AISC needs to provide some kind of guidance and a surety on that. They are indeed a key component. openBIM workflows, LOD, are indeed a key component of this because there's risk being changed, there's workflows, again, information starting in different places than it has traditionally, so we kind of need to clarify this and make sure everyone is on the same page. And obviously LOD is critical for understanding this. It dawned on me about 5 minutes into Clive's presentation. Thank God he had an explanation of LOD, because in the 10 minutes we have, I opted to entirely skip over LOD and just assume that everyone understood level 100 through 500. I hope that's the case. If not, you know, it's a small room, raise your hand and we'll do some remedial work. Okay. Me too. So in defining what the connected model is and the benefits, you know, what are seen here versus how we traditionally deliver structural steel, design and fabricate it. Obviously you're looking at or hoping for accuracy improvements, speed improvements, if done right, collaboration. Certainly there are ways to do this and have a model that flows from structural engineer all the way to even steel erection with poor collaboration. You know, we've seen that from the last 120 or so years, but we would like to see certainly some more collaboration here in this. Error reduction, again, that is kind of codependent on collaboration. That can happen with or without a connected model, but we see better opportunities to fix that. And then kind of a more inclusive, comprehensive view of the project. Okay, so right now what we're looking at is an evolving workflow that is not yet standard, and AISC is an organization that really, really likes standards. We produce a lot of them. It's at the core of what we do. This leaves us in kind of an awkward position sometimes, as what you're seeing is an evolution where structural engineers are trying to shift deliverables a little bit in some cases. And that means including a model that is more complete than just your typical analysis and design model, and then hand this off, lose all the information in between steel fabrication and steel detailing and steel erection, right? So this sounds wonderful, but there are lots of caveats to it and lots of areas where you'd like to see a little bit more involvement. Again, we are, being a standards organization, we produce the code of standard practice for steel, which has found its way into the steel specification, which finds its way into building codes across the country. So we rely on this code of standard practice, but sometimes things like this evolve and don't cooperate with a normal cycle that we work on, which is 5 to 6 years. It's an eternity in technology. So we kind of work on this as something of a bridge document where we can collect best practices and talk about how this is done and why it's important. Give people something of an AISC published document without it necessarily rising to the level of code of standard practice, setting the stage for when this does indeed become something that's considered standard practice, that it can be kind of easily slid in there. So As close as an overview as I can give you right now, you know, we look at the different models that we work under in our industry. I've neglected to include an erection model right now. That is certainly assumed to be part of this. Generally, the evolution you would see is from an analysis model that is, you know, kind of what you'd call LOD 200 level elements. You know, that just is including your structural analysis. You'll use sometimes several different tools to develop this, from a design model to sometimes you can even use an approval model, a model with 350 elements, a fabrication detailing model with 400 level elements. That is what's being fabricated, what's going into a building. The workflow we're trying to address here, and this is, I know it's kind of a sloppy or a little bit of a messy slide, but understand we're trying to impact schedule and make some of these decisions that are typically held under the fabricator and detailer and move them up a little bit earlier. In some parts of the country, this is totally normal, particularly here on the West Coast. And in high seismic areas, you might have design being required that you have a connection engineer and not a detailer working under a fabricator. In there lies opportunity, though, in kind of this typical workflow I've described, where a fabricator has a detailer working for them. The trick is, of course, some people have long-held resistance, naturally, to different people doing different work, particularly work that's seen as theirs. So engineers are not always detailers, even if they hire them and they don't understand connection, they don't understand connections built in a fabrication shop. They don't understand different fabrication techniques, which is what's brought us here, and which is what's brought us to kind of understanding how we need to use LOD to define what we're doing in the connected model. So if you are, let's say, a structural engineer, we have plenty of people that are just completely happy to take shop drawings from an engineer and say, I will fabricate these. I won't assume any risk. If something is wrong, that's your problem, but I'm happy to make whatever you send me. You have many more that say, or at least a few more that say, I won't do this under any circumstances. This is not something I care to do. My shop preferences are my own, and I'm really good at manufacturing or fabricating steel, and I know how to make these connections better than you can. And then you have everywhere in between that represents the vast majority of people, frankly. I've probably just described 10% of our industry on either end, and we're looking at maybe 80% that are open, ambivalent, curious about how to do this correctly. So what we're trying to help people understand is that when you are sending a shop drawing, when you're sending or a shop model that is nominally able to be fabricated, the elements must be defined at 400 level. 350 works great for geometry and shows connections and shows that for field coordination. To be able to actually fabricate something, if this is indeed what you want to do, we've been saying you need to describe your elements, particularly the ones that you are including at 400. So we've described, the BIM forum has described that pretty well, especially if the project specifications call for it. Most models don't have a lot of LOD 400. Even when you think that most of the elements are, a lot of the times we're finding out that there's a lot of inconsistencies there. We need to use that to better define the scope. So this can be used. It's really nice in terms of fabrication because this can be used for procurement. So this can be used. You can use that LOD 400 level in structural steel to get an order in, to get a mill order going. You have a good idea of at least the tonnage you're going to need, maybe not down to every part. You can use it to plan fabrication, and for anyone that is, and sometimes I forget we're not all in structural steel, I know. If you're a fabricator, your time is a commodity, and your machinery is a commodity. And to be able to plan that out accordingly, you need detailed information at a 400 level. Just saying we've sent you this model, begin fabrication, certainly, anything less than elements at 400 is not going to suffice. So we've used LOD to kind of define the scope in what we're doing here and say, the traditional approach is saying some of these are done, some of these aren't. This element is cambered, this element is not. will work sometimes and will not work others. It's like anything else. You need an advanced, you need an advanced game plan here. You need an advanced BIM execution plan. And ideally, you need a model that's translated correctly. So later today, I'm going to talk about what we're doing with, what AISC is doing with IFC and IDS, BSDD, to help support some of these flows that we've already talked about, so that that model can be, so that you've not just defined the elements well, but so that the elements are understood and easily transported back and forth. I have left just a couple of minutes here, I think, for questions if there are any. I knew I kind of flew through that example of how we're using LOD. Okay, well, thank you. I have another presentation later. My email's on there, or just catch me later if you'd like. All right, thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, so thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to present here today. I'm going to continue on the theme of producing IFC files. My name is Grant Schmitz. I'm with HDR in our Des Moines, Iowa office. I'll be presenting with Joe Brenner, who will be joining us virtually. Joe's with Michael Baker. And we're going to talk about two bridge pilot projects that were recently completed, at least from the design perspective. Yeah, we'll get rolling in those. We do have a session later this afternoon to get into more depth within the ADCMS projects, but we felt that pulling these forward into the actual produced sessions of the morning would be beneficial to really show you how we develop these IFC projects. So let's go ahead and get started. I'll start with part one, which is our Iowa DOT bridge pilot. And I'll start with the objectives for this project, at least at a high level. I mentioned I'll talk about some of these in more depth later this afternoon. But the first objective for this pilot project was really a proof of concept for the BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund, and those deliverables, which were the information delivery manual, an information delivery specification, and a buildingSMART data dictionary, which were all focused on design to construction for the U.S. bridge industry. We really wanted to assess the use of the IFC model as a legal document by stakeholders downstream as well. Iowa has historically struggled in terms of getting the contractors to leverage the use of IFC models, and we wanted to address some of the previous concerns on previous pilots with IFC. We also wanted to encourage integration of IFC 4x3 into various software platforms. We've heard and seen challenges with implementation, or at least brought up at least through discussions, reasons for lack of integration, and I think providing a model, providing pilot projects has been a great way to encourage that implementation. And then lastly, I've got on here is just collaboration with the pooled fund, with PennDOT ADCMS teams, really moving forward with a unified voice, making sure that software vendors, as well as DOT and other stakeholders are getting the same message. So we'll roll into it. This is the bridge that we modeled. This is US 59 over Iowa 92. It's 199 foot by 44 foot wide, 3-span pre-stressed beam bridge. Really simplistic geometry here, multi-column piers, integral abutments, no skew, no aesthetics, and no staging. And this is really by design. This is not the most complex model that you've seen. It's definitely not like Clive's building that he showed generated by AI. But that is not the intent here. We really wanted to focus on the mapping to IFC and not get lost in the details of geometric modeling. So we started with our early observations related to the Bentley products. And Iowa DOT is what some might call a Bentley state. They just use a lot of Bentley products, and we really wanted to just focus on their suite that they had, their software, the suite at their disposal. So we took a close look at what OpenBridge Modeler and Pro Structures had to offer as it relates to IFC. And the first and maybe an obvious one to look for is that IFC 4x3 compatibility and export, which they did have, which is a really good foundation to start from. We also saw they had export capabilities and ability to map to different object classes. And they did this through item types. If you're familiar with Bentley at all, they add information to objects via item types. And they also could do custom properties through item types as well. We also saw some challenges related to the support of spatial structure, and we'll show some examples of that in the following slides. And then also the existing workflow with Bentley and the use of two different software platforms, openBridge Modeler and ProStructures, finding a way to get those connected at the end of the day into one IFC file posed some challenges. So based on our initial review, our preliminary approach here was as follows. And the items in yellow are really those that inform or help us check our process. And in orange is really where a bulk of the work comes from. So like I mentioned, our plan was to use item types to enrich data within our openBridge Modeler file as well as our ProStructures file. Now openBridge Modeler, we use that primarily for our concrete elements. Really the bulk of the modeling, everything that's built off of the alignment is done within OBM. And we use ProStructures to do the rebar detailing as well as miscellaneous steels like steel diaphragms. And the idea was to work with Bentley, understanding those challenges I mentioned on the previous slide, to try to get to a point where we could produce a clean 4.3 file. And by clean, I mean one that passes our IDS and passes the BSI validation service, and ultimately roll that into our third-party construction software for our contractors, fabricators to use downstream. So I do want to give a shout out to Bentley for supporting us through this process, working with us on those items that I mentioned. They did develop some custom workflows for us. You can see the item type list on the right was developed for us to establish spatial structure. And that was primarily our focus with the collaboration through this project, was establishing that spatial structure so we could push that through IFC. However, there's still a lot of enhancements that are required in order to get to that IFC file that will pass validation, that will pass the IDS. And I'm not going to go through all of them. You know, I think it really just will require a larger in-depth review of the alignment-based view and just some general concepts within IFC. So how do we get there? You know, I mentioned before our preliminary approach was to go directly into our IFC file from OBM and ProStructures. Obviously, we couldn't quite get there, so we needed a way to supplement our file. And in our case, at least for Iowa, we decided to edit the IFC files coming out of OBM and ProStructures with Blender and Bonsai. The Blender is the foundational software and Bonsai is an add-in. It's a native IFC authoring tool. It allowed us a lot of flexibility to get into the IFC files coming out of OBM and ProStructures and clean them up to a point where they would pass validation. So if you're not familiar with Bonsai, here's a screenshot of some of the capabilities. I've got a peer cap selected, but we can easily edit IFC entities, the attributes, spatial containment. Some of this you'll hear later on today, as well as aggregation. For example, if I wanted to create a group of elements like chords within a cross frame of a bridge, we could do that, as well as create and customize properties and property sets. Advantages and concerns of the use of Bonsai, I've mentioned some of these. Obviously the broad support of IFC 4.3. You know, I think we really found ourselves learning a lot by using this platform because it is a native IFC tool and stuff that will eventually roll into the pooled fund. And so it was a great experience from that perspective. I mentioned it resulted in that clean deliverable. It is free, and it was free of vendor implementation schedules. And I understand the challenges sometimes when, if you're a software vendor and you've got folks coming to you and asking if you can get something turned around by next week. That's not always possible. And we continue to work with Bentley and others on getting those implemented, but for our project, we needed to meet some deadlines, and this kind of freed us up of that concern or challenge. Concerns, obviously, with the limited automation, it's a little bit more of a manual approach. There are ways to automate within Bonsai, but definitely some rework potential there if we were to go back to square one with the OBM and ProStructures elements. And it is a fairly complex user interface. I would say you really kind of need to understand what IFC is, how it comes together in order to use it efficiently. Next couple of slides, just be a few screenshots of the final product, trying to highlight some facets of IFC that we leveraged. You know, we used IFC material and assigning those to the products, all the entities. We've got a list of our properties here. The attributes are listed under element specific, and then we created some custom Iowa DOT property sets for this particular project. We leveraged classification systems to address our pay items and our bid items in this project. And then we also got into different systems, which again is another facet of IFC. So we use this for electrical systems as well as our drainage systems on our bridge. One last shot, just trying to highlight the level of development. You heard a little bit about that in the last presentation. This was LOD 400, and that was our target. Trying to give fabricators, in this case, rebar fabricators, an opportunity to leverage the data coming out of IFC. So a summary on my part here. So we were able to produce that IFC 4.3 file with a variety of tools, OBM, ProStructures, and Blender Bonsai. We were able to pass that validation through the BSI validation service. And then hopefully we can use this data set to improve integration into different software platforms. So if you're a software vendor and are interested in, are looking for an example data set, we'd be happy to share. We'd love to talk about our experience with this one. So please reach out, and yeah, we can definitely provide. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe, which hopefully he's online and he can pick up his portion.
Yeah, I'm on here, Grant. You hear me okay?
We can. Do you
Okay.
need me to flip slides for you, Joe? Or
Yeah, if you don't mind, I don't know that I have access to that. So if you don't mind doing that, go ahead and get started. And thank you, Grant, for going through obviously the Iowa bridge, but also a lot of the background information here. And I'm going to hit on specifically the PennDOT ADCMS bridge pilot bridge here. And similar to what Grant had mentioned, this, you know, looking at these workhorse type structures, right? Not your cable stay, you know, tied arch structures, major structures here that seem to have their own ecosystem, right? All on their own. Looking at how we can apply these to the typical, what I'll call everyday workhorse bridge projects that DOTs deal with on a day-to-day basis, right? So this is a two-span steel girder structure. So a little bit different superstructure here, bringing in steel. You know, wall piers, integral abutments. There are some skewed supports here, so still on the what I would say the level of you know, pretty typical, but there are some complexities to this structure. And just as we'll get into a little bit more of this here, but this was this IFC model is a contractual deliverable, and it has been advertised here last week, 2 weeks ago. So we are officially in the advertisement period where this has been delivered as, again, that IFC model as a contractual documentation. Next slide, Grant. So, and Hanjin's going to go into more of the details on this project here in the afternoon session that Grant mentioned. I just wanted to hit on a few things, and Grant hit on, you know, very similar objectives to the Iowa bridge project for PennDOT here. And I'll just hit on the fact that, you know, there was a stressing on the IFC model as the legal document. So, you know, we're looking at a lot of these same objectives integrating into software. We'll show you some examples of that with software that PennDOT's already been using here. And again, number 2 down here at the bottom, just the main goal here on this particular project was to keep that as the contractual deliverable and use that to kind of build on as we get into construction, but also the as-built documentation afterwards. So we wanted to have that as kind of that legal record set here. PennDOT did. Next slide. So much like Grant, we were involved, as he said, it's been really good communication, collaboration with the Iowa project. We were involved with some of those early collaborations with Bentley as well. We felt as we got a little bit further into the process that in order to meet our deadlines, which were a little more aggressive, obviously we're advertised here already, we were going to have to look into some different solutions in order to be able to use and feel confident and go through our QA/QC process for an IFC model. So we ended up going with openBIM, the openBIM software platform, as our primary model authoring software. And really, they had the reason we went that direction was they had incorporated a lot of the IDM elements already. And I heard Grant mention the spatial hierarchy that was already incorporated. So we were able to kind of make updates on the fly with them as we got more information and as we got further into the design, rather than going through some of the initial process with getting started with the item types and kind of structuring that had already been established in their software. And we went with that. They were, able to be flexible, and, kind of nimble to that. It was all cloud-based software. So that was, nice in terms of being able to get updates, almost daily in some cases when we were running through that. So, again, openBIM working with them was really good process. And we were able to, have that process. I'll talk a little bit more about why that was so important to us. And also mention that they, although the software does have rebar modeling capabilities, they were minimal. So we'll show you how we kind of address that here in the next slide. So here's, again, kind of that same map that Grant pulled up. This was our initial approach. And Grant, if you hit one more time here, we'll go up to the changes here. So really what we worked with openBIM on was incorporating those, let's call them solids or bridge elements here. And we were able to have that clean IFC 4.3 deliverable there that we could update and wouldn't have any additional manual processes after that. We would get that completely out of the software. So that was structured the way we wanted to see it. For this rebar down at the bottom of the screen, we still used the OBM Pro Structures platform there. That's what we did our modeling in. And because that had already been established in terms of, rebar for buildings is very similar to rebar, or exactly the same really in many cases of what we have in bridges, we were able to use some of that legacy information and export in order to at least get that clean IFC export for the rebar here as well from that. So they were 2 separate models that we federated together here in our model, our final model. But everything else, again, same process here. So again, just a little bit similar to what Grant went over with the Bentley collaboration with openBIM. The main part was that clean IFC 4.3 export, right? We were able to, in many cases, through our checking process, we had our engineers that weren't familiar with this process, weren't familiar with checking models even, and let alone IFC. So we wanted to be able to have that be a process that we could automate, make changes, and get that export out right away, and not have to go back and do manual updates on that process. And we had some where during the checking process, just with our timeline, we had models go out and Hanjin would do an export in the morning, and we'd have checkers go through and need an update here by the afternoon. So that just with that process, having that clean export was really critical for us to meet our deadlines and goals. Again, able to, in terms of the approach here, linking those objects to the spatial structure. We had the support for element assemblies, such as our steel girders with field splices, those types of things, be able to kind of work through what the pooled fund had created as our structures or format. And the ability for custom properties down there at the bottom was another huge one for us. We worked through some of what was in the IDM, looking at what properties there. We also, from work that PennDOT had previously done, we had some custom property sets that we knew from our early pilots. We wanted to incorporate that some of that information in as well. So we were able to kind of create those custom property sets as needed. And again, I think we'll get to this here in the next slide, but I think as next steps, that's a critical part here, and how that can be created and consistent for additional opportunities for automation, such as working with fabricators here. And I'll get into that a little bit more, and Hanjin will hit on that here in the presentation in the afternoon. Next slide. So this, you might have to find the play button here on this, but this is just a video here. And what I wanted to highlight, we talk a lot about the IFC model. For many people in the workflow, they shouldn't have to have a complete knowledge of IFC, right? And what this is our IFC bridge model in the model viewing software that the contractors, could use. This is Bentley or PennDOT's software that they're using in the Bentley infrastructure. But being able to see that model within, their roadway elements that were DGN files in that case, kind of federating that all together, seeing all the information in one place, that's really the critical part. And we can still have the enhancements of looking at some of the, IFC structure, being able to kind of have a generic or neutral structure in which we can use for bridge structures, so that, a deck is an IFC slab element, and be able to kind of pull that information out, have those properties be consistent through there. So you can see some examples of that, of what we're showing here. And also being able to incorporate some of those custom properties that we need. But again, the idea here is that obviously IFC enhances different software here, but it also, now, if we can incorporate it with the other information, keep it in one place, that information in one place with all these other elements. And hopefully, again, we're working on the roadway side to bring more of these elements into IFC, be able to do something very similar with these other elements. But now, we have all that information, and we're able to integrate that into a software platform that, the contractors, in many cases, this is what PennDOT has used for other pilot projects. So in a consistent format that they may be a little bit more familiar with, and we can build on the information and the lessons learned from past pilots as well. So we'll go to the next slide here. So just a quick summary here at the end. Again, the key part for us, in order to be able to go through our QA/QC process with engineers new to reviewing models, kind of developing that and refining that as we go, it was really critical for us to have that clean export out of the authoring tool. So that's, again, openBIM had helped out a lot with that. And there you can see some of the, we tagged it with some not only dates here, but times, because that's how quick we were updating and going through these different rounds of checking process here. In order to meet our schedules here, we are, as Grant mentioned, running through the IDS, passing that validation, showing a screenshot here, and Hanjin will get into a little bit more of that this afternoon. Being able to integrate that not only on the design phases we're checking, but also into the tools that potentially be used in the construction phase, will definitely be used by PennDOT in the construction phase, but also available to the contractor as well to use. And again, using this data set to construct bridge, right? There's no other plan sets, parallel plan sets that are included here. There's no other DGN or other proprietary file. In order to construct this bridge, the contractor will have to use the IFC file and structure that we've put out there, right? So being able to do that, we're also really interested in testing that integration with the fabrication process. Grant mentioned rebar. We're also, and again, Hanjin will get into this in this afternoon, but working with the steel girder fabricators to have a process there where we can, bring in some of those information, some of those camber charts, stuff that typically it has to be a manual process to go through, working on how we can automate some of that now that we have an open format that they can use and bring into their own software for their uses. So I'll pause there, and I think that's the end of our presentation. I don't have the applause slide that Clive had here, but I don't know if we have any questions, Grant, or any time for questions.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Do we have time for questions? Okay, yeah, I guess we can open it up. If there are any questions, either in the room or online, be happy to address them now. Yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
I was wondering, this is Lynn Hiel from Caltrans. I was wondering if those examples will be posted publicly. Like, I know for COBE, for example, the COBE data set, there's examples of COBE for a hospital, for a school, for, all these different things. So perhaps, there could be a buildingSMART page where these, and they could evolve over time, right? As Bentley improves, perhaps that IFC more clean export, you could have new updates of that as it gets better, and same for many other tools, and I think that would be really valuable to collect it from many different DOTs that put their stuff somewhere publicly.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and Joe, I'll take a shot at this, and if you want to respond, feel free. But so through the BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund, our intent is to leverage these pilot projects. In fact, there's 3 ADCMS pilot projects that we're all kind of running simultaneously, but to continue to update these pilots, obviously with the support of Iowa DOT and Pennsylvania DOT, which I'm pretty confident we have. The idea would be to continue to update these as the IDM evolves. And get those posted on a public website, probably through the BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund, whether that's on their website or on GitHub or wherever. But yeah, to leverage these, like you said, and use them however you guys see fit would be awesome. So, good question.
Yeah,
thanks.
and I could just say too that this was project is now advertised here, so I think we want to make sure we're being careful with that, but now that it's advertised, there's less, say, security behind it, right? We can share more information. So, Lynn, if there's any particular questions on any structure, we can, reach out to Alan from PennDOT and make sure we can share anything with you.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Joe. So the Iowa DOT bridge is not yet advertised. That'll be advertised in next month. So yeah, then you'll probably start to see more of that publicity of that particular file. So. Anything else?
Grant, there is one question I can take from the chat I see.
Sure.
So Mr. Pratt asked does openBIM offer any import into Bentley OpenBridge? They do. They have a DGN export. So we did use that to bring in the model. Ideally, what we'd like to do is use that IFC export and bring it into other softwares. There was some issues with Bentley not accepting some of the 4.3 export that we were doing with openBIM, but I think even with we found with the new release of Open Roads and again OpenBridge related to that, they are able to at least open and import and use those IFC models as reference objects. So that would be the preferred workflow.
All right. Yeah.
Previously with some of the presentations, we were talking about the produce step. So now we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about checking step of the openBIM workflow, specifically the validation service. Quick introduction, I am Scott Lecher with HNTB. I'm a digital solutions technologist, and I've been supporting buildingSMART International with development of the validation service for not quite 2 years now. So I'm going to present on that and provide some background. So a quick overview, like I mentioned, some background about the validation service, and then I'm going to borrow some content from Ian Howell in terms of making an analogy to, it says, shopping. And then we'll do a little demonstration of what the validation service looks like when you're actually using it. Okay, so some background. What is the validation service? So there is an official web page hosted by buildingSMART International and a QR code here if you're interested in learning more, this particular page gives a good overview. But the important bullet points here, it's a free online platform. It validates IFC files, and again, developed by buildingSMART International with help from software vendors and other BSI strategic projects. One of the reasons it's important, well, you've just heard from the presentations about the value it can bring for project delivery and checking individual files and providing a assessment of how well those exports align with the various versions of the IFC specifications. The validation service also provides a mechanism for global software certification. So as all of these individual files are being uploaded over time, all of those results are gathered and aggregated and used to populate some scorecards. We've got kind of a prototype sneak peek here, but these are specific to a particular software tool and a version of that tool. And it uses a red, yellow, green color coding here. So green scorecards for the various functional parts here indicate a fully supported and high quality implementation. Yellow is supported but deviates from industry best practices. Red indicates that, again, this particular version of this particular software tool has some known issues or maybe some problems with its implementation. And then gray indicates that based on the files uploaded to the service thus far, those models have not contained classes or entities or properties for these selected functional parts. So this preview kind of also then ties into what you see from the validation service itself when you actually go through the user interface like we will in the demonstration. And then the last bit, some of the newer functionality in the validation service is that it also supports digital signatures. And these are digital signatures that are coming from the software vendors themselves. And these are used to certify that a file that's being assessed by the validation service did in fact come from that particular vendor and software tool and version that's listed in the IFC header. And then it also includes some information to confirm that the file has not been edited manually after it was exported from that authoring tool. So these are some safeguards to make certain that the assessments listed in the scorecards are fair to the vendors, right? It reflects what their specific tool is exporting. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of an analogy here for shopping for power tools, and again, I'm taking this from Ian Howell from a discussion I think about a year ago. So let's say that you're out shopping for a new cordless drill, and whether you do it online or if you pick it up from the store, at some point you'll probably notice on the packaging and maybe even on the tool itself this little circle with the U and the L. So the UL stands for Underwriter's Laboratory, and that indicates that this particular power tool, this implement, has been certified as being safe for use. So things like you won't get electrocuted when you attach the battery pack. So in some ways, the validation service performs a similar function in terms of IFC model exchanges, information exchanges, that it's a baseline certification that the specification has been implemented correctly. However, you do need to use the tool correctly. So in our example, let's say you have some nails you need to remove, and the back of a hammer works great for this. But a cordless drill does not work so well for this, right? But the UL certification can't keep you from using a tool incorrectly. And so some of those more specific use case certifications and use case checking is more of the realm of the information delivery specifications, or the IDS checking. And Rick will get into that in a little more detail in the second half of our time slot. Okay, so for a demonstration, we've got a video here, and you've already seen some screenshots of various parts of the validation service here, but we're uploading two example files, two bridges here, and you can see once the validation completes, you have similar. Actually, I'm going to pause real quickly and go back to that because it went by kind of fast. Sorry. So when validation initially completes, you can see there are some green check marks here and some red exclamation points, and then the yellow triangle off to the right, again, assessing industry best practices. And then when you go to these specific icons, you can punch in and see the details here. And again, the red portions are flagging things that are failing. Green is generally a passing result. You can see with this first model, an awful lot of green here for all of these alignment functional parts. So that indicates that this authoring tool has very robust supportive alignments. And then as it continues through and plays, you see a mixing of green and gray. And again, gray indicating parts of the specification that this particular tool doesn't support, or at least doesn't include in this particular model. And then I'll slide ahead a little bit. So this is now coming and looking at the second model. And again, you can see some in industry best practices here. So the yellow color-coded items in terms of best practices that this particular model maybe is not meeting. And we can see here specifically around linear placement. The best practice is to provide the coordinate location that corresponds to the linear placement. And linear placement is when you're locating something relative to an alignment by station and offset. So now we'll go back to the first model that was uploaded here, and you can see it's flagging some schema issues related to, in this case, some empty representations. So again, not quite 100% in line with the specification in terms of shape representations. And then when you go to the normative rules, again, you can see a couple of red failing checks. And then next it'll show, when you click the other check mark and show the entire list of all the rules for this particular model, you'll see in contrast to the previous one that with this particular model, it doesn't have alignment data included. So all of the alignment data, will show up as gray. And I'm seeing a little bit of an issue on my end. Let me see if I can jump directly to what I was hoping to show. And it looks like that's not going to cooperate. So apologize for that. Oh no, there it is. Right on cue. So here, those alignment rules, and again, in this particular model, those are all showing as gray because that this second model does not include the alignment information. So with that, I will pause here and hand off to Rick. But again, thanks to everyone for organizing the workshop and for Esri for hosting and all the sponsors. And thanks for letting me join virtually. I wish I could be there with you in person.
I guess I have to apologize. I thought I gave you a model that was all green. But that's all right. I mean,
it was mostly green.
It's mostly green, right? And we have an indication that it wasn't perfect, which is a good thing because you can go back and fix that. So let's see, moving on. So I'm going to talk about the IDS part of the openBIM workflow. So Scott just talked about the validation part. In some ways, I have a different analogy. The validation service is in some ways kind of like you're spelling a grammar checker, right? Because it's about communication, right? And just because your spelling and grammar's good doesn't mean you, let's say your teacher gives you an assignment to analyze Shakespeare, and instead you wrote about Winnie the Pooh, right? Perfectly written, but you completely missed the mark, right? And that's what the IDS is. It's about helping you get the right information in the model so it hits the mark. And I think, you know, we saw a bit about that this morning in the requirements part of it. The IDS does kind of have a real kind of a human-friendly flavor to it for those folks that work in that space. So, you know, we can say a model must have slabs in it, and the slab at least has to be a type floor, and then for those instances that meet that criteria, it must have very specific properties like a gross area and maybe a particular material assigned to it, right? But the computer part of it, as we saw, has this nice XML version of it. And if you're kind of geeky like me, this is cool, right? And this is the basis for generating that more human-friendly, readable part of it. And let's see, carrying on. But it also gives us this really cool capability of taking our IFC model along with our computer interpretable version of the IDS and running it through some kind of checker, right? So we can know after we've run it through the validation service that we've got a valid model, then we can start assessing the information that's in the model, and you can get, depending on the tool, reports. You can get your full 3D representation with like things that are green and yellow and blue and the graphics. There's all sorts of ways to represent it, which is really the great part of this being computer interpretable. All right, so we heard a little this morning about what information that we specify. Just a little more, you know, if your requirements are that you must get an IFC model, it must be level of detail 300, you're probably not going to get what you actually need, right? So requirements need to be much more specific. Something like, you know, I got to have precast, pre-stressed concrete beams in there and specify the correct IFC to represent that. And they have to have a certain naming, something that begins with a letter B and ends with a sequence of digits, right? So we can use a regular expression. If we have to see, our model needs tendons that are defined with IFC tendon, and the pre-stress attribute is something that's optional in the specification, but we need it for this data exchange, so we can require it, all right? And then maybe some concrete properties have to belong to a certain property set, whatever they are. So these information requirements will come out of, or be supported from your ISO 19650 processes, like your asset and project and exchange information requirements, right? And the thing to keep in mind is there's not one IDS to be had for your project. You're going to have different exchange requirements at different milestones with different stakeholders, right? So you're going to have to kind of think all those things through and build up the proper specifications to go with that, all right? So in terms of building your specification requirements, the IDS has two parts to it. An applicability facet, it's basically the filters, right? It's things that pass that applicability, right? Then you apply rules to it. So that's what the requirement facets are. And can I hold it up a little higher? Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah, I can do that. All right, so borrowing from buildingSMART's webpage, there's this very nice table of facets and how they're used in different contexts. So we have entities, attributes, and these are part of the IFC, right? Classifications, properties, materials, and parts, which are relationships, right? So for example, if you want to define an applicability based on an entity, you can say, in my model, go find all the IFC walls with predefined type shear, right? That's what the requirement's going to be applicable to. All right, and then you can say over here on the requirement side, it has to have a required attribute. The name has to be W01 or follow a sequence similar to that. And all those IFC shear walls have to have a material of concrete, right? So that's one way to get at your requirements, right? But it doesn't have to be just on these entities. We can say, instead, go through the model, if you can see my little mouse, you know, and find everything that has the P-set wall common, that has the load-bearing property set to true. So basically finding all the load-bearing walls, right? Because only IFC walls are going to have wall common property sets to it, right? And then for those load-bearing walls, right, say they must be contained in a space, some kind of space, right? So it's really, really flexible, and the specification, IDS building, is a little more terms in kind of the way you might think about it as in developing a project rather than at the super, super low-level IFC part. All right, so you don't have to say necessarily that IFC wall must have a IFC rel nest relationship with something. All right, so it's a little higher level than that, so easier to consume. All right, so a quick example. So you notice the bridges are the theme, right? Because Will's with the Road and Bridge Committee, and he knows a bunch of cool bridge people, right? So just as a quick example I put together is we've got a highway bridge project going on. The use case is really early preliminary scoping. The bridge department is working with the project development team, and they need some type, size, and location of the bridge, and they want to do some initial cost estimating. So the requirements they need is they need the bridge modeled on the alignment so it fits in with the rest of the project. The bridge has to be kind of constructed right, has the right spatial structure. It needs the beams, the decks, the foundation and substructure. All right. They're looking for, and at least in my Department of Transportation, you know, we call our deck concrete for bridge decks class 4000D, so they're going to be looking for that, right? So they can go look up the cost associated with that from their cost estimating information. And they're going to need quantities like linear feet of beams and gross deck area, right? Very simple model. Real life is probably more complicated than this, but you get the idea. So the IDS needs to be authored, so this is just kind of a slide or a video, I think it's running, yeah, that kind of shows one of very many tools where we can set up our specification. Here my requirements for my precast girders are already defined. You can see there need to be IFC beams, they need to be assembled in the factory and precast, they need to be part of a spatial structure, they need to have a length property, they need to have a name. So let's define our deck requirements. So we can create a new requirement, a new specification. Each one of these things is a specification. All right, deck requirements for IFC4. All right, we can say that the model must have it, it may have it, or it must not have it. All right, so in this case, it's a must. And what do we need? We need our IFC slab. All right, so these pick lists make it really easy. And it's type floor. All right, that's the filter, the applicability, and our requirements are that we need a property named gross area. All right, so that belongs to the property set. It's a quantity takeoff property set. Slab, what are they called? Slab quantities common or common quantities. All right, so it needs to be, this information needs to be in area units. So we can find a unit of measure. And we want this to be a value greater than 0 because a 0 or negative slab area is probably wrong information. Right? And then we need our material to be defined. So we must have a material named class 4000D. So we've built our requirements. We can share those with other folks on our team by generating a nice PDF kind of report of it. Potentially you could put that in a contract or something if that's the exchange or the stage you are working for. And then of course the XML part of it's been developed for us so we can use that in our checking process. So next slide, here we go. So I've got a bridge, all right, my preliminary bridge. As you can see, it's not fully developed. The ends of it, you know, the ends of the beams are hanging out there, but that information is very irrelevant to this particular exchange we're trying to do, so I didn't model them. All right, so we can go to our quality checking tool and bring up our IFC tester. All right, we're going to use this model that's in memory. I want to generate a HTML report and go find my IFC files. And if I look here, I've got a whole list of IFC specs built. There's one for the preliminary bridge, there's one for alignment, there's one for the required spatial structure in the model. Right, so I could select a whole bunch of these and check a bunch of stuff. And these are very granular, so it's easy to mix and match and reuse them at different stages if that's applicable. I'm just going to stick with the one just to keep the example simple and look at our bridge requirements. So the basic requirements, and I'll run a check. and we get a report. All right, our precast girders are modeled very nicely, but the bridge deck doesn't have the right information. All right, so presumably if I gave Scott the right model, we'd see it's the structured well, but missing the right information. So we can come into our model now and do an edit, select the error, and tell it to go highlight the items that aren't meeting that. To generate the quantities, we can just click a button to the automated quantity takeoffs. And we can come over to our material side and say, look at concrete materials. The one we want doesn't even exist in our model, so we'll create it, at least kind of superficially, class 4000D, and it's concrete, and that's all this exchange really needs to have, not any of the nitty-gritty details like the mix design or anything. That's not relevant here. So now that our model's created, we'll go and select it. One more try, there we go. Select our concrete, assign it to the bridge deck, and come back and rerun our check, and lo and behold, everything's green lights, right? So I'm happy, I've got a good model. I'm gonna share it with somebody and not be embarrassed like I am with Scott here by giving him a bad model, right? And so this can go on to the project scoping team. They can also run it based these requirements to make sure I provided them what they needed, and they can go on and do their work. So I just want to finish up with providing some resources if you want to dig into IFC deeper. On the buildingSMART GitHub repository, there is the full set of kind of user documentation and the technical documentation for the schema. There are some authoring tools out there on the buildingSMART site. They list, I think, 21 or 22 self-declared IDS authoring and checking tools. Here are a couple of free ones that I've used. They're kind of simple. I mean, Clive showed one this morning that was much more sophisticated, right? So don't take this as an endorsement of any products. They're just, it's a good place to start and play around because they're really simple tools, right? And then buildingSMART has a YouTube video called IDS in Practice. It's like an hour long, and it really goes through all the details. So that is what I had to share with this. I know we didn't have a lot of time, so whoever the timekeeper is, I don't know if there's time for questions or we'll just move on. Take one, if there is one.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how to actually phrase it. Do you see in the future libraries of predefined IDSs that are best practice, or is this just going to be organically developed IDSs that each end user is going to create for their own purpose, point in time, and then create another one down the road?
So you've heard a couple mention about these transportation pool fund projects that are going on. So that's one thing in the U.S. Transportation infrastructure sector that we are trying to do, is come up with like that basic 90–95% IDS that are going to apply to workhorse bridges that we can just use over and over again. But then every project's different, right? So then we can build on it, make a custom one that fits the project, but the core of it to be common, similar national standards for that. At least that's where we're headed. It seems like a really good idea. We got time for one more. I see a hand
Let me
up.
run up there to get you on mic here.
Hi, I'm Xiaolong from Autodesk. At the beginning, you mentioned the validation service is serve like kind of a spell checker. Do you envision like maybe IDS someday just upload the specification to the validation service, then they use the provided spec to run the check against that? So that is another kind of automation.
Yeah, I think Scott might be able to answer that better, but I understood at one time there was discussion of that's a future goal.
Okay.
Scott, did you hear the question?
Yeah. My understanding is that the validation that checking of models against an IDS specification is out of the scope of the validation service.
Because the reason I'm asking is I see a lot of repeatedness. You rely on the vendor to support reading the IDS, then run the check against that. So if you have like this central place, just like a validation service, it save all the vendor.
Yeah, so they're not supposed to be competing or overlapping technologies. They have different, you know, if it's going to be really hard for folks to just exchange a model, whether or not the information is going to, if we can't agree on the format, the underlying IFC itself. So that's the validation services job there. But then there's the next level of that, right? You have to have the right information in it to get the work done. Yeah. So, but ideally, maybe there'd be cool tools in the future that put them side by side, and so for the user, it's easy.
Well, next, I think we are glad to have Jack, one of our sponsors, to say a few words. So let me take it out of your way. So welcome, Jack.
Thanks, Calvin. I realize I'm the only thing standing between you and a break, so I promise to make this fairly quick. My name is Jack Shea. I'm the Director of Strategy at Autodesk for Digital Project Delivery. Thank you to buildingSMART and Esri for hosting today's event, along with LeapThought for co-sponsoring with us. We create, design, and make solutions at Autodesk. We believe that the life cycle of a project is a seamless continuum, and that the continuity and integration of project phases, along with the collaboration between stakeholders, are crucial for driving project success, reducing waste, and ensuring project success and driving efficiency. We're proud to have remained a sponsor of buildingSMART at the international level for a long time now, and more recently with increasing activity here in the US with the US chapter, we're also quite engaged here. openBIM is about interoperability, collaboration, and transparency. We're committed to interoperability with our agreements with Bentley and Nemetschek and Trimble, and we meet with our competitors periodically to discuss how we can better support the industry and the industry needs. Within Autodesk, we've supported IFC 4.3 with Civil 3D since the 2024 version. And then on the cloud, more recently, we've supported BCF as a format for exchanging issues between different coordination platforms and solutions. And then lastly, as we continue to expand granular data workflows, where we're unlocking data from design files and putting them on the cloud for accessibility, we'll be looking to enable data exchanges using open formats for that granular data. A couple of initiatives to highlight quickly. Last month, we launched 5 new data regions globally with Autodesk Construction Cloud to support data residency for customers working typically on public sector projects that requires data to be stored locally. And that was in the UK, Germany, India, Japan, and Canada. And so along with Australia, EU, and the US, that brings our regions to a total of 8. And then related to that, hosted on a separate AWS partition here in the US, we have the Autodesk for Government portfolio that's FedRAMP compliant with a couple of products available today. Since we're here on the Esri campus, I would be remiss to not mention our strategic alliance with Esri, where we're support integrations between BIM and GIS for both the AEC and GIS practitioners. I want to mention that we're working with Esri to support the LA rebuild efforts with funding, technology, and consulting to expedite the rebuilding of the areas impacted by the fires in January. One other thing is that we're working with the Foothill Catalog Foundation, which is a nonprofit started by architects after the fires in January, to create a catalog of pre-approved houses. So that's going to reduce architectural costs and permitting costs for homeowners, and perhaps most importantly, that's going to reduce the permitting timeframes for these homeowners from a year down to weeks, because they'll be choosing from pre-approved designs from the building department. Lastly, but not least, next month is Autodesk University, our flagship conference in Nashville. So I encourage anyone to attend to learn more about what we're doing with Autodesk AI and the Forma Industry Cloud, which promise to revolutionize how the AECO industry works. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. And let's give a round of applause to all our morning speakers. All right, welcome back. Why don't we go ahead with the next session? So next, I think we have Caltrans, both Devin, Porr, and Lynn joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Okay, I guess it's still good morning, so thank you, everybody. Yeah, appreciate getting invited to present a little bit of what we've been doing here at Caltrans for open standards. So first, just a little introduction. My name is Devin Porr. I'm the Caltrans BIM for I Program Director.
And I'm Lynn Hiel. I'm a senior bridge engineer in the BIM specialty branch in Bridge Design South here in LA.
Thanks, Lynn. And so we kind of set our presentation up here with a little bit of a journey, shall we say. A little introduction to our Caltrans BIM program, what we're trying to achieve, why we're trying to achieve it, and then Lynn's going to take over and dive into our journey, looking at the workflows and with open standards and some of our early successes and lessons learned to this point. So from the Caltrans BIM program, we started on our effort in 2021. We went through a heavy implementation initiative, like large department-wide assessment, shall you say. And from there came up with a number of big initiatives that we've been working on. Since then, we've also been developing a more strategic 5-year roadmap for our BIM implementation. And so as we are getting close to launching it, I've been starting to use the 2 statements here you see on the screen of where we're trying to go. So our vision, leading digital innovation by integrating BIM for I into Caltrans project delivery and asset lifecycle management practices. And we're doing that by developing, implementing, and maintaining seamless digital project delivery and asset management processes through collaboration with our stakeholders, because we recognize none of this is going to happen without all the counterparts, all the stakeholders, all the partners we have in order to build, construct, maintain, and design our projects. So our vision, I'm sure some of you maybe have seen this before, kind of just puts together, and maybe those from Esri really do, because I did steal it from somebody at Esri. We just made it ours. But it's kind of like 2 sides. From a large infrastructure owner organization, we can't just look at projects as just your BIM and your maintenance. How do you then intersect that with all of your other infrastructure information that's going to be maintained and operated in different ways for 50, 60, 100 years before you have the next project? So we do kind of see it as 2 sides, a 2-sided intersection of circles that you see here, where we've got our project delivery on the right, with a BIM focus for that added information, that more powerful way of delivering, seeing, managing our projects. But then how does that intersect with the other 55,000 lane miles, 200,000 culverts, 12,000 bridges, all those numbers of like a large infrastructure you're trying to maintain, where you never just have one project where you're maintaining all that. And at the same time, that circle of orange arrows on the right, you got to think of that as like that's one project. At any point in time between planning and construction in an organization like Caltrans, we've got close to 2,000 of those projects that are happening at once somewhere along that phase. So you're talking about mountains of data that you need to manage, mountains of information that could be unlocked and really help drive a better future. But our current, putting our mission into play is really how do we just get this transition from where we're at to where we want to be. So we still, although we do a lot of 3D, we still deliver just in a 2D world with callouts. So how do we make that shift into 3-dimensional models with a lot more attribution, greater information, greater detail, and ultimately getting those better outcomes throughout the projects? And all of that is hinged on being able to have open standards so that we can connect all that information to the different systems, tools, software that we're using. Why we're doing this is, along with another way of kind of putting our vision into place, is we really do see that how we structure our projects, how we go from projects to our asset information models into that bigger like puzzle piece that shows the entire California infrastructure. We need that ability to transfer the information across these different timelines, across these different phases, and make it available for anybody who's going to use it for their capacities. Historically, some of you have probably seen this, kind of just putting into a graphical view what happens with the information that we have on projects. So somebody said it earlier today of, put that graphic up there of throwing the box over the fence. Well, this is just a data sharing of a similar type of thing. Every time you hit a phase, you're just passing it off to somebody else. How do we, unlock that information, share it, maintain it, use it more broadly as we move through the different phases and ultimately into asset management. And I'll just put something out there of leading up to a previous presentation. I asked one of our groups to, what is our potential as far as issues to, prevent, value of preventative efforts that could possibly happen. These gaps that you see in a 2-year time period in the last 2 years, given how we deliver our projects, and not all of these are preventative, I will state that, but we had over 11,000 unique change orders at a value of close to $2.75 billion just in change orders on projects. You think about how much, if there's avoidance in that, if there's conflict prevention, if there's early resolution that may not have been passed on, we see that as a huge value and a big reason why we want to follow that higher curve to try and avoid where you have these gaps every time you're passing the information off. So, and those pictures on the left there are actually real world of even today how we capture our as-built information. So mountains of information that's disconnected, and until you actually unlock it, it's, the full potential of what you have there is not going to be realized. So that's a little bit of our program in a nutshell and our why. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lynn for where we're at in our journey.
All right, thank you. So you've heard about kind of the destination where we're headed. So now I wanted to talk about the journey and some of the concrete steps that Caltrans is taking toward openBIM. So one fact, maybe it's an inconvenient truth, is that open standards are never developed in a vacuum. State departments of transportation have to come together to unify what these information requirements are going to be. And so the mechanism for that has been these transportation pooled funds, where upwards of 25 departments of transportation have gotten together to develop these technical products of the openBIM workflow. So like you see there listed at the bottom, IFC, IDS, buildingSMART Data Dictionary, and so on. So in Bridges and Structures, this has been going on since about 2017. The focus has been on the design to construction exchange. And the phase 2 project is now ongoing as well, which will focus on fabrication detailing up to the digital as-built. So 3 more exchanges will be addressed in this phase. And then on the infrastructure side, there's also a pooled fund ongoing that Caltrans is a part of. It started in 2022, and they will be also defining their information requirements. Then going to the right-hand side of the slide, you see the solicitation that's currently out for developing the validation tools for IFC validation of these models. So BIM can kind of feel pretty chaotic at times. There's all the software is constantly changing. There's processes that are evolving to leverage new technologies. And in the whirlwind of all of this testing and development and piloting and transition, we kind of maybe lose sight of where the North Star really is. And so what's shown here are one of the constants in this whirlwind, some of the roots that kind of keep us grounded while they also keep us growing. And so, these are the information requirements. And so this is an overview from the 19650 suite of standards. And so you can see that the logic starts there at the top with the organizational information requirements. And so this is an effort that Caltrans is starting. And I think the clarity and the consensus that Caltrans can build around these information requirements will really enable us to efficiently deliver the information models that are fit for purpose for the two circles that Devin showed earlier. The little BIM, as we call it, the project delivery stage, but also the big BIM, which is probably more crucial to us as an owner organization, right? The aptly named AIM, the asset information model, and managing the data for that long lifetime of the asset. So in addition to contributing to the core national standards, Caltrans is also standardizing and centralizing their standards internally. And so with support from the ADCMS grant, which is a federal highways program, Caltrans has developed a digital product, is in the process of developing a digital products catalog, which will be a kind of a hub to centralize our templates and our standards. This was inspired by a system that's used across the pond by Highways England, where this system has demonstrated significant efficiency and savings. So, as this digital products catalog is coming online, we need to prepare our content to insert it into the DPC. And so in Bridges and Structures, we've been defining, our project information requirements for different bridge types and the 7 types of earth retaining systems for integration in the DPC. So what we do is we take a typical plan set that represents about 80% of the time the asset kind of has these features. And this was an idea we got from Michigan DOT at a peer exchange. They take a plan set and they go through everything, every dimension, every call out, every note, and they look at it very carefully and they ask themselves, is this information needed? Who needs it? And so on and so forth. And then they make decisions about how are they going to represent this information in the digital deliverable. So we went through that exercise for all of the assets that you saw in the previous slide, the 3 most common bridge types at Caltrans, and then the 7 earth retaining systems. And we developed these for each element. We developed a geometric definition and an attribute definition. Again, there's an inconvenient truth here. We can't define this all in the bridge design group. We had to reach out to experts across Caltrans, across the bridges team, from maintenance to materials engineering to surveys to come up with this, this geometric definition and attribute definition. So we've done this exercise now for about 117 objects, and that's fully defined those 3 bridge types and 7 walls. So on the roadway design side, Caltrans is also developing these project information requirements. This effort has recently kicked off under the guidance of HDR and Michael Baker. They will be focusing on the 3 assets that you see listed here. And so their approach is also to engage with contractors so that the industry can provide feedback on these attributes. And also, of course, the goal is to integrate their content into the digital products catalog, as mentioned earlier. So the benefit of open standards is that we're going to be able to deliver a high quality information model to contractors and fabricators. And so we're not there yet, but as you can see from the photo, there's a whole lot of enthusiasm to reach this objective. For 2 years, Caltrans has hosted the Caltrans Industry BIM for Infrastructure Summit. And this is the picture from 2024. And in 2025, there was a doubling in the amount of people who participated in this summit. We realize, however, that we need to deepen our collaboration with the industry in order to develop our BIM processes. And there's going to be an industry working group kicking off very soon. And so this group is going to meet on a more regular basis in between these annual summits. So far, we've kind of had our sights looking forward through the windshield at, where we're going with BIM. And so now I'm going to shift the perspective to the rearview mirror and discuss some of the early successes that we've had and some of the lessons that we've learned along the way. So I'd like to start with the American River Bridge. This is a 1,900-foot long structure. It's a bridge widening in Sacramento, the capital of California. It has 26 spans of steel girders, and Caltrans Bridge Design and Structure Construction made a model of this complex structure. And this model has really been a lighthouse project for Caltrans to demonstrate some of the benefits of BIM. The girders were fabricated in Rick's home state in Washington, and then they were brought into Sacramento. And so because they were fabricated off-site, when they came to Sacramento, they had to be perfect. They had to fit within 1/4 of an inch. And so, you know, we could spend this whole presentation time talking about how wonderful the model was to get that done. But I wanted to kind of focus on the IFC side. And, you know, we did get a lot of benefit from what you see here, the bearing pad grade check, the steel girder fabrication, the pier cap rebar. We identified some discrepancies in advance. But as you can see from those 3 kind of highlights, they're all related to the geometric part of the model. They're all just really half of BIM. It was really very helpful, but the IFC file didn't have that spatial breakdown structure. It didn't have a classification. It didn't have property sets. And so, you know, we really could do much more, you know, if we had that exchange defined between design and construction. Not only that, the model would also have to integrate very well with construction's tools so that they could really use that model fully in the field, as well as survey. That's important as well. So, you know, this fully realized IFC model that we might have in the future would really help us deepen that connection between the people, the workflows, the data, and, you know, and really increase that total savings number. We had 1.9 million, but again, that resulted mainly from the geometric aspect of modeling a complex bridge and not the information side of BIM. So another lighthouse project is the Bridgeville landslide mitigation project. If people are familiar, it's in Eureka, which is way up in Northern California near the border with Oregon. This image shows how models were federated all together. So design, roadway design, bridge design, drainage, you know, all these people put their 3D contributions into this common data environment. And so this process of coordination between design and with construction, you know, resulted in a savings of about $1 million. So again, extremely, you know, beneficial process. And we had a fantastic team of field engineers on this project, and they, you know, received our model and really tested it out. What could they do with that model in the field? And, you know, we also had a change, as you can see on the right-hand image, we had a change to the drainage system. So the drainage system during construction was shifted by a few feet. So the green one you see there is the design one, and the yellow one, or gold, is the construction, the final as-built one. So, you know, when that change occurred, construction picked up some points, collected some points in the field, sent those back to design. Design updated that green model to its final position, and we had an as-built. So this was, again, extremely beneficial, but really only addressed half of BIM, the geometric part, not the information side. And so, again, we really need these open standards to make these real information models and truly integrate them into our processes. And so then we're going to deliver even more savings. So some of the challenges with open standards, I think we need more input into the open standards from the survey and the construction communities especially. We need to make sure that IFC is not just useful for design, but translates into fully usable for construction and survey. We have been, like I said earlier, kind of coming together as a group of upwards of 25 DOTs to align our information requirements in pooled funds in these collaborative formats, but that really needs to continue because we're much stronger as a group than we are as individual DOTs. Third is data governance. I think it's well known that, you know, the pooled funds have an end date, so what is going to happen beyond that end date? You know, we need to manage these IFC standards. They will evolve, you know, far into the future. So that's another aspect to look at. And then finally, you know, in Caltrans, we're very used to utilizing our own proprietary, you know, our software tools with proprietary formats. So when we use open standards, it's going to require investment in tools and training. So that's another aspect we have to consider. All right, so I wanted to conclude this reflection on sharing data through open standards with this diagram. It comes from a 2023 article from the National Academy of Engineering, and it shows where BIM lands along the hype curve. And as you can see, BIM has passed the peak of inflated expectations, it's passed through the valley of disillusionment, and it's ending at the end of that curve, at a point of maturity and increasing productivity. And, you know, Caltrans' early successes are really demonstrating that BIM is delivering. And it's a super exciting time to be an engineer, to be in transportation, because we really have the opportunity to leverage these new methods to better connect people, workflow, data, and outcomes. For a little perspective on this, we just have to pick up an as-built. You know, when you look in the inventory of the Caltrans bridges and structures, you're probably going to find an as-built from this time. This is the 1950s and the interstate highway system era. President Dwight Eisenhower signed the Federal Highway Act, and that would create what he said was a network of highways spread across our country. Eisenhower's election in 1952 was correctly predicted for the first time by a computer. Walter Cronkite, at the time, he reported these computer-generated election forecasts on the CBS evening broadcast. By the next election cycle in 1956, all 3 American broadcasting stations had UNIVAC computers to run these election forecasts. Each UNIVAC was a walk-in computer the size of a 1-car garage. It weighed 8 tons, and it costs about $8 million in today's money. These UNIVACs had some narrow applications for things like processing census data and forecasting, but they were never meaningfully used in civil engineering during the interstate highway system era. But computers have come a very long way over the last 70 years. In 2018, IBM announced a computer the size of a grain of sand that costs about 10 cents to manufacture. It contains 1 million transistors. So its computing power is equivalent to one 1990s computer or 833 UNIVACs. For comparison, a 2025 laptop has a processing capacity equivalent to 25,000 IBM grains of sand or 20.8 million UNIVACs. So this brief history illustrates the question and the opportunity for Caltrans and the wider industry. How do we harness this computing power to support civil engineering, project delivery, and asset management into the 21st century? How can we leverage this computing power for efficiency to give California taxpayers and stakeholders the greatest return on their investment? So this is our website if you'd like to look up more about the BIM for I program, and it has an email address if you'd like to get in touch with us. And we'd like to thank you for your attention and see if you have any questions.
Is Roger online? Just check on that first. Okay.
Hi, Jay. Hello, everyone. Here, yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good.
Okay, well, hello everyone.
Greetings.
My name is Jay Kline with National Institute of Building Sciences. I'm the program director for digital technology there. And Roger is online. Hi, Roger.
Hi, Jay. Hi, everybody. Good
Roger's
to be here virtually.
Yeah. Roger's our Vice President of Building Technology and our industry standards expert. I'm sure most of you, if not all, know Roger in the room. And we're going to talk a little bit of a blend on standards, how NBIMS supports that, checking against those standards, and how that supports the process of delivering information into asset management. So I know later in the day is the in-action portion of the day, but we're going to give a little bit of a teaser, I think, of things in action today. Okay, just a little bit about NIBS. We're not going to do a whole, teach about NIBS today, but one thing that I did want to express is that we're a non-funded, non-government, non-profit organization. So all of our work that we contribute to standards activities is also unfunded and volunteer in a way. And the staff that we have that helps do that is employed or, I guess, supported through a lot of these initiatives that you see on the bottom right, both current, ongoing today and in the past. So that funded work, we connect with federal, state, and local agencies to do actual funded projects, and we take the returns from those either by our own efficiencies or profits, and pour those back directly into the industry. So that's what Congress set NIBS up to do, is to be both taking standards that are available, applying those in application, practical ways to the industry, and then taking what we learn from that experience and pouring it back into standards development. Roger, anything to add there?
Well, no, I think just maybe highlighting the innovation cycle too, Jay, and how we try to work with these different parts of industry to, in that same model you expressed, work with research, but also work with agencies and owners to implement, and that leads to more research. So it's a virtuous cycle if it works, when it works.
Right. Let's keep going here. Yep, there we go. So, and then this is the way we like to think about a lot of those projects and that cycle. So on the top right, you see in little tiny letters, the stages of innovation. So we do work in both planning, which you might think of as road mapping or strategy, preparation or standardization, both industry-wide and internal with federal agencies, and then implementing that actual preparation of standards, tools, processes, et cetera, into usually knowledge management, training, capacity building, that sort of thing. So these over here are just a few snapshots of the types of work we've done. Many of you in this room or online are actually part of those projects or supported us to do that work. So we thank you for that. And one of the projects that we're going to focus on actually spans all three of these. So today we're going to explore a case study on our work with the State Department's Bureau of Overseas Buildings Operations. And I'll go through that portfolio in a second, but that work started with strategy. Devin and Lynn talked a lot about first developing a 5-year plan. Now that you know you want to go through with this, that's what OBO did. Started with a plan, moved into preparation, developing standards process, data standards, et cetera, and then implementing that day to day. And we're going to show you all three of those today and how that manifests in the openBIM workflow, primarily in the check and deliver phases. So by the end of this presentation, we want to share really one key point with one key intent, and that is to keep inspiring us to keep going and to keep going together, because without something as simple as a data standard, a lot of what we're going to show today is not possible. So I'll get to the main point, but ultimately today is to inspire us to keep going together. So how does NBIMS really fall into this? Where does NIBS sit? So NIBS is a portion of the standards ecosystem in the sense that we've published National CAD standard and National BIM standard. Here's just a quick preview of a few bits and pieces of that. And this is related to what we talked a lot about this morning in the require phase of the openBIM workflow. And we are going to focus specifically on the COBE portion of that today. We all know COBE, it's a long-standing thing. We're not going to talk about how or the specifics of it, but really the application of it. COBE, of course, is a critical part of implementing 19650 and following and aligning with that. It complies with information exchange requirements. It helps support the IDS in the sense that it gives a format to check against. So COBE is really a great solution. There are other ones, of course, but COBE being the open standard that we're using at the State Department, we wanted to share really the effect that that's had. So let's move over to the check and deliver stage. Just a quick overview of the OBO BIM program so you can kind of see where we've come from and where we are today. The portfolio, it's pretty small at the top there, but if you look at the top left, there's about 10,000 facilities overseas that we own as Americans that are not military installations, and that's what OBO's portfolio is. Nearly 1,000 of those are office buildings, many of them are embassies, chanceries, etc. So it's a pretty vast portfolio. Back in 2017 was the initial launch of the roadmap, and here we are 8 years later, and we just launched the actual digital twin roadmap for them. So this gives kind of a left to right visual of that. We're going to revisit this again in 1 second, and then at the bottom just gives a little context of some other agencies and their standards benchmarks. So this is, if we just look at the openBIM workflow in general, this is where OBO is at today. And those produce and deliver are meant to be orange. They look a little red on here, but we feel like we've successfully defined what data and what geometry OBO needs, both during the design, construction, and asset management phases. We figured out how to establish the requirements for that using a lot of open standards, but some internal standards. The production of that information by architects, engineers, contractors is still an improvement, but it's primarily being driven by our effective ability to check. So I'll show you how we do that with asset information, but the check phase is something we've actually built out pretty robustly the last 3 to 4 years, and it's driving backwards into better production and ultimately improving the delivery stage. So let's dive a little bit more specifically now into not just the overall process, but asset information delivery in particular via COBie. And what we wanted to express with this is that COBie was implanted as a standard in 2018. The first time we actually started to see projects with that was 2022. The life cycle of design and construction is just so long for these overseas facilities. Oftentimes they are entire campuses that are 10, 15 buildings that it just takes a long time. So setting the standard back in 2018 allowed us just 2 to 3 years ago to even start to see the production and start to check these projects. So if you're contemplating and doing some planning at the organizational level, putting your standards in place as soon as possible, you can kind of figure out some of it along the way from there, right? You've got time. If you set the standard clear enough, you'll have time to sort of make up the difference in actually checking. And that's what we did between those 4 or 5 years. So checking, we have 3, really 2.5 BIM managers at OBO today. I didn't realize that the screen would be this big, or I might have reduced their headshot size for you. But Graham, Stephanie, and Omar are our primary BIM managers over at OBO. And Graham really half-time manages the process of managing those deliverables, but they all use a few tools I'm going to show you to validate and check that all the equipment information that's published by architects and engineers and contractors is actually in compliance with OBO's standards. So here's a snapshot of the tools, but before I dive into this, I think it's important to note that OBO uses essentially their own IDS. It's a model element table that also has data requirements connected with it. So they have, as I mentioned earlier, data standards for individual pieces of equipment and also geometric standards for what goes into the model. And that is called what they call the MMDR, minimum modeling and data requirements. It is an Excel sheet, sorry Clive, but it is effective because it's something that we can build tools around to check against. So we've built, actually with Kimon, who's in the room, his help, a few of these tools you see at the bottom. First is an overall review checklist. That's, hey, is the LOD right in the model, and how do you check for that? Is there a COBie file that was supposed to be submitted? Yes, no. Was it valid? Yes, no. Well, that question, was it valid, is a whole lot deeper than just a glance, right? So that brings us to the second form, which gets more into detail about COBie. Was it an individual file per facility, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's a validator, which all of this is built in Google's Foreign Affairs Network Common Data Environment. There's a validator built just with Google formulas and lookup tables that looks at all of the data in the COBie file, looks at the data requirements file for that project, and reports out the compliance or non-compliance. And then finally, the last piece was attribute checker. So equipment has a lot of little bits and pieces of data about it that's needed. That was too much for Google to handle, so we did have to do that outside of the Google environment. And then, as we move towards handover, all of that information, as we've checked it throughout the design and construction phase, has been validated, improved on, sent back to the architects and engineers to correct, and we coordinate directly with the CMMS team there at OBO. The CMMS team then takes that, and they have their own actual process of importing it, testing it into the CMMS system, and ultimately that is the delivery. All of that information is not reformatted. It is sometimes corrected if there's some minor errors, but ultimately the COBie data that's produced by the engineers gets imported directly into the maintenance management system. So here's just a little bit of metrics and impact about that. So just with 2.5 BIM managers over the last 4.5 years, we've checked 396 COBie files. That's 396 buildings worth of files. And some of these are small buildings, but many of them are large, complex office buildings. That's over the course of 44 project milestones, so that might be construction documents, or it might be design issue for construction, but so you can see there's about 10 COBie files, 10 buildings per project, and these are really just the large capital projects. We're just now getting started implementing this into major renovations and then future minor renovations, but a significant number of COBie files. I think they said, I was talking with Omar and Stephanie, and I think they said it takes about a day to check an entire compound. So that's 10 to 15 COBie files. They're confident in what they can produce, hand back to the engineers who produce that data, report on them what the deficiencies were, and those corrections start to get made for the next phase. So this stuff makes a difference. It would take weeks or months to check that much information, and it would take a team of 10 people if we didn't have this sort of data flow and this checking process. And in COBie, though an older standard, it is super effective and possible to build around. And there are others, of course, but in general, this stuff works. So let's keep at it and keep going together.
Jay, maybe I could just add one thing from afar here, or two things actually, that COBie is based on IFC, and there is an IFC schema for COBie that is available along with the standard under the National BIM standard and on NIBS website. And also, while what we talked about today was focused on working on buildings, in the way that IFC has been increasingly adapted for use in infrastructure, these same principles apply there, and the latest version of COBie does have things built into it to make it feasible to use it in infrastructure projects, although I don't think anybody, and we certainly yet haven't done any testing around that. It's worth exploring further. Since there is a lot of focus on infrastructure here today, just make that connection.
Yes, okay. Any questions?
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Roger. Next, thank you to Esri for hosting us. And now let's hear from Marc
about a lot of things. All right. I'm going to, I think, pick up on some of the topics and the momentum that we've seen so far. This next bit, I want to cover a few things. I want to do a little bit about highlighting GIS and its importance in AEC and BIM and open BIM workflows. But Moreover, what I want to do is give an update on the effort that buildingSMART International is leading with OGC to bridge these two worlds that historically have perhaps coexisted but not necessarily been interoperable. And in fact, I'm going to do it by telling a little bit of a story. You know, there I was fresh out of university during what has become a very long extended gap year in the middle of my architecture and engineering studies down in New Orleans at Tulane University, where I was leveraging my mastery of many CAD applications to bring together a project that would integrate GIS in CAD for a project in New Orleans that started out at the parish level. In New Orleans and a few other cities around the country, the cities are broken down into parishes. Parishes are essentially counties. The parish maps were combined with council districts. And these images actually are one of the very few projects that I've saved over my 20 or 30 years ago actually being in practice. These were color printed on printers about the size of this lectern, and one of the few projects that I thought was worthwhile saving. So you had council districts combined with parish maps, brought together with city blocks, parcel data, eventually down to the individual uses of properties to understand where blighted properties, unoccupied properties could potentially be used for better purposes, for childcare centers, for after-school activities, for perhaps food distribution, pantries in a community that was quite underserved. So, you know, we combined all this information. We tried to understand the opportunities for turning these blighted properties into community resources. And while the project, in many ways, was successful, we brought together these great maps. We helped inform the city managers and various developers on where there would be opportunities for them to serve the community and make a profit. We brought together CAD and GIS in some pretty unique ways. A good purpose was certainly served, great maps were created like I showed you, but I left the project believing that GIS and AEC were not meant to be mixed. This was many years ago. This was in AutoCAD version 9 or 10. This was ArcView and ArcInfo, which were generations ago in the world of Esri's GIS products. But it was very difficult. It was weeks to simply generate those maps that I just showed you. Floor plans geolocated on a parcel, which was geolocated in the city, et cetera, et cetera. And interestingly enough, 30 years later, I get hired at Esri to lead the effort to promote GIS in AEC. And I really hadn't overcome that jaded feeling from many, many years ago, because GIS was sort of on the tangents of the work that I did. I've been deeply involved in CAD and BIM and construction project information tools, and GIS was not part of that conversation. So, you know, given my original perspective on GIS for AEC, it might be a wonder that I got hired in the first place. I must have said something right to Jack Dangerman that day. But like I said, I left that project and left scarred, thinking that GIS was simply complex, too complex, even with a mastery of a bunch of CAD applications, that GIS was just for creating maps, and maps are 2D projections that show roads and points of interest, and yeah, that might be interesting for architecture, but what does that matter for construction? I left with this impression that GIS and CAD were separate, very powerful solutions, but bringing them together was not necessary, and the effort to do it wasn't worth the effort. But since then, now going on 6 years, I've come to realize, yes, GIS is complex, but it very much makes the complex look easy. What you're seeing on screen here, this is a city map of Zurich showing topographic information, showing flood potential information, showing property usage and the potential damage of floods if the projected flood that flows through the city of Zurich actually hits the levels that have been seen. In fact, it was just a few years ago that there was a flood that came through Zurich and almost created, I think it was like a $3 billion potential damage. My animation isn't running here. To the downtown. And to address this, a river diversion has been designed to catch the water upstream, divert it back into the Zurich River upstream, and reduce the potential of billions of dollars of damage, historical buildings being destroyed, people being displaced. The idea that GIS was just maps, it didn't take long for me here at Esri to realize GIS is much more than maps. We're not getting our animations playing here. Here we're looking at an application called ArcGIS GeoBIM that Esri developed to connect our cloud environment with other cloud environments and bring together the CAD information, the BIM information, whether that's proprietary or IFC, openBIM, 4.3 compliant models, into a GIS view to be spatially queried, to be analyzed, to be understood in a single dashboard, in a single pane of glass, combining the high detail that CAD and BIM offer with the context and the analytics capabilities that GIS brings. And the idea that GIS and AEC were separate but equal, I've certainly come to have a new appreciation for the fact that GIS really is inseparable from the workflows of AEC. Unlike most CAD tools, most BIM tools, most project information management tools, certainly spreadsheets for viewing information, those applications don't allow what-if scenarios. They are not built for iterative design. They are not built for design thinking, and GIS certainly is. And I wish these animations would run. I'll maybe just share the link with you afterwards. And so here we are, and here I am, co-leading an effort to bridge the gaps and prove that GIS and openBIM in particular must be integrated. What you're seeing is a roadmap that was developed about 1.5 years ago, let's say. So we're now somewhere in this month 6 of year 2 between buildingSMART International and OGC and some involvement from ISO as well to improve the understanding of the importance of GIS, to come up with use cases that were agreed upon by the many stakeholders in the shared communities between buildingSMART and OGC, which include owner-operators, consulting designers, academia, technology providers, government agencies. A wide breadth of potential users have come together to agree on a roadmap and a process so that we will soon have a library of use cases that this whole group of community, this community of stakeholders can utilize to test, validate, and prove that GIS and openBIM truly do interact. So we're at this place right now where we're establishing the information requirements aligned with use cases that have been developed over the last year or so. In 2024, buildingSMART and OGC published a paper. QR code's available there if you want to take a shot of that. And again, I'll try to share this story map with you as well that goes into the details of that roadmap that I just showed. Talks about the process of 2 individual, disparate international organizations working together to establish standards between themselves and across themselves. In buildingSMART, there's a handful of domains: infrastructure, railway, airport, maritime, and the digital twin working group have all been meeting on a fairly regular basis to create an inventory of the use cases that pertain to the domain that they represent in the area of openBIM and GIS. The OGC has several working groups as well that have been focusing on this topic of 3D information being represented, being streamable in an agreed upon format, and there's been great progress just in the last several months in that area. We're working with Scott Simmons, who's the Chief Standards Officer of OGC. My professional friend, Jag Malala from WSP, is co-leading this effort, and he's quite involved with OGC as well as buildingSMART now, and even ISO. If you comb through the many, many standards that ISO has published, a fair number of them relate to, no surprise, BIM and GIS interoperability and framework. So these 3 large entities are meeting, coming together, working on organizing the uses of GIS and BIM in a way that we all can agree are the highest priority, meta-level use cases that we will then develop use case management entries in the buildingSMART International UCM tool. We've started out with 3 different ways that GIS and BIM come together. You might put your GIS into a BIM environment for a single building that you want to design and develop. Perhaps larger scale development, entire city corridors, urban corridors, roadway design, where again, bringing the GIS as an underlay or a visualization environment in your BIM delivers value, and still in that GIS and BIM subsurface design and engineering. So these 9 uses that I'm scrolling through rather fast here have been presented a couple of times through webinars, through live events in, let's see, I think we started out in Valencia, we did it again in Singapore, and we'll be coming up on Berlin soon, where we're taking these high-level uses, high-level scenarios, using them as conversation starters, and interacting with an audience, in some cases as large as about 150 people, to get feedback, to get prioritization, to get more details on these uses that we know are important to an AEC community. We've presented these, we've used Menti and other tools to collect feedback from these audiences and gotten to a point where we've got quite a bit of data now. The event in Valencia went quite well. Here we were actually using custom printed Uno cards to get an audience to give us feedback. Red, blue, cyan, and green, the 4 colors of buildingSMART. We used those as Uno cards and had an audience give us feedback of those 9 use cases, what they thought was most important. And then we took that and analyzed their feedback and collected a great amount of information. Self-identified audience members told us what they thought a purpose of GIS and BIM coming together. What would be the inputs into these various workflows, and what would be the outputs that they would want from them. We did that for all 9 of those scenarios. In March, this last year, in Singapore, we came together having individually the infrastructure domain, airport domain, construction domain, railways, and the digital twin working group, each came up with an individual inventory of stories. As an airport operations manager, I want to integrate GIS airspace data with BIM runway and terminal models to ensure compliance with aviation safety regulations and optimize traffic flow. 1 out of 15 here. We brought together all of our collective individual perspectives on GIS and BIM from the domains we represented, boiled them all together, presented them in Singapore, got feedback again through Menti, and took advantage of one of the other co-leads of this effort, Eric Poirier from École de Technologie Supérieure in Montreal. I butchered that accent, I know. But he had his PhD students analyze the information that came from these 2 live sessions, bringing it together to understand what the top 5 use cases were, and eventually coming together with this abundance of content that is somewhat structured but not quite ready for the buildingSMART use case management tool. We're really excited about the UCM, the use case management system that buildingSMART International and I believe buildingSMART Switzerland have been the champions of. It's a great repository, potentially, of use cases that software vendors like Esri and Autodesk and LeapThought and all the others involved in developing functionality in software to bring GIS and BIM together can utilize as a Rosetta Stone, a common dictionary, if you will, a common method of understanding what these workflows are and develop their solutions compliant with this UCM. But unfortunately, most of the use cases that we've developed and written up so far are blank. We have 9 high-level stories here, 5 in detail that have come together through our last few sessions, but there's just a lot of critical information missing. So our next step in Berlin, coming up in, I think, exactly a month and a couple of days, we're going to hold a workshop amongst the attendees to create and document those top 5 use case management entries. We're going to bring together the experts who have a vested interest in these use cases being well-defined, well-documented, and agreed upon. We're going to use their collective wisdom in Berlin in a workshop format to create all of those details for those top 5 use cases. We also, at the Berlin Summit, will be highlighting the OGC and BSI collaboration, which has really been amplified over the last few months. And our intent is to get initial buy-in and support from the software vendors so that by the next summit, 6 months later in Porto, there'll be a call for pilots. We want software vendors to use the use case management entries that we've created to agree to develop scenarios, pilots, examples of bringing together these workflows in their software, between softwares in many examples, and actually by what would be 6 months, 7 months from now, actually have some pilot projects that we can show are BSI and OGC compliant as per the standards that we've developed. So with that, I have a call to action, which is within buildingSMART US. The domain's very much aligned with buildingSMART International purposely. The uses that we're going to be developing at a high level need to be vetted by the chapters around the globe. So as we get to a point where these use cases start to have a little more meat on the bones, we're going to reach out to you and ask for review and feedback and additional documentation to be added to them so that we can all move forward together. Thank you. And I had an update to the slides. Micah, I don't know if you're still here, but the two blue intersecting rings, I was going to try to throw those in there as well to take some of your thunder. And yes, yeah, when you draw it now and put a big green line around it to show how location ties together all this information, it looks like an avocado, so we refer to it as the avocado of truth. Horrible marketing.
Hi, Calvin. Nice to see you. Sorry I can't be there with you folks in person. However, we will do an update for you on what is happening with the Education Committee. Calvin, let me know when my slide is there.
Yes, we can see your slide and hear you loud and clearly.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to save my bandwidth by turning off the camera and let you focus on the slides. So we are the Education Committee. As you can see, we're a rather broad group. Hi, I'm Tony. That's me down there. The group represents academia, government, and private sector throughout the country. And we have a friend, Paul Woodard, who participates from the chapter up in Canada. He's also very active with buildingSMART International and always has good input for us. So you know that you can get to our website by going to www.buildingsmart.us. And here's a handy QR code that'll get you there. When you arrive at the first page, go to US Committees and slide down to Education and Certification Committee to see what we're up to. You'll find webinars that lead to YouTube videos, training that leads to certification, and outreach to industry and academia so that what we're educating people about has relevance to what they're doing in the real world. More about that in a minute. We also have various activities, and if you have a look at our webinars, you'll find that there is quite an active group doing webinars for us. Here's another handy QR code for you. At the very top of this page, you'll see what is upcoming. We have webinars planned through about spring of 2026, and they cover a wide variety of topics. I do want to draw your attention to openBIM in action, which is where you'll see real project teams confronting real problems and resolving them in ways that optimize their ability to do their jobs with openBIM. It's quite exciting. There's another program called Seeing is Believing, and that's where Min and Jeff help people find breakthroughs and new advances in technology. So it's very good to keep abreast. These things are always free. So click that register button, and it doesn't cost you anything. You can visit. For the webinars that you've missed, we have an on-demand section. And if you double click on any of the titles of these, it will bring up a screen. And that screen will help you to visualize the video using YouTube. And while you're on our YouTube channel, have a look at everything else. Janice, who's in the room with you right now, has done a fabulous job of capturing videos of all of our webinars. And as you can see kind of in the middle right there, Rail Day, Roads and Bridges Day, there are also presentations from events like the one we're having today. You'll notice that in the YouTube, we only provide the presentation segments themselves, not the question and answer or discussion. So there is value to being there in person. Well, live during the webinar anyway. We also have a resources page, and from that page, you'll find access to things that we publish, all of our existing newsletters, things from buildingSMART International, and if you look a little farther down the list, you'll see we link to pages outside of our own, BIM Forum, HEAP, NIBS, and other articles and books. So it's really a valuable resource if you're looking for things. And yes, there is also certification training. There's another QR code for you. We do have the buildingSMART international training programs. For example, Foundation, which is very, very useful to help people understand what's happening with openBIM, what's happening with ISO 19650. It helps prepare people to use open standards and openBIM in the workplace. It gets a certificate from buildingSMART International, which unlocks the door to all sorts of more advanced courses that are offered nationally and internationally. Here in the US chapter, we also recognize that practice in the United States can have differences when compared with practices elsewhere in the world. So we do have some courses that are specifically geared toward what a US practitioner would need to know. This example here, leveraging openBIM for project management, is full of tips and techniques that people practicing in the US would want to know in order to optimize the value they get from openBIM on their projects. And in fact, it's really, really valuable for people who are using openBIM for the first or second time on their projects, especially. We also know that we're confronted with a wide variety of applications that are openBIM compliant. The differences between them are sometimes difficult to understand, especially to understand how they would apply to our own projects. So what this course helps people do is establish criteria to select the right tool for the right job. And we also have a little bit of hands-on for selected pieces of software. So education at buildingsmart.us. Please contact us. Let us know what you'd like to see in terms of education and webinars. Let us know if you have something to contribute, if you have a pet project you want to work on around education. If you'd love to join our organization, our chapter's committee for education, we would love to have you. The more voices, the better. So with that, Calvin, I think I'll turn it back over to you in the room. And if anybody has questions, let me know.
All right, thanks, Calvin. And I really appreciate the invitation to attend today and talk about some of the activities that we've been focused on related to ISO 19650 and how they tie into the openBIM workflow and framework. So I just want to start. My name is John Messner. I'm a faculty member at Penn State University, and I have the privilege to oversee the Computer Integrated Construction Research Program. If you notice at the bottom, started in 1989. I was not the director then. My former advisor was. But I just put that there because a lot of these topics we've been talking about for a long time. And I'm really glad today to be talking about what is one of our real core premises that I hope all of you in the room can agree to, which is when we look at our overarching goal, one of our goals is that the ability to manage structured information is critical to our project and organizational success. And I think one way that we're doing that, and a key topic of Building Smart USA and Building Smart International, as well as many other standards organizations, is to look at how we can standardize in order to organize and structure that information. And when we think about standardization, this is a sarcastic quote here. One of my favorite sarcastic quotes is that the nice thing about standards is that you have so many to choose from. And I think this can be a real challenge. And I know Clive showed Marzia's image of LOD and how it splintered and how it became many different standards and requirements from different people in different places. And that can cause a real challenge when we don't bring those standards back together. And so we have many standards organizations internationally and nationally. This is not all of those by any means that are focused on the development of BIM standards and BIM requirements. And so one of the opportunities that I had over the last number of years was to be the chair of the U.S. National BIM Standard Initiative for version 4 of the National BIM Standard. And the one thing that we did early on in that initiative was really to try to map out who's doing what, where, and how can we integrate these different standards initiatives so that the efforts of the U.S. National BIM Standard are not duplicating or worse yet splintering from other standards activities, but instead leveraging those activities and putting in place a common framework that can help support our efforts. And so in order to do this, and you saw the conclusion of this on Jay's slides when he showed this framework, but there's really two broad areas of BIM standards that a lot of these organizations are focused on. One is on the standardization of the process. How do we go about delivering a project leveraging BIM? The other one is in information exchange standards. How do we put together standards that help define what information we need, at what level of detail, what are those objects and attributes that need to be contained within those models. And it's important for us to recognize that standards live on different levels. And so we have international standards. I put two organizations here with Building Smart International and ISO national standards, with NIBS being a key player in that, BIM Forum, ASHRAE, as well as the US chapter, or all the chapters in Building Smart International. And then we have a lot of program or other project requirements. These may be worded as requirements, they may be worded as standards, but these are maybe the organizations, departments of transportation that have their own requirements or standards, or other government agencies or other private organizations that put together those standards. So we can take these set of 2 swim lanes and 3 columns here, and we can start to map what are the different efforts that are going on in these areas. And when we look at international standards, the one I'm going to focus on is ISO 19650 at the top, but there are also many information exchange standards, IFC, IDM, and so forth that fill out that column. In the national standards side, we have the NIBS US National BIM Standard, which I'll also discuss, as well as other information exchange national standards. And then on the program side, we have a lot of people putting together specific program level requirements for their organizations, or you can even envision things like the AIA contracts and consensus docs that look in these areas. And so I want to focus first on ISO 19650. I don't have a Mentimeter, so I'm going to do the old-fashioned version. How many people have heard of ISO 19650? That's great. How many people have read ISO 19650? Well, that's about maybe half of them. How many of you that have read it feel that you have adopted ISO 19650? A lot more hands went down there. So for all of you who have read ISO 19650, I apologize for the slides coming up, but I just want to give a little bit of a background in ISO 19650 just so to level set this conversation. ISO 19650, actually, if we look in the BIM standards, we have in ISO a committee, TC 59, subcommittee 13, that oversees the BIM standards at the ISO level. They oversee standards like ISO 19650, the IFC standard, the IDM standards, and so forth. This is from yesterday, the published ISO TC 59 SC 13 standards that exist. When we look at ISO 19650, it is actually in 6 parts. These are from the level 1 or part 1, not level 1, part 1, the concepts, delivery process, operational process, information exchanges, security, and health and safety. When people talk about ISO 19650, I would bet to say a vast majority of people are talking about 1 and 2. And then there are other people that are focused on some of the other areas of ISO 19650, but really looking at the process. Just a couple of key things. In ISO 19650, it discusses the concepts of a common data environment. Many people are familiar with that, I'm sure, as well as the identification of the information exchange requirements and models that are contained within that. It also outlines this process, a process that has 8 main steps in that process of how to effectively manage information throughout the delivery of a project. This is in part 2. Part 3 extends that a little bit to look at the owner and asset management area. I redrew this, but these are those 8 processes that we have, from assessing a need. By the way, there are 41 sub-processes out of these processes, if you want to start counting them. So we have to assess the need and defining our requirements, looking at how we can put that together for an invitation to tender. Terminology tells you where it comes from. To a tender response and what should be incorporated in that from an information management perspective, appointing, contracting for those services, mobilizing to enable the information management process, producing the information, delivering that information, and then ultimately closing out that project, and then it would continue through the process that's defined in part 3 of the 19650 process. By the way, a key thing, I don't know if everybody's aware of this, but ISO 19650 is going through revision right now. It is in committee. There are drafts of the next version of ISO 19650 that will change the way some of this is structured, provided it is approved. One of the challenges and interesting things that I think of is at one time when we were creating NBIMS version 4, someone came up to me and said, "We have ISO 19650 now. Why would you create a national standard? We have an international standard." And I think one thing that a lot of people mistake in industry is we should be able to just go out and say, I want a contract to provide BIM per ISO 19650, correct? And this is one key thing, that ISO 19650 is not made to be a standard that we can contract against. A lot of things that are in it, common data environment, BIM execution plans, all of these things don't have a level of detail in them that would enable you to really leverage it in some of your core requirements that you want to do. And so we looked at, within the development of NBIMS version 4, how can we address some of these challenges? And this is where NBIMS landed in our chart, not by chance. It's right in the middle as we were developing NBIMS, but really NBIMS is looking at how we can put together national requirements and standards that allow people to provide a little more definition. Before we started NBIMS version 4, there was NBIMS version 3. And one of the challenges with NBIMS version 3 is that it didn't get down to a level where you could say, I want you to deliver a product that complies with NBIMS version 3 and have it to a level of specificity that it could be incorporated in those requirements. So we developed NBIMS version 4. This is housed under the NIBS organization that Jay was talking about earlier. NBIMS version 4 was released a little over a year ago now. It is out there. And NBIMS version 4 has 6 core components to it right now. I'm not going to do a deep dive into each of those, but essentially it has an overview section, BIM requirements, which is a new section. It has a BIM execution planning section, BIM use definitions, a modification of the BIM uses that were in version 3, has COBE version 3, and then still under development, some guidelines on information exchanges. NBIMS version 4 in each of these modules has 4 different content areas. It has standards that can be, I think this is a really core thing, the criteria, specifications, and processes that can be referenced in project requirements and verified for compliance. I think that's a really key part of this. We have guidelines and templates, a lot of other things to help in that adoption, but I think the key here is we got a lot more specific in some of the areas. And this is just a breakdown of those different types in those different sections. And I want to do just take one of my favorite topics, which is BIM execution planning. If anyone knows me, you know, I've been involved in the BIM execution planning world for quite some time. We originally developed the BIM execution planning guide out of our group at Penn State. This is now the updated version is in NBIMS version 4. It's outlined this 5-step process for planning the implementation of BIM on a project. Just highlighting 2 of these. There are some new process templates and things like that. And Clive, I put this slide in just for you, even though I didn't know it before your presentation, of the some new templates that we put together in Excel format. But I know Clive was actually on this BIM execution planning task group because we also developed this to a level of definition where we have each item in a BIM execution plan identified, whether it is required or optional at different stages of a project, including down to a field type, so that you can create databases and other information systems to be able to process these execution plans in new ways. By the way, we also mapped everything we did in NBIMS to the ISO 19650 process so that we were sure we were not reproducing and causing more confusion in standards, but instead providing added detail that's necessary for adoption and definition of requirements. These are just some examples from the website that houses NBIMS of, you know, just the standard. It's an example of the tables and the level of definition. This is for the BIM execution plan, and a series of resources that are available for the adoption of that. By the way, we also, in the process of this, embedded in the new BIM execution planning procedure was a series of new BIM use definitions. These are not comprehensive. I like the comment, Marc, about the use case management tool and just the ability to get these use cases well defined so that they can be easily referenced. So I just want to end with a couple reflections. One is that I think process standards, a lot of conversation today, we talk about workflow, but a lot of conversation today is about focused on the information exchange standards, but process standards are equally important, and that's what will enable us to adopt those information exchange standards. ISO 19650 is a very good common high-level framework, but we need more detail to be able to implement that consistently across our projects and within our organizations. And organizations can substantially benefit from adopting these national and these international standards instead of reproducing additional requirements and standards. we do need people to get involved in these initiatives. So we have an ISO technical advisory group that is a representation at ISO. And we would really like more volunteers to help support that so that the U.S. has more representation in the ISO standards that we can then continue to use as national standards. So thank you.
Thanks, John. And a great segue to some of the work we're doing with developing national standards on the transportation side. And I know I'm the one standing between everyone and lunch, so we're going to try to move this along. And let me put on my glasses, too. So in transportation, you know, why do we need these open data standards? And this is a graphic that one of the DOTs that we work with, but DOTs are, you know, they're asset owners. They're looking at leveraging this information across the entire life cycle. And they do some great things within what I call silos, within design, within construction, within asset management. But between those silos is really where we have the issues. So that's really what we're trying to do here, is use these data standards to enable these life cycle digital workflows throughout the whole project, from planning through design, construction, digital as-built, and O&M. So this is, you've probably heard the term model as legal deliverable. You know, that's something that we're doing, starting to do in transportation. A number of states have done this. Many have that in their strategic plans. And that is really helping us with digital project delivery. It's helping us move ahead, but it's still not solving the full problem. And the issue with that is we still don't have these national data standards. So even though we have these digital deliverables that are contractual, between states A, B, C, these are still different. You know, a lot of times they're in proprietary formats, they're in different formats, even sometimes project to project within a state, they're in different formats. This makes it very challenging for the contractors, because, you know, they have all these different data formats that they're trying to use for bidding and for digital construction. So one of the things we're really trying to get to is developing these national open data standards where it's all about the data. You know, it's all about the structure of the data. The data is provided in a consistent way. The data can be validated. So that's really where we're trying to get in transportation, is developing these standards that, regardless of the designer, regardless of the state, the information is formatted in a very similar way. You know, so I know our initial focus is design and construction, but we're already starting to move on to fabrication and other exchanges as well. But the whole idea here is to have the information formatted in a very consistent and structured way, you know, that's identified by the DOT asset owners. And this is a graphic you've seen in a number of presentations, and I just wanted to focus, you know, where are we focusing in transportation? And I can tell you, with both pooled fund efforts, the BIM for bridges and structures as well as BIM for infrastructure, we're really focused on these core deliverables right now. At the need stage, it's all about the IDM, the Information Delivery Manual. That really identifies our very specific needs that we have for the information transportation. In the require, developing these national buildingSMART data dictionary libraries, as well as the IDSs to check the data. And then, of course, the produce with IFC. So these are areas that we're very focused on, like I said, with both of the national pooled funds. And these are the way we're trying to get to with these open data standard exchanges. You know, the engineer would have the ability to pick the software of their choice. Again, it's all about the data. It's not about the technology that was used to create the data. You know, in transportation, with most DOTs, Bentley or Autodesk are the two main players, but I do think you're going to see more tools being used. As noted in the pilot earlier today, you know, openBIM was used on one of those pilots, you know, to generate this data. The engineer is going to use the deliverables that we're creating in the pooled funds to help develop the information. You know, that can be the Information Delivery Manual. This is actually an AASHTO publication. This was adopted by all 50 of the states, adopted by the Committee on Bridges and Structures. And that really provides, by providing these standards, the engineers can generate this information in the required way, and IDS and the validation service can really help validate and check that data. The owner's going to have everything they need to do the project model information in openBIM. And I'm really excited about the work in Pennsylvania. We had our first IFC model as legal deliverable, where that IFC files contained everything needed to build that bridge. It contained the geometry, the hierarchy of the bridge, the semantics, the properties, really going to more of a planless delivery that's more information-based. So these deliverables are going to provide the owner information where they can advertise this project with an IFC deliverable. And this also provides flexibility for the contractors. This is one, Grant's probably going to talk about this afternoon, but we worked with Iowa DOT, and we met with Iowa AGC, with the contractors, and said, hey, we're doing this pilot project. What technology do you want to use for digital construction? That's a different discussion with the contractors than saying, we're going to provide you the information in X, and you've got to bend to our technology. So by providing these deliverables, I do think it gives us a lot more flexibility to use different tools. These are the tools that we investigated with the Iowa project, but I do think you're going to see more and more tools out there to use this information as well for different stakeholders. And of course, eventually we will get to digital as-built as well, getting that digital deliverable post-construction as well in an openBIM format. So we've talked about these a little bit, but I've been really excited about the progress in the last couple of years. We've put a tremendous amount of effort in developing these national data standards for bridges, and now we have 3 projects where we've actually applied those standards, in 2 different states. And I can tell you we've learned a tremendous amount about the standards and how to improve those. We have many more pilots that are coming. But I just think the standards are important, but you've got to have pilots as well to apply those standards and refine them. I wanted to provide a quick overview too of these national pooled fund efforts. Both the BIM for Bridges and Structures and BIM for Infrastructure involve 20+ state DOTs. So they all pitched in money with FHWA to develop these standards. And I'm really pleased with the alignment between the pooled fund efforts. 2 different teams are working on these. Michael Baker and WSP are leading the BIM for Infrastructure. HDR is leading the BIM for Bridges and Structures. But there's very good alignment with these efforts. We're all focused on developing IDMs, IDSs, data dictionaries for very specific exchanges. And that's what you need to push a national data standard. You need to have that consistency. You need, and this all follows the openBIM process that developed by buildingSMART. We've also got great industry support. This has happened in the last, I would say, 2 or 3 years, but the major industry groups, ACEC, AGC, and ARPTA, have all publicly come out and said, we support open data standards. We see the value to that. They need the repeatability, the reliability, the consistency of these deliverables. So it's great to have that support as well. And of course, we're working with the technology providers. Now this is on the bridge side, but these are 24 different technology providers that we're working with in developing these open standards. We need to make sure the standards can be incorporated into the software. So we've been very proactive working on the order of 5 or 6 years already with the technology providers to make sure this stuff is implementable. There's also a strong connection with buildingSMART and the state DOTs in AASHTO. And that's part of the group that I work with, the Roads and Bridges Industry Committee, is we're helping tie this together, across the pooled funds, across the different AASHTO committees that are involved as well. There's two key committees here that the Joint Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards. This is the committee that set IFC as the data standard for the states. They developed that information. And then the JSTAN, the Joint Committee on Data Standards, they're trying to govern the standards across the U.S. with the DOTs. So just a lot of activity there. So some considerations with developing national standards. you know, when I think back on transportation and where we've been the last 6 or 7 years, these are some key considerations. One is dedicated funding. You've got to have funding to develop these standards. It takes a lot of effort and time to develop and get consensus on the standards needed. Pilot projects, like I mentioned, are absolutely critical. You know, you have to test drive these standards. You have to, I think now we're starting to get some go-to IFC files, some go-by files, so people understand this is the type of information that we need. I can tell you there's been a lot of discussion with the JSTAN committee on how does AASHTO oversee these standards? You know, how do they govern these standards? You know, it's very important to have AASHTO endorsement of these standards so they're used throughout the U.S. You know, that's being sorted out right now. There's actually a lot of discussion on that last week when we met with the Joint Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards, and will be more discussion later this year. But they're really trying to work through that process because with AASHTO, it's tough. You know, AASHTO's done a lot of printed, paper-focused, like design standards. These are machine interoperable standards. These need to be more flexible, more nimble. So those are the changes we're starting to talk about is how do we get there. And I did want to put in a plug. I saw another plug earlier in the presentations, but Jim Hauber with Iowa DOT asked me to mention this, but there is another transportation pooled fund that there's an open solicitation for, and this pooled fund is focused on IFC validation and software certification. This is another critical area to move ahead with these national open data standards. I know Jim mentioned 10 states are already committed on this. He's got interest from a number of other states, but this is one. I included the web link on that, but I'd definitely take a look at this. But these pooled fund efforts, like I said, are just absolutely critical to moving ahead. This one's planned to start next year and would run to 2028, and really looking at developing better tools to certify software and to validate our deliverables. And that's what I have. So. All right. Well, we're going to start off this afternoon with a number of updates from the different committees in buildingSMART USA. So I'm here representing the buildingSMART USA Roads and Bridges. Okay. The buildingSMART Roads and Bridges Committee. And just wanted to give you a quick update of our committee, what we're about. And there's a lot of focus in transportation on this life cycle digital delivery approach. And you know, this is actually a graphic from the BIM for Bridges and Structures pooled fund, but we really see the need for those digital life cycle data flows all the way through design, construction and fabrication, into asset management. And you know, we firmly believe you've got to have openBIM to really make this happen. So these are the different committees that are on buildingSMART USA. And you're going to hear from, you heard from Tony this morning with education, but you're going to hear from the airport, the building, the rail, and technical after this presentation. With the Roads and Bridges Industry Committee, I am the co-chair on that. The other co-chair is Trisha Stefanski. I don't know if Trisha's online, Janice. I know she was on and offline today, but Trisha is from Minnesota DOT. I work a lot with her. She actually chairs the AASHTO JSTAN committee, the Joint Committee on Data Standardization. And like I said, just great to work with her. She's a great co-chair for this committee. And when we designed this committee, we felt it was really important to have a state DOT representative as a co-chair on this. So we talked a little bit about this earlier, but this graphic kind of shows the relationship with buildingSMART and AASHTO. And AASHTO, one of the changes they made is AASHTO is a principal member of buildingSMART International. They actually have a gentleman by the name of Will Holmes that represents AASHTO on the governance side, so has some voting rights with buildingSMART. So AASHTO's been very involved with buildingSMART. I know Federal Highway Administration has also joined buildingSMART. And as I mentioned before, we're working very closely with the pooled funds and the different AASHTO committees. And we really see in transportation, you know, we're at this digital transformation. You know, I can tell you, I've been doing this 38 years, and I cannot believe the change, you know, in the last like 4 or 5 years, you know, and we're definitely seeing more digital project delivery. We're seeing that model as a legal deliverable, more and more projects. You know, this used to be just a couple of states doing this. This is really, now we're into the second tier of states. A number of states have this in their strategic plans. So this is really growing in the US, going to this model as legal deliverable, looking a lot more digital as-built, as well as the open data standards. And you can see all the reasons we're doing this on here. It's all about the interoperability. It's about the reliability and accessibility about the data. I think part of it's about workforce development as well. So a lot of different pieces and parts to this, but we're definitely in the middle of a transformation in transportation. And this is some of the industry momentum. We talked a little bit about this morning, but we're just seeing great consensus with really all these groups on open standards. We had a digital delivery leadership meeting in transportation at the TRB, the Transportation Resource Board meeting in January, and all these groups were represented at that meeting. And like I said, everyone's in agreement of open data standards. Everyone wants to see this happen. So it's just great to see how this is all tied together. And I do feel like we're getting better synergy. We're working in unison to develop these standards and supporting these standards. And this is something Trisha and I have talked about, is we do plan to start quarterly meetings with the Roads and Bridges Industry Group. You know, between Trisha and I, we're involved in a lot of the meetings that are happening nationally on digital delivery, and think it's really important to work with the committee, you know, share what we're hearing, get input from that committee. So we have developed a draft agenda for that, and, you know, I'm working with Trisha to get these scheduled, but we'd sure like to have you join us, you know, on the Roads and Bridges Industry Committee as we move ahead. And I'm really excited to talk about an upcoming event that we've got. And this has been years in the making, but for the last several years, we've had something called BIM Week in transportation. And it's the two national pooled fund efforts get together, have their business meetings, collaborate. And they've been great meetings, but they've been closed. You know, if you're not in the pooled funds, you've had no opportunity to participate in those. So for the last couple of years now, I've really suggested, can we have part of this meeting be open? So I asked them for 1 day on the agenda. I got 2 days on the agenda, but we're actually going to have a 2-day meeting November 5th and 6th in San Diego. This will be open to anyone that's interested. This will be a hybrid meeting, so you can go online or in person. You can see the agenda that we put together there, but I think this is a great opportunity. If you're curious what's going on with openBIM and transportation, we're going to have about 100 state DOT folks there from the bridge and roadway side, and I do think we'll have a lot of the technology providers, engineering consultants, and others at this meeting. So this is one I definitely put on your calendar. We're probably within a week or two of opening up registration on this. So, but like I said, I'm just really excited we're getting this going. This will have a number of topics. We are going to go through some international updates. Calvin is offered to help connect us with several countries that are doing openBIM and getting their input on this. We're going to have a number of national updates from folks like ACEC and AGC. You know, where are they at with openBIM? What are their needs as stakeholders? We're going to also have more openBIM in action. You know, and this is one, we're going to send a call for presentations out, but if you're doing this in transportation, I would really like to hear from you, because we want to talk about what people are doing, what use cases, how it's going with openBIM. So we're definitely interested there. And then we do have planned on also some panel discussions as well with the contractors and the engineering companies. So I'd really encourage you to consider this. So that's what I've got. Oh, and Trish, anything to add from your end?
I just want to say thank you. What a great event. Sorry I couldn't be there with you this time, but I'll be back. Come to San Diego.
Right.
Thank you, Will.
Yep, thanks, Trisha.
All right, thank you, Will, and thank you, Trish. Looking forward to San Diego, November 5th, November 6th. So next we have Cindy Baldwin joining us. Hello, Cindy.
Hi, how are you? I'm hoping you can see my screen.
We can see your screen, we can hear you, and we can see you. So the floor is
Okay,
yours.
that's perfect. So I'm ready to go. Buckle up. I talk fast. I'm gonna on purpose try to go slow, but I only have 10 minutes, so that means by automatically I'm gonna go quicker than I normally do. So with that being said, I'm really proud to be a member of Building Smart on the executive committee. My name is Cindy Baldwin. I'm the president of VDCO Tech, and more importantly to you, I chair the airport work group. We are different than everybody else because I am a muddy boot BIMmer. I am not smart like all these other people that you've seen present here today that are writing and developing these standards. I am in the trench trying to implement them. And in my 25 years, I've never been contracted yet to do, an IDS, work with a BSDD and all these different acronyms and everything else. But I know the people that are. And when I was tasked with chairing the airport committee, I went to find industry experts and we broke it down into different work groups that people could all work together based on problems that my clients, Broward County, the Port of Seattle, Boston Logan, Regeneron Pharmaceutical at the time, were having. And it evolved around data sharing, BIM to GIS, IFC exports, digital twins as we move forward in this, now artificial intelligence, and then making sure that the owners ultimately had a voice. The people that lead my work groups, I think, are industry experts and leaders. Scott Yates with Woolpert, Posh Supabrami, David with Esri, Rick Bauer with WSP, Chris Harmon, Jerry with WSP, and Jerry Schwinghammer with Digital Twins, I think, are two of the top guys in our entire industry. And then you continue to move forward with people that I just have such great respect for. Mani Gopavar with Reconstruct, University of Illinois, George Franco with Alberici Construction. George was one of the first people that I know of in our industry that actually cloned his workforce for a contractor here in Broward County, and just doing amazing things today, practical real world implementation of BIM and VDC, and then the value that openBIM has to that. What our airport committee does is we work with industry stakeholders. We know that we're not here by ourselves. The airport councils, ACC, Digital Twin Consortium, and we try to bridge the gap between our organizations and the processes and standards that we're ultimately creating. One of the first that we found out back in 2009, the Airport Council International developed a standard information exchange for airports. That was new to me. It was new to a lot of us, actually, that had worked in the airport industry. So we've taken it upon our work groups and our committees to kind of see where IFC and the BCF can align with a data standard that over 100 member airports and airlines are currently using. So it's just one of the things that we're doing. But I wanted to focus, since you guys were with Esri, on some of the BIM to GIS initiatives that we're doing. And really, it's to establish an IFC GIS workflow as it relates to what we're doing today with our scan to BIM to GIS workflows, and then where IFC plays a role in that, I think is really important as it relates to not only horizontal BIM, but vertical BIM as well. So we work with Building Smart USA, all of our different work group committees work together, we meet monthly, and then we report back to Building Smart International to try to align our efforts. And then our owner think tank. Owners are welcome. We want their feedback. We want their problems. We want to know what their concerns are so that ultimately we can put things in practice today as Building Smart USA strategically plans for the future of how we move towards open standards. And that's really worked very well. A lot of thanks to Dallas Fort Worth, Mr. Robert Brown, more importantly, Liliana Martinez with the Port of Seattle. These have been true thought leaders in our industry, and they continue to participate in our work group and give us feedback on what we're working on and what has value to them. And that's really the seeing is believing, right? So that's what we're trying to do within our work group. What we're known for, though, is we throw a good party. For the past 3 or 4 years, we have had the BIM Smart Summit. We do this in Broward County. Broward County, Calvin had a slide up earlier that said all of the IFC open BIM mandates. Well, Broward County has had an open BIM mandate with IFC as a requirement since early 2000s. So it's been a long time that we've been working with them. So we bring in industry. We want to consensus base their standards and their requirements. And it's just kind of grown from there. We did do a BIM cruise this year. So we have usually about 150 people that attend in person at our one-day event. And then this year we tagged a cruise on that went out of the port of Fort Lauderdale. About 25 people came. We had two of the top contractors, Styles Construction and Coastal Construction here in South Florida, that brought their entire BIM teams. I brought my entire BIM team, and we did have an owner on board as well. And we just sat and strategized of what we could be doing better. And we did that through our Miro board. Our Miro board was something we started a year ago, where we did a one-day Follow the Sun event. It was 24 hours. We had over 50 people sign in. It was 10 different countries. I monitored the board for 24 hours straight with the committee. And we had over 123 different people edit the boards or make different edits in it. We had a lot of repeat visitors, and people continued to go to the board even though we only did it for one day. And they continued to contribute and add information. We had over 43 different resources. It was free. It was open to the public. You did not have to be a member of anybody. And we partnered with everyone that we possibly could. And people just started to put information. Plannerly, you'll see, is here. We have the ISO 19650 process maps, putting information they thought had value to industry at large. There was an openBIM area where people started, they had questions. Hey, how does it work? We can export an IFC from our, Revit files, but we're not really modeling in IFC. We're not working in open standards. We don't know what open standards are. And thanks to our international partners with buildingSMART International, they started to show us the way of saying, hey, here's how we're doing it. Here's the tools we're using. And these are things that you should start to consider. So it's been very beneficial to us as a committee, but more importantly, it's open and free to industry at large. At this year's conference, we talked about killing kittens because back in the BIM forum day, that was the big thing. You can't say BIM model, right? You killed a kitten. And we kind of upped the game and said we were going to start to drown some ducks. And we identified what was drowning us as practitioners, muddy boost practitioners, or little ducks in the industry. What's really drowning us isn't open BIM workflow. It's some of the basic stuff that we've all been doing for over 20 years. We still get projects with no BIM execution plan. File naming, LOD, we don't know what it is, or we're not delivering it correctly, clash detection avoidance, templates, everything being siloed still, training deficiency, and that information handover that we say that we're doing, but we are really not doing or faking on a lot of our projects. I serve as an owner compliance agent for a couple of large owners, and there's so many people that say they do it and then don't, and it's drowning, and we're drowning, and really our industries, well, that's what we are. And we thought about this the whole day as part of our conference. And what we really wanted to do was eliminate rework. We don't have enough staff. We don't have enough people out in the industry. Artificial intelligence was something we all embraced. Even if our companies said no and they had us on lockdown, we were saying we have to because we have to be able to work faster. This is what's going to keep our little ducks afloat, our industry afloat. The talk about smart buildings and digital twins. Well, we didn't want ugly ducks, right? You have bad data going in, you have bad data going out. It's a train wreck, to be quite honest. And our industry has been a train wreck for a long time. And we wanted full circle kind of accountability. And, if there's some ducks or processes that need to be maybe drowned, then that's okay. We want to move forward to do things better for our clients, for the industry at large. And buildingSMART USA is where, a large part of the industry has come together in our BIMSmart summits and in our work groups. And it's just been great for all of us. So what are we doing now? Well, we still think that the industry screwed up a little bit. We're drowning in acronyms. buildingSMART's just as guilty. IFC, IDS, BSDD, MVD, IDM, BCF, there's probably more of them. And we get confused. Industry gets confused. And we definitely have broken workflows. But we want to save the ducks. And I think that buildingSMART is a place where we can do all of that. In our committee, I have found like-minded individuals who like to volunteer and solve problems and align our efforts, because enough of the hype, enough of talking about it for so long. We need to collaborate, and we need to have clarity in what we're ultimately trying to do. So, when we talk to industry as our committee, we look at our owners and our operators, our clients, first and foremost, that serve with us or that we currently are contracted with. And we say, look, they want to implement asset lifecycle management, total cost of ownership. That's what they're ultimately looking to do. And they want an accurate virtual model. So as designers and builders and practitioners, not just technicians, not just digital experts, not just, software people and people that are creating these open standards, but the people that are actually implementing them and are tasked with delivering them, what does it mean to us? Where's our value? And really, our value can be as simple as it's going to grow our revenue streams. We're going to be able to provide better services. We're going to be able to stay competitive, and we're ultimately going to be able to deliver better virtual models. We don't look at it as competition within our group. We really look at it as collaboration, and we know we're drowning. And to us, the buildingSMART Airport Work Group has been a lifeline, and buildingSMART USA is an organization that we're really proud to support, to raise funds for, to spread the word out there that, let the people above us, those experts, continue to develop and to continue to have the pooled funds in all of these great projects. But for the little people out there like me and my employees and my teams and my projects, we don't have roles. We're just trying to accomplish something, and we're proud to support this organization. So we welcome you. We hope you want to join us. We're a little crazy. We're a little bit, with a round peg maybe in the square hole, but we definitely get things done. And we're proud to be part of buildingSMART USA. So that's all I had.
Well, thank you, Cindy, and we look forward to joining your next event in Florida and also the BIM cruise. I think hope that many of us could consider. All right, thank you, Cindy. Next, we have Luke giving us an update on the building side. So, Luke.
Cool. All right. Hi again. We're going to do an update on the building side, obviously, of what's going on within BIM Forum a little bit, and then give a little example of what we're doing, like I promised, what AISC is doing with IFC in the vertical in the vertical realm here. So a couple things I'd be remiss, obviously, if I didn't mention BIM Forum is kind of the building committee and the mission that BIM Forum has had and continues to do over the course of its kind of evolution, trials, tribulations, whatever it may be. BIM Forum has a few different reaches here. The one you're probably, and we're all most familiar with that I mentioned earlier in the morning is LOD and maintaining the LOD standard, level development standard within the US. And it's a yearly publication, updated yearly that is. But beyond that, and that's important. Beyond that, in its functions, there's a couple of other things we're looking at here. Training, obviously, for things related to openBIM. That's not just LOD. That's, as Cindy just mentioned, BIM execution planning is badly missing. We offer education on that. There's education offered on both LOD, LOIN. There is education offered, like I said, on reality capture. So there's a big focus on not just the LOD standard in BIM Forum. Its major focus so far, other focus has continued to be education, which they provide a lot of. AISC is looking at the possibility of doing some partnerships to help promote that next year and to help kind of promote some of LOD learning along with what we're working on. There is also the possibility of adding, since we're all so interested in standards, there's a possibility, do we want to make LOD an ASTM or an ISO standard? We deal with a lot of ANSI standards at AISC, and I can say it's quite an undertaking. So that's something to be talked about in a little bit more detail, to be honest. And then one of the main focuses that we're going to have BIM Forum's ability to, and the building committee's ability to kind of expand a little bit in the next year. Now, that involves bringing on sponsors, and that involves developing a value statement that kind of explains where the key differences are and where the key value kind of overlaps are, interactions are between BIM Forum, buildingSMART US. We at AISC I intend to help them with that a bit. We are members of both. We have our feet in both camps here. So that's a critical aspect to us, is that we see success in both of these. One of the reasons that we are members of both is we have value both in developing openBIM standards and IFC, and we've needed a US chapter of buildingSMART to succeed. Additionally, everything I talked about this morning, it's critically important that we have a well-defined, well-understood level of development and a well-understood community that understands it with a degree of precision. So being able to support BIM form and accomplishing that mission is critical to, to accomplishing AISC's mission. So that's kind of the first part of it. What I want to get into a little bit is what we are doing, what AISC specifically is doing in the vertical industry, and what we're doing with standards, and how this relates to what we did this morning, what we talked about this morning. openBIM workflows, LOD is great, but it doesn't work very well if you just have proprietary exchanges that start with, let's say, an engineer and then suddenly stop when it comes time to use the most valuable part of what a model could be. So this stems back a few years. I'm already terrified of the timing of this, my God. This goes back a few years to the kind of the labor crunch that we are still experiencing and have been experiencing in the steel industry. It's no different than anyone else. This means that we need to automate steel fabrication a bit more. And we know that there's kind of a robotic revolution occurring now. Steel fabrication doesn't quite look probably like, has anyone ever been to a fab shop, a steel fab shop? Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit different even than my time, which is decades now at AISC. You kind of picture the old saw that Grandpa probably was using in this thing since the 1950s. It's a way more advanced manufacturing capability now. So we need standards that support that. Mainly we need standards that will take this data directly from a model and ideally at least give a pathway to some of this machinery so that we can fabricate directly from a model. What you see right now, in most cases, unfortunately, is a mix and mash of different standards for fabrication. We'll use CNC files, we'll use KISS files, we use CIS2 files, sometimes we'll use IFC files, we'll use proprietary files, and all these take management, resources that we don't have. So the more we can make, the easier we can make this, and the more we can make kind of a pull-based instead of a push-based from these standards, and have maybe an IFC repository that would work really well for steel fabrication, the better off our industry would be. So where does this leave us? Years ago, we developed an IFC schema for steel fabrication that would allow for what I just talked about, based on 2x3, and it had not gone through kind of the international rigor that you would normally look for, so it kind of stood out there as a bit of a cowboy standard, truthfully. We went through IDM, we went through MVD development, but kind of didn't go the last mile. That left us handicapped a little bit, truthfully. We had machinery manufacturers that were not interested in implementing this standard. They were interested in proprietary standards. It was a lot of back and forth and a lot of arguing, and we kind of realized two things. One, you can lead a horse to water. We can only go so far. We don't have all that leverage that we'd like. And the other is, no matter what, we still have to maintain the standard. It has to be there for either new manufacturers or people that see the light, which they indeed have. But what that left us was, again, a standard that was kind of partially done, 80%. We had some weird wonky workarounds in it. Instead of extrusion-based, we had mostly extrusion-based representations, except in some weird instances. We'd say you could use boundary reps because that works really well, or could work as good as possible with some machinery. Other guys hated it. So we had a standard that was probably 80% of the way there, and we needed to kind of close the last bit. And to do that, we've really done a yeoman's work trying to engage with the international group a bit. We put together or have worked really closely with some of the other chapters, particularly Deutschland, on advancing to the next IFC reference view here. So yes, we know there's going to be 4.3, but we are working on updating this just to get to 4.0. It gives us some really good advantages here. Initially, we set out just to update the MVD, and then IDS hit the world, and we recognized that we needed an information delivery specification to go with this as well, which meant that we were going to have to add some BSDD property sets. There was a lot of work to do. We've really done, Cindy was talking about the Miro board they used. When you're working disparately, it's really worked well. We have groups from all over the world, and groups that have different timings that have been able to kind of work together and assert what we wanted to do and what we wanted to accomplish here. And we've done a much better job this time of trying to follow the BSI process, which is intense. I mean, it was, as someone that was vaguely familiar with it, it still was kind of new to me and shocking to see how many different levels and gates you had to go through to make sure that this standard had teeth. So we've been doing that, and that's definitely part of the plan to continue. What I would say is we are essentially covering the last mile here. So, you know, I mentioned we were using boundary reps in some cases. We had some weird workarounds, particularly with like tapered sections and things that weren't just strict wide flange shapes. So we've really been able to take advantage of certain things that are available in newer reference view, like voiding features. Holes, believe it or not, were always a big issue. Always a big issue with steel and trying to automate that and carry that information. Again, we've relied on defining that in BSDD and using that to help fill in the IDS, which is going to be really helpful to be able to deliver an information, you know, to have that information delivery standard along with this now. We are not forgetting about MVD, but we're looking at you know, the different aspects of this. This was one case we made that we felt MVD was still really important to utilize here. We are finally going to look at using, utilizing machinery input a bit more. We don't have to have everyone involved in it. Market pressure might eventually catch up when people start to realize that this automation needs standards. It is indeed, you know, the old adage that if Henry Ford had asked people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. This is, you know, very much a nutshell what we're dealing with. It was really hard to get people to say, I need IFC, when it takes, you know, it can take years to kind of get your head around it. So when you're in a fab shop and you're trying to say, we need this to be more efficient, and we try and educate you and say IFC is the way, that's a whole additional conversation. So it's really hard to create market pressure, and we're going to focus on that a little bit more this time around. Pardon me. Oh, oops, I uploaded the wrong presentation without my name on it. I'm still Luke. We still have more endings to our slideshows at AISC than Lord of the Rings had. That was a lot in 10 minutes. Any questions? I will be here for a bit. All right. Thank you, Calvin.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Juan Serrano. I'm co-chair of the Rail Committee. We are the new kids on the block. We born last year, literally. And our first event was the Rail Day event in Chicago by November last year. I actually joined the team on August, so this could be seen as my birthday on the BS US. So from the beginning, we have been focusing, I mean, we don't have as many connections as all the committees that has been presenting here today. Our focus has been around building a community. It's the most important. We cannot move forward if we don't build a community and a group of people that with the same interest to move forward, right? Of course, the core of our interest is to make sure that we adopt openBIM standards and IFC on the rail industry, right? Talking to owners and construction companies, as well as operators, right? Will and Cindy already crashed part of my presentation. They speak about the rail, road event in this year. They talk about the mirror board, but that's okay. I'm going to go anyway, right? So our focus this year is to build this community. We use the idea, seen this idea of creating a mirror board and giving access to all the people with interest on the rail business. And we actually format this dashboard. You'll see that is much, much smaller than seeing this one. We try to mimic a train station. So you can see that it's divided in two different platforms. We have the East and the West platform, and we have different groups, right? So let me briefly describe what we are trying to do. So if you see, there is an area where we are expecting people to connect and share their contact information. So we can send notifications, we can propose activities, and so on and so forth. We have an area where we invite everybody to propose topics to present on the rail events moving forward, right? We also have an area to define or to express pain points, right? So everything that we suffer every single day on a daily, on delivering projects or delivering assets from the construction viewpoint, right? We have collateral, right? So when we put together some documentation that could be reused by others, can be recycled, that's an area where we can share documents with others, right? We have an area dedicated to to knowledge share, we have outreach, and we have feedback, right? So that's how we're trying to build the community, right? I'm glad to announce that the last year we set up the Rail event on Chicago. This year we are going to organize the event in New York. So it's a great experience. It's a great opportunity to visit the city. So I invited everybody here and online to apply. The meeting invites and the event information is going to be published shortly on the buildingSMART USA website. So please don't lose the opportunity to either go into the event, share the information with others that might be interested to either go or attend remotely. It's going to be a hybrid event as the road event. And so everybody's welcome to join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much and welcome. Welcome to buildingSMART USA. And good to see we have a new committee. And indeed, good that we'll be heading to New York November 19th, right?
Hello, I'm Min. I co-chair technical committee with Jeff. Jeff is online. Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, cool. So yeah,
Great.
Jeff, go ahead and start. I will flip the slide for you.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining us today. Thank you for letting me join you remotely. So let's go ahead and dive in. So we're going to talk about the buildingSMART USA Technical Committee. And what I'd like everyone to do is look at 2026 as an opportunity to really reboot the technical committee. We've been trying for a number of years now since we started to put a committee together. We've been sort of had struggles between finding people's time and attention in reasonable ways and coordinating schedules. I think we've also struggled with what our role is as a chapter technical committee compared to what the international side does. And, you know, I think what Min and I talked about was to look at some, you know, redo the committee charter and really look at these four ideas: collaboration, coordination, communication, support. And we'll go into that next. But our committee is really centered around two things right now, and that is the United States Data Dictionary, which Aaron will talk about in a bit. Or did he talk about that earlier? I wasn't here for part of that this morning. But also the Solutions Providers Group, which we've had some meetings in the past. We'd really like to get up and going again. So we are looking for people to join our committee, and really the only requirements are to be members in good standing, whether it's an individual or a company or organization membership. We're looking for a variety of people with domain and technical expertise, including people in academia and research. Really what we're looking for are people who can dedicate 1 hour once a month for the general committee meetings. And then if you're interested in being part of these other subcommittees, an additional 1 to 2 hours a month for, leading tasks or leading these subcommittees moving forward. So as I said before, right now it's really Min and I and Aaron Costin, who's at the University of Florida. And Aaron is really leading the USDD effort. I'm currently temporarily sort of leading the Solutions Provider Group, but I'm really looking for is someone to take that over. And to be brutally honest, I'm also looking for someone to be my replacement in 2026 to co-chair along with Min. I'm finding that these engagements are getting harder and harder for me to do. Some of you may know this last year was a bit difficult, and it's only going to get more difficult on the way moving forward. So I'm looking for someone to really step up with the time, energy, and expertise to help co-lead this committee. Next. Yeah, so we talked about these four sort of objectives and working on collaboration. Where can we work together in openBIM? So where can we work with the international community, whether it's with technical services or other chapters, on putting openBIM into practice? What are the technical initiatives that we need to give input on? You know, where can we work with our vendors inside the US, but also international vendors? Where can we work with organizations and stakeholders to contribute to standards such as, you know, a US annex for 19650 or other things through NIBS, or other things like, you know, national IDS or data dictionary standards through our own internal work. Coordination, so this kind of dives in deeper with international and national standards, initiatives, and needs. So when there are formal things going on at those levels, how can we contribute? How can we pull US-based stakeholders in? Where can we do from our expertise to provide, you know, feedback on these projects and initiatives? And then Min will talk a bit more about later about this communication issue, is how can we talk about success and progress? So a large part of our webinar series is on the seeing is believing. And this is where, you know, openBIM is put into practice. And there is a huge technical component to that. And so how can we show how all those pieces, these standards that we show that over there on the right-hand side, actually work in practice? Sometimes it's all of them, sometimes it's only a couple of them, but we want to be able to highlight those in real world situations. And then when it comes to support is, you know, how do we help each other? How can we in our expertise level help the vendors? How can the vendors help the users? How can the users help the vendors understand what they want or need out of it? So how do we best get that support for everyone out there? Next one. Yeah, so, you know, again, a call out is, you know, please join the committee. As I said, maybe didn't say it before, but we'll have the chapter send out a call for nominations for the technical committee, maybe in September. This will get everybody thinking about it, moving. We want to get some new board seated by the end of the year so that you can hit the ground running at the first of the year. A lot of it will be establishing who's in what subcommittees, what our agenda is based on the mission, where can we contribute, and yeah, and maybe even see who might be up for training to take over my position. And I think that's all I got.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. So next, we wanted to introduce a program that technical committee is running. It's a Seeing is Believing program. It started about 2 years ago. The main reason being in the US, back then it was still hard to see IPC model in operation using IPC models generated from the US. If you go to other countries like Europe and Asia, there are plenty of good examples, even for infrastructure projects, although they might not be using IPC 4.3. So how it worked was, you know, asset owners will define use case, and then we'd come in with solution providers, set up a sandbox, and enable that specific use case. And one of the very first, you know, pilot or Seeing is Believing pilot that we did was BCF. So a lot of people tend to think BCF is for design coordination and, you know, clash detection. But BCF, it really can be used for anything. BCF can be used for creating action items during a meeting. BCF can be used to create repair requests during an operation stage. BCF can be used to generate work order during a construction stage. So that's something that we brought into as a use case and worked with the Michael Baker Katenda solution provider, as well as New York State DOT and Michigan DOT. Other Seeing is Believing program that we worked was ACOM tried to link IPC with QTO. HNTB, Scott, who presented before, tried to link IPC model with drawings. And then moving on, plan for 2025 and 2026. The ADCMS project, it's not a seeing is believing program, but we'd like to bring the knowledge that was gained from those programs and then perhaps put it in buildingSMART USA webpage so that people have, sources and we can link it to or point to TPF webpage if they do have some contents, deliverables generated from those programs. So that's another thing that we like to do. And then another one that I discussed with Jeff was maybe we should divide the Seeing is Believing program into different tiers, because there could be a Seeing is Believing program for leadership where we come to conferences or something like this and show the output, the final output of the program or projects. And we can discuss room for improvement, but that doesn't really help implementers. So there should be middle managers, Seeing is Believing program, where we can dive a little bit deeper and show the workflows and software ecosystem, and perhaps a day or 2-day workshops with implementers where we can have hands-on session, demonstrate software, where the functions are and how to generate inputs and outputs using the software. So perhaps the Seeing is Believing program could be tiered into these 3 categories in the future. So if you have any use case and IFC models that you like to work with buildingSMART USA Technical Committee, please bring those to us. And this is the Seeing is Believing webpage. If you go to the buildingSMART USA website, we'd like to enrich this with different links in the future when we have IDS file actually published from TPF project. We'd like to point to that webpage and then other deliverables from TPF project as well. So, yep, so that's us. So if you're interested in technical committee, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Min.
Thanks, Calvin. All right, so today I'll be continuing our discussion on the IFC MALD pilots, the ADCMS pilots, which we talked about in the produce section this morning. Hanjin with Michael Baker, a colleague of Joe Brenner, who you heard this morning, will be presenting more detail on the PennDOT project. So there's a little bit about us. I'm not going to read about it, but well, let's get started. And I will take part 1. Some of the slides I have regurgitated from the morning. We'll just quickly recap those as a reminder of the project and what was all covered there. But for the Iowa project, I want to start with kind of a higher level view of what the FHWA ADCMS grant covered for Iowa DOT. And for us, it was, or for the DOT, it was really more than just this pilot project. It's improving accessibility of information throughout the project lifecycle. You may have seen this before. It's been reused in many different presentations for the DOT ADCMS project. It focuses not only on bridges, but also pavements, utilities, and not just specific to IFC. But as part of this, when this grant was being developed, Jim Hauber and others at the DOT recognized that IFC was a really powerful solution for bridges and other assets. With the pooled fund, the effort that was done there, they saw an opportunity in testing out those workflows. So as part of this grant, one of the big tasks was to create this IFC pilot project, which we're talking about today. Again, just a recap of our objective. We're going to prove out the concepts of the pooled fund work in phase 1. We're going to look at how contractors use this. We're going to talk about how it gets integrated and how it can be used for different software platforms as an example going forward, and then that collaboration with PennDOT and the pooled fund. Again, just a recap of the bridge, 3-span pre-stressed beam bridge. This is located southwest Iowa. Quickly on the schedule here for this project, HDR was contracted to do not only the modeling work, but also final design. That started last year in September. This will move into advertisement next month. We'll be doing some pre-advertising AGC collaboration with the contractors, actually on this coming Friday, as well as prior to advertisement in September. Letting in October, and then we do have some post-letting model support, which we'll talk about to try to really enhance the use of this model in construction. Again, I've already kind of highlighted this, but just to recap what our approach was and where we ended up as far as modeling, you know, using that Blender and Bod's Eye tool to get that clean IFC file out. So kind of new material with this presentation. I want to take a look at our collaboration with the pooled fund. You know, we started out with looking at what was available to us at the beginning of this project and coming up with some early observations, and I've listed some of those here. Our first observation is that the information delivery manual was fairly broad and required additional refinement. And I think the pooled fund understood this throughout the process. You know, the IDM was published prior to the end of phase one. Publication through AASHTO is great, but it also puts some restraints on our ability to you know, advance this, update this as we see reason to do so. So we knew that we wanted to come up with some updates to the IDM to facilitate future pilot projects. We also understood that we needed more definition on object classifications and hierarchies. And then we also wanted to update the initial information delivery specification, which was provided by the pooled fund, to version 1.0, which was released after the pooled fund released the initial version, and then also a look at new facets that had come out as part of that update. So we worked closely through the pilot project, the ADCMS pilot project, and really tried to enhance those two items. The first one being that US Bridge IFC mapping spreadsheet, and I'll show an example of that on the next slide, which really defined spatial structure for us, as well as the object classifications. So what, you know, for a beam that would come out of any particular software, we know it needs to map to IFC beam, this particular predefined type, and then obviously all the properties and attributes that go along with that. And then as far as the IDS goes, we did upgrade that to version 1.0, included those additional facets, and then really trying to ensure that we got alignment with the mapping spreadsheet that was also being updated. So at the end of the day, we really want to ensure that all the deliverables are, you know, they relate to each other. There's a one-to-one-to-one relationship, the IDM, the IDS in this mapping spreadsheet. And then lastly, we understand that we couldn't really update the IDM as part of our collaboration efforts, but really coming up with a list of items that could be used for future updates, which is actually ongoing now through the pooled fund, to further enhance the IDM. So here's an example of or here is a snapshot of our mapping spreadsheet that we'll see, or we'll provide in the updated IDM through the pooled fund in some form. It may not be in this spreadsheet form, but what you can see is that defined spatial hierarchy. A project has a site has a bridge, and so on and so forth down the line. And then in the far right column, you can see our mappings for each object. Now this is a really long spreadsheet. I could only capture the first part of it. It also includes culverts, structural culverts I would call them, non-pipes, so box culverts, three-sided culverts, as well as earth retaining systems. Caltrans, thank you Lynn and team for providing content on earth retaining systems and how those are broken down. I mentioned the IDS. This was kind of a summary of our efforts with the IDS, again viewing it through ACA's USBIM IDS editor, which Rick had shown an example of earlier this morning. Really tried to be as comprehensive as we could with this. One thing that we've come to realize, however, and this is what you're looking at is what we used for the projects, you know, I really think the IDS needs to be broken down, and the plan for us is to break this down to an entity level where we have more control over cardinality, the required, the optional, the not required items, because it's such a broad project. The pooled fund covers retaining walls, like I mentioned, culverts, bridges, and even within bridges, we've got different types of bridges. So the broader we get with our IDS, the less control we have over specifying whether something's required or not. So that is the plan moving forward within the pooled fund as well. So looking ahead, I talked about the IDM revisions are really critical for that future implementation, and then that one-to-one relationship moving forward. So next I want to jump to contractor engagement, and this was a big one for the Iowa DOT. Over the last, I would say, 5 to 7 years, they've tried different variations of model as a legal document for information only. So we really wanted to leverage the power of IFC and open standards to address some of these past concerns. And I've listed a few here that were brought up during construction. You know, the use of unfamiliar software. So one of our early pilots with the DOT required them to use a particular software. There were challenges with that. There were complaints about product costs. You know, we're using this on one job and we're paying X amount of money. So there were concerns there. And then also the inconsistency of data coming from design. And, you know, through the IDM and the work that the pooled fund is doing, being able to have consistent data delivered to them. And then after construction, not so much from a contractor issue, but the scattered data that comes from as-builts, you know, through shop drawings or other sources, e-ticketing, having a place to house that and connect that data is a huge benefit. So for this project, our initial approach to engagement with the Iowa AGC was to introduce the project early on, demonstrate an IFC model through any particular viewer, collect feedback from them, and then support them through construction and hopefully continue to get that feedback. With the goals being to improve the contractor experience, make it less of a challenge to see wins downstream. So in asset management and fabrication, they're really critical to passing that information along. Now, for this particular project, this did start out as a model as a legal document. However, before we could even really get into that process that you're seeing on the previous slides, the AGC did raise some concerns about another model as a legal document, and ultimately this project did switch to for information only. However, the deliverable for us within our IFC model that you saw did not change. We still had a LOD 400. We still wanted to get that contractor engagement, but for them, they saw less risk, and I would agree with that. You know, if they couldn't get what they wanted out of the model, they could always take a look at the plans that were developed to support that. It also allowed us additional flexibility as we continue to develop these standards through the pooled fund to be able to push those out, whereas, you know, if this were model as a legal document, it would be locked down a little bit more earlier on in the process. As far as disadvantages, obviously there's a potential that the contractor doesn't use it as much as they would in a model as a legal document type environment. And then we're not pushing it through advertisement and letting, so there's not as much lessons learned there. So as far as support and construction, we at HDR as the designer do have contract hours to support them. There's also new pay items that DOT created to encourage use despite of this for information only status. That includes dedicated trailer space with enhanced technology, weekly meetings, as well as support from us to do model enhancements to really try to get them to find the benefit in the digital deliverable. So as part of this, we also wanted to assess downstream software. Now, the Iowa DOT contractors, if you haven't already kind of come to that realization, are really not heavy into technology. They have their reasons. They provide our lower cost bid. And they're just smaller contractors in general. We don't have a lot of the major national contractors in Iowa. So they really look to us to provide recommendations. So we did do an assessment of various platforms. Here's some of them that are shown here. There's a lot of them out there. Unfortunately, we didn't have all the time in the world to look through them all. But what we ended up using, or what we ended up kind of moving forward with as far as how we demoed the model, was Trimble Connect. Trimble's been great at implementing IFC, and they've got a great viewer that's user-friendly to the contractor, and a lot of other tools that can be integrated into the Trimble Connect environment. So just a few screenshots from that platform showing the spatial structure, showing just a clip view, as well as some of the properties. I'll flip that back for you. Another shot, again, really trying to focus on how the contractor uses the model. This is a screenshot of a pier with all of the various dimensions. One good thing about this was dimensions, as well as XYZ elevation, XYZ coordinates can be saved to a particular saved view. So from a contractor's perspective, this was a lot like sheets, and we're trying to find that transition for them to get them more comfortable in using a model. And then obviously a data table of some of the rebar along the bottom. Another shot, just a cross section of the bridge, pre-stressed. So everything there is modeled, pre-stressing, reinforcing, as well as, again, typical dimensions that they would see on plant sets. So as far as future software vendor engagement, we already know there are additional pilots lined up. Iowa is looking at another steel bridge, trying to focus on the next exchange, which is part of our phase 2 work with the pooled fund. So we strongly encourage software vendors to engage with the BIM for Bridges and Structures pooled fund. You heard Jeff and Min talk about their efforts in the previous session, so please reach out to them. We really hope to share these test cases, I mentioned this morning, with others. If it's of value to you, please reach out to me, and we can be sure to get those out after advertisement. So in summary on my part, again, I've kind of covered some of these already. We were able to create the 4x3 deliverable. We want that model to serve as a baseline for vendors to use in their implementation of IFC. Improved IFC support and design authoring software is necessary for us to really make this go mainstream. Revisions to the pooled fund efforts are currently underway, and you should see an updated information delivery manual, information delivery specification, and BSDD hopefully in the next couple of months as we work to complete that effort. And then, yeah, we're looking forward to future feedback as we roll this through construction over the next year or so. So with that, I will turn it over to Engine.
Okay, thank you, Grant. Following Grant's presentation, I will talk about my experience and the lessons learned from Pendle's digital delivery. So basically, I will cover how I model the bridge, how I define the IFC properties, and also how our team review and validate the bridge model. And I will also end up the presentation with a use case, how we do the data exchange with a fabricator. So in the morning, Joe Brenner has already given a detailed introduction to Pendle's digital delivery initiative. So I'll just make a quick recap here. So basically, Pendle is in the transition from the 2D delivery to 3D model-centric workflow, and we are assisting them. So Pendle is launching 2 bridge pilot projects for the ADCMS, and then the goal is to showcase how we do the IFC data exchange and also use IFC files as the final deliverables, the legal deliverable. So as I mentioned, there are 2 pilot projects, and in this presentation, I will just focus on the one in the upper left corner, the US Route 6 over French Creek. And this is a bridge replacement project. So the existing bridge will be removed and be replaced by the new bridge. And the new bridge will be a 2-span bridge with 5 steel plate girders. And it has 2 integral abutments, which are kind of easier for me to model. And the next one, here it shows the location of the case study bridge. It's in Crawford County, which is in western Pennsylvania, and not too far from Lake Erie. And the photo on the right-hand side, that's the existing bridge, which is a steel truss structure, and it will be torn down for the replacement. So here is our strategy for delivering the project. So we will use a, we've used a federated model and some supporting 2D plans. And we're doing that for a reason. So the first thing is the federated IFC model. So basically the reinforcement was modeled with Bentley Pro structures. And then everything else was modeled with the openBIM. And I will introduce in the next slide. And that model covers a lot of the geometric and information, such as dimensions, materials, and properties. And then, although we use the IFC file as the major deliverable, we still cannot move away from 2D drawings because I've tried different ways, but I still think 2D drawings are the perfect method for conveying nodes and some details. So there's a saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words. But then when I model the bridge, I often felt the opposite. So it's like one sentence on a 2D drawing, like one node, could take me hours to model in 3D. So the 2D plans includes data like general nodes, tables for camber, contraflexure, and then some detailed views for pipeline at abutments. So we used this approach, combining the federated model and 2D plans just to bridge the gap between 2D delivery and 3D deliverables. So we used openBIM for modeling the bridge. So openBIM is a cloud-based platform which is designed for bridge engineering. So the name sounds really similar like openBIM, while B in openBIM stands for building, and then BR represents bridge. And then one of the key features I like is the parametric modeling of openBIM. So you can see on the right-hand side, it shows the user interface, which is similar like the Excel spreadsheet. So which allows me to define some like parameters, variables, and then formulas. And I can even select a bunch of cells and drag and drop them to just quickly define the bridge. And then another thing is openBIM is following the IDM and IDS very closely so that it has some built-in input fields for those 2 requirements, which speed up the data entry. And then also one big plus is the collaboration with openBIM's developers. So they were able to add features based on our demands for modeling and IFC properties in a short period of time, which helped us to meet our schedule. So I want to highlight 2 key aspects in the bridge modeling. Like Luke mentioned, precision and accuracy is one key aspect. So at one point when I checked my bridge model with my hand calculation, I measured a very small mismatch between those 2. So I found out it's because of the unit system I've used. So openBIM models the bridge in the standard foot, but then PennDOT requires the US survey foot. The difference is really tiny. It's like 2 parts in 1 million. But well, if we apply that to the station, then the error will be accumulated. So another thing to mention is the details. So this bridge has a lot of details that are defined in the PennDOT's standard sheet, and we need to model them. So I really feel like the 80-20 rules applied to the bridge modeling. So when I model the big parts like girders and piers, it goes really fast, and that's the easy 20%. But the details take the most of the time. So one example is the drip bar shown on the right-hand side. So the drip bar is used to break the water flow from the rainwater on the girder, and then it can keep the water away from the substructures and then prevent the steel components from getting rusty. So in 2D drawings, I can just add a note to the girder saying, okay, refer to PennDOT standards 1, 2, 3 for this detail. But then in 3D modeling, I need to model every drip bar on each girder, and then that takes a lot of time. But it's also good that we cover all the details so that the contractors will know. Okay, so after I've defined the bridge, especially the geometric part, I exported it to the IFC file just to do an initial check. And then Grant has already shown this hierarchy for the bridges. So for buildings, we have IFC hierarchy like project, site, building, and building stories. But then for bridges, we follow the hierarchy defined by the pool fund BIM for bridges. So I counted, there are at least like 7 layers, and it starts from project, site, bridge, and then under the bridge level, for this pilot project, it has 4 structures, superstructure and the substructure, and then there's an approach structure, which includes approach slab and sleeper slab, etc. And it also has the retaining structure, which is the cofferdam for the temporary shoring. And in addition to the hierarchy, we also follow the IFC mapping, also defined by the pool fund study. So the mapping, actually, it covers some mapping which are common for the national standards. For example, for basic elements like bridge, we map that to IFC bridge. And then for superstructure, we map it to IFC bridge part. But then there are always some oddballs, like sleeper head wall. In this case, we cannot find that in the US Bridge Data Dictionary. So we talked to Jeff from the pool fund, and we've decided to model that as the IFC slab, and the predefined type is the user-defined, and object type as the head wall. So this showcases that we need the national standards, which covers the common components, but there are also some state-specific components we need to think about. Okay, and another big chunk is the information part, as Lynn mentioned. So we've defined the IFC properties in openBIM. But before we enter the data into openBIM, we define the property sets and properties in Excel, and we define the metadata of the properties. So this is a screenshot of the Excel sheet. It shows the entities. That's basically all the bridge components like girders and bearings. And then it shows the property set and properties that belong to the entity. And we have at least 3 sources of the properties. The first one is IDM. So we check the information requirement table in the IDM, and we collect the properties that can be applied to PennDOT projects. And the second source is the IDS, because we need to, down the road, we need to validate the model and make sure it can pass the validation. And the third one is PennDOT's specific properties, including such as pay items for bidding, and also level of details that are defined in PennDOT's digital delivery guidelines. And then on this table, it also shows the some sample value for the properties, the associated unit, and the IFC entity, IFC value type, such as IFC label or IFC length measure. So once we've defined the metadata, we started to enter the properties into openBIM. So openBIM follows the IDM and IDS closely. So they have some built-in input fields for those requirements. For example, IDS requires we enter the stakeholder information. So I've defined the properties for IFC person and IFC organization. And then for the Penn specific properties, I use the custom entry. So I just need to define the data shown on the right-hand side, like the values, the property names, property set names, etc. And which is very, not too hard to enter. So after we defined the properties with openBIM, I just exported it to an IFC file and start checking it. So usually I've done 2 rounds of checking with 2 different tools. So first I use an IFC viewer to check the properties as a quick initial check. And then I do a final check with Bentley's infrastructure cloud. And I've done this for 2 reasons. The first one is the speed, because the infrastructure cloud that hosts the federated model. So usually synchronizing one file takes around 10 minutes. But the IFC viewer, I can open the IFC files like instantly. So if I just make some minor change, like updating a property, I always use IFC viewer to do the initial check. But then the second reason is the consistency. So I found that not all the viewers show the IFC properties in the same way or in same order. But for our reviewers, they will use the infrastructure cloud for the final QA/QC. So that's why I had a second round of check with the infrastructure cloud to make sure we are on the same page. Okay, so that's all for the modeling part. And next, I will tell you more about our review process. So we had 2 main reviewers on our team, and one was focused on the geometric part of the model, and the other one focused on the information part, the properties. So when they reviewed the bridge, they started from checking the alignment and roadway alignment and bridge geometry, because if those basic numbers are off, then they will cause a cascading effect, and then everything down the road will be messed up. So as shown on the right-hand side, the reviewers were using the built-in measuring tool within the infrastructure cloud, and they can measure the length and see the coordinates of the points. And then I remember one moment really leave me deep impression is that when a reviewer checking the shear studs on the steel top flange, so he had to measure the distance between all the studs, and there are like thousands of the studs. So he go from like row number 1 to number 2, number 2 to number 3, so on and so forth. So he had to sit in front of the computer for hours and measuring nonstop. So that case indicate that we need to have a better measuring tool, or not a measuring tool, but better approach for measuring these nuts and bolts. So I'm trying to find a better way to do that. And if I cannot find any existing solution, I'm thinking to program a small tool with, say, IFC OpenShell library and to automate the measuring and the counting. And then this is how we document the issue. So when when the reviewer find the issue, he or she just log the issue on the infrastructure cloud. And the reviewer will leave a descriptive comments about issue, showing a screenshot, and also use a flag to mark the location where he found the issue. So, and then when the issue was created, it was automatically assigned to me. I counted there were totally around 300 issues, and some are easy to fix, but some requires new features. So I need to talk to the developers of openBIM to add new features. And then in addition to infrastructure cloud, we also used an Excel sheet to summarize and track the issues. So the Excel sheet, basically it shows the elements the reviewers has checked, and then it shows the details about issues, and then the person who found issues and who fixed that. And more importantly, it shows a screenshot of the issue being fixed to prove that everything is QA/QC'd. So we used both infrastructure cloud and Excel sheet hand in hand to make sure we have all the QA/QC organized and make sure everyone is accountable. And then after we've done the review, we also did 2 validations. So the first one was with the BSI validation service. So usually we don't see any errors about the syntax or schema, but we did see some errors about the industry practices, especially the IFC projected CRS. But luckily, the validation service provides a very clear explanation of the errors, so it's easier for me to understand and fix. And then also I did the IDS validation with Blender Bonsai, and which gave me a pretty neat and clear report. So because we've already considered the IDS requirements when we defined the properties, so the validation went very smoothly. And I only received errors about, again, IFC projected CRS and also some stakeholder information. Okay, lastly, I will showcase one example of how we use the IFC model to communicate with the fabricator. So we met regularly to discuss what data they need for fabrication. So they listed some critical data. So for example, the coordinates of the control points, that means XYZ of bearing locations and cross frames. And then they also need the values of camber and the control flexure, and also the steel cross-section transition data, and then some nodes from the PennDOS standard sheet. And on the right-hand side, it shows the IFC properties we gave them. It has the camber data, but we only use the IFC single value property for the data, and we just defined it as a text. But down the road, I'm thinking about to use a more structured format like IFC table, so that the fabricators can read the data more easily. And we also use the Trimble Connect for communication, because the fabricators can view the IFC model in Trimble and add comments directly on the model. And we also use the BCF threads for communication, request, and comments. So that's all for my PennDOT digital delivery project. Grant, you have want to add anything for summary, or we can go through the Q&A?
Thank you, everybody, for having me. I'm Aaron Costin. I'm a professor at the University of Florida, as well as consultant on many of these BIM for bridges and infrastructure projects. And today I will be discussing our progress and establishment of our U.S. data dictionary. I'm also a member of the buildingSMART USA chapter, as well as NIBS Digital Technology Council. So I set this up, if I get my clicking works, there we go. So this presentation is going to give you a brief overview on the data dictionary. Hopefully most have already heard of it or used it. The intent of this is to provide as much data as I can in one area so people can come back and review this. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview. So the buildingSMART Data Dictionary is a universal resource for standardized data. Right. The whole point is to have a centralized repository that organizations, domains can develop their own dictionaries, terminologies, put it into this form, and then essentially software can go and grab it, and that will ensure consistency throughout the whole process. The BSDD is based on the openBIM workflows. It's based on ISO standards, so there's a lot of consistency and checks and balances. But essentially, it's an interconnected framework for these dictionaries. Multiple domains can be uploaded. You can share dictionaries, share terms, and it's not just one standard. And I appreciate John Messner's quip about standardization, about standards. I use it all the time. But that's pretty much the only word that I know of that can represent a commonly defined and accepted term. And so that's what this is for. And it's a baseline. It's set to be based to host all the different IFC products, so it can be the underlining pinpoint of the openBIM workflow. So why the BSDD? Its goal is to enhance the BIM data and IDS with consistent references. They have direct links that these BIM pools can pull from. And because of this, it supports quality control, compliance, and data analysis. A benefit about this, just like every other BSI tool, it is an open standard and industry driven. So there's a GitHub repository that has a really good documentation and support system. And so they always are requiring feedback, and as well as providing that input from the stakeholders. And so some of these stakeholders, what are the benefits? Well, the designers, asset managers, whoever building the BIM can enrich their data with the clear definitions. The BIM coordinators can ensure compliance, consistencies. The publishers, such as the standard body, manufacturers, organizations, can make sure that they can hope and map their dictionaries. And then the software developers can really integrate those standards data into their API. And that's going to be important to make sure that when we do these IDS checks and validations that's been presented throughout the day, this could make sure that those provide those ground bases to do so. And one of the biggest benefits of the BSDD, it expands the IFC model, right? So the IFC's schema is broad to be shared, but it can't have so much detail that it can't be utilized throughout the specific domains. So it allows the standard use, and then at the dictionary level, you can provide custom basic properties such as a specific door. And then even to that, you can have instance uses. So you can have specific customs on that. You can tell what are the detailed properties for that door, what are requirements, and so forth. So this allows an enrichment of using that IFC model to maintain your daily workflows. And so it's structured in a variety of systems. It includes classification standards, ontologies, various standards. And this is important to keep that ISO compliant, as well as allowing shared information. So it's broken down into two main classes, two main entities, classes, and properties. And within those, you can create relations about those. And what's important about this is once these are published, you can have a preview, an active data dictionary online, but once it's published, it cannot be deleted. And so that helps with the version controlling, as well as making sure that if you do have updates, current software can go back to the original that they were allowed to. And so that brings us to the data dictionary at the US level. And so our goal is to service the US-based entities and organizations. And so we are working closely with some of these early projects, such as pool fund studies, NSBA, AISC, ACI, to pull their content and make it usable across the domain. And you've seen a lot of the challenges throughout the different projects. And so one of the goals that we are is trying to align those terminology and semantic meanings at a national level. And so our chapter is essentially what they previously called the agency, an agent where we act on behalf of the content and negotiate and facilitate that within the buildingSMART data dictionary. And so again, the whole goal is to make sure we can provide consistency throughout the national level. And so our current progress, the BIM for Bridge pool fund has been baseline. We developed, we kept developing the data dictionary that's produced by NSBA, which also the other projects have been using. So it's nice to see some of the old terminology that's been used. And then that project also published the AASHTO IDM design for construction data exchange for private bridges. And we're using that IDM as the baseline of what are the main content that needs to be uploaded for the BSDD to begin with. And as you can probably see, and if you looked at the BSDD, it's very difficult by, somewhat by purpose and functionality to maintain and upload and process that data. And so we've taken upon ourselves to help develop better templates that could be used by the domain users. And we're trying to prioritize what the domain end users want to do because they're looking at certain aspects that the BSDD may not have right away, since they're trying to be ISO compliant with that. And with this process, we're providing support for both the BIM for bridges as well as the BIM for infrastructure, the ADCMS grants, as well as the state DOT dictionaries. So compiling metadata, it's simply we take the information from that document, we put it into an Excel document, and then we have to convert it to the BSDD template. And so, the basic information includes name, definition, examples, and there's a whole array of optional data that is needed. And so when you start working this, it can get really overwhelming for the domain user to answer, why do we need this information? Do we need this information? How do I go ahead and change this if something happens? And so then as part of that effort in parallel is the IFC mapping, where we created a basic spreadsheet of the hierarchies of the bridge concept of what it looks into and what those IFC terminology and mappings would be. And again, with this, the power of the BSDD is we're allowed to create custom property sets on top of the original IFC that's in there. And that allows us to make sure we can ensure that our specific instances of that product and element is within a domain. And so finally getting to the BSDD template, the BSDD does have that resource. There's a link here and you can get access or search the BSDD site, BSI site for BSDD, wealth of knowledge and information. Great to get into. I recommend looking over how to use. They have some videos and demonstration how to use it. All in all, the BSDD is a powerful tool, but to create a template, we're limited to the ability of making it easy and shareable. And so the Excel document is pretty much the end user's friendly tool, but Excel in and of itself does not have all the power needed for the functionality. And so the BSDD is broken into various sheets to maintain that information. And it's mainly aimed towards the power users who understand fully how to use the BSDD, how to use the documents and so these type of users know either both the domain as well as the BSDD process, model, and upload. Validation, one of the issues with the earlier templates is there's minimal validation, meaning if we have an error in there, the only chances that we would see that is upon upload. And that proves a challenge with the end users, because since the end users usually send that to either a BSD expert or an agent, that back and forth to make sure it gets pretty tedious. And so we're trying to create these templates to prioritize the domain end users, to simplify the uses, the inputs relative to domain. We're bringing in the simple sheets to have what is needed, and then still maintaining that BSDD functionality. So I'm getting close to time. So there's a quick comparison for later use, but essentially I really want to show what this is going to look like. Right, we're trying to make sure that we have a main data sheet, and one of the uses is that the users want to see the information up front. And so, although we still keep the BSDD functionality, the groupings that we embed both the class properties all in one, so you can see where these properties are lying versus going to sheet by sheet. And so in addition, we have automation within here, so we can create these custom the names based on proper naming conventions, and there's a lot of rules that the BSDD has. There is a override ability if needed, And then the class properties are also brought into the sheet so you can see the detail of that information. One key feature that we added is this cardinality, so you can embed the required or optional needed. The BSCD does not have that yet, so we're still waiting to see how we're going to handle those, but it's still important as the end user see where that's coming, especially for the IDS process. So some sample functionalities, we have the IFC mapping options. It's, you have to go, but IFC schema is different than the BSCD IFC, so it's important to have both those in here. And we take the IFC code to make that, or before that, we have some real-time validations that make sure you have the proper links in there. And then we are able to take that and put it into that proper IFC note or JSON notation needed for the BSDD. And then that is going to be eventually converted to the BSDD template, ready to be uploaded. So there's a lot to have within 10 minutes. Hopefully I was able to kind of give you a preview of what we're doing. But essentially inclusion, the BSDD is the universal resource. It's great, powerful tool. Especially for consistency, and within the USDD, we're trying to tailor this to serve the US entities through the functions. So this development of the templates are still in work in progress, and we're about to release the template for feedback shortly. We are looking into creating custom summary sheets that you can click and bring in the information you want to see versus having to search through it all, as well as continuing collaboration with BSI to embed some of our functionality with their normal templates. So with that, I thank you for having me, and I'll open the floor for any questions.
We would like to then invite Jeffrey from LeapThought to join us. Like Esri, like Autodesk, LeapThought also has a sponsor today event. So Jeffrey, tell us a little bit more about your take. We'll bring up that slide.
It's a pleasure to listen to you all. I mean, everyone's taking this from such different angles and dimensions. I walk away with pieces that matter to me. Speak into the microphone. Will Sharp, I always listen to what he says, data. Had a great discussion with Devin, just talking about change management. I mean, as you guys are in the trenches, like these last two presentations, they're so trench. But in the long run, you got to get out of the trench and then try to convince people what, why, who, how, where. The consistency that Esri's brought to the various presentations that Marc mentioned, I've seen those at these BSI events, and they're critical in terms of trying to build that cadence and that commitment. So for a second, I know this is a bit of a complicated slide, but my CEO loves complicated slides. So I'm kind of stuck in that reality. Try to imagine a parallel universe, because that's where I'm coming from. And the parallel universe that I'm coming from is not the United States. It's the parallel universe of systems integrators who speak into two mics. Oh, sorry. Of systems integrators who basically looked at a problem, in this terms, construction, life cycle throughout, and tried to figure out how to make sense of it from the perspective of enterprise management. In other words, not the builders, not the architects, but the owners. The ones who are going to be around after the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years for the next 50 or 60 years and actually be responsible for that facility. Who have to worry about the data sets, who have to worry about the maintenance, who have to be able to understand the process. So this company, LeapThought, which is now established about 13 years ago and has only been in the States for 2 years, it's been all about trying to answer the needs of the enterprise owners for the oversight. The interesting thing is, as a systems engineer, you don't look into the specific tools because you presume the tools are necessary. We're not going to say that X is better than Y because that's not what we do. But we do notice that they don't communicate. So therefore, they already are deficient in some perspective, not for the architect perhaps, not for the engineer, but for that overall life cycle view. And so the key from a LeapThought perspective was, how do we start working to solve that problem? And so the funny thing is in this slide, I'm going to go to it really quickly, everything we've talked about so far, sorry Janice, is just this. That says External systems. That's everything. That's the Bentleys, the Autodesk, the everybody's stuff. That's as small as we see that world, because those are inputs to the overall lifecycle management. And then if you look at the top, and I'm sorry, I don't know if you can see this very well, but every one of those little blue lines up there talks about data. It's, it's data capture, data acquisition, data processing, data storage, data environment, data analysis, data visualization, data expansion, data replenishment. It's all data. This is all Will Sharp, okay? It's all Will Sharp. The fact of the matter is, when you're a consultant like an HDR or a WSP or whoever, a RUP, whoever else in this room, you need to be focused on that level. Esri is looking at this level. Marc's presentation, which is about looking at that, the flood dangers, for example, it's all about overall data sets and solutions. So whereas everyone here is in the trenches, which is important because this is not going to work without you being able to take what's already being done and turning it into some kind of a functional system which can be then taken to the next level, we are also trying to help in that process. Some of you know us. We basically have cut our teeth in New Zealand. Singapore, we're now very well entrenched. Singapore, sorry for anyone who's from Bentley, but I'm going to make a reference because I hear so much Bentley here. Bentley was the predominant provider of systems for construction, and they've been largely supplanted. Leapthought, an unknown New Zealand company, now a US company, has 90% of all greenfield construction, vertical and horizontal, in Singapore. Someone mentioned to me, but Singapore's an island, they don't have a lot of horizontal. They do. It goes 9 levels deep. It's coming back to some of the pictures that Marc was showing. It's 9 levels deep, tunnels, bridges up above, and roads throughout. So it's pretty expansive, and it's been a great challenge for a systems integrator group. The one thing that I've just mentioned, because I know I have 3 minutes, probably 1 minute left at this point, is what we try to do is make sure that, it comes back to another point that was raised earlier, that people get to use what they know. And as a change management person, you don't put more in front of them than they need to know to be able to feel comfortable with what they're doing already. I'm looking at my professor friend up here because he would understand that. You can't promote change by going too far down that track. And Devin was talking to me about one of your colleagues, so I'll have that discussion with you elsewhere, which is a very good point about how far you can pull people. You can only go so far. So I want to leave you with this notion of the key for us has been to develop kind of an integrated digital platform where we can incorporate all the information from all the systems that exist, where actually people can play, toy with, et cetera, but people can still work on native platforms. How do you do things in the most simple way, even though they're massively complex, and the last 2 presentations demonstrate the complexity, but if you can capture it and do it in a way where it's simplified enough that people can work with it, that can happen. And what's key to that? AI and machine learning. And what do they need? Consistent, uniform data. And that has to be at least within a country context, which is why with the complexities of the last presentation, but with some kind of global standard. And therefore, my second to last thing I'm going to say, which is actually the last one, is we were born at a time when open standards is the basis for what we do. We never thought about it any other way because from a systems integration perspective, it doesn't make any sense. If you're trying to help an enterprise manager, how could you not say, well, all of your systems must communicate? And it's really only in the US that I see the market so driven by I don't know, the bid process, the architects, the engineers who decide what's going to happen instead of having the contractor or the enterprise owner be the one who's actually driving that ownership process. I don't see that in Asia. I worked in the UN for 17 years doing development, not sitting in New York. I was in the field my whole life. And it's always been driven at the top, but we have a different system here. So we do. So what have we done? Simplified the integration, right? And I see everyone working hard on it. I've seen some of the work that, again, Marc, I'm referring to you, but the work you've done with some of the other partners to make sure that your systems are communicating now. I had an interesting comment, which I'm going to extrapolate on from Will, talking about how you have to be very directive of what you want. And we say the same thing to our enterprise owners. Be clear with what you expect from your architects and your engineers. Tell them what you want. You want data you can use in 30 years. Otherwise, you're wasting a lot of money because you don't even know what you have, and you don't know when you have it, and you don't know what you can use when you're done having what you did have. And in that very disconjunctive sentence, I think I'll end my 5 minutes. So thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. It's Virtual Tony back again, and we're here to talk about an exciting project capturing openBIM business value. I'll rocket through the introduction so that Calvin will have a little bit more time to explain some of the metrics, but we do want to set the table by giving you the background for what this is about. The ability to capture openBIM business value was surfaced by buildingSMART International last year. The idea was that if people truly understand the value of openBIM, it will be easier for them to make a business case to adopt it. Whereas if it's just seen as a philosophical interest, then it's difficult to fund and to adopt and to make requirements. This initiative was picked up by the buildingSMART and private industry sponsors you see at the top of my screen. buildingSMART International, also the buildingSMART chapters in Portugal, Brazil, and the US, along with a 50% matching grant from Strategic Building Innovation. Let's look at what the activities are and what the objectives are of each activity. The very first thing we did was have a launch, and the launch consisted of workshops where we gathered support, but we also helped develop a framework of metrics that would be most important to the people consuming the information that was produced by the study. That is, what do people see measured in order to make their case. We set up a survey, which is a self-guided online survey to begin to gather data. Based on the interests that were surfaced in the workshop, we began to get broader industry information about what metrics would really matter for making business decisions. And the next step will be a series of interviews where we will meet with volunteers who want to give us in-depth information about what worked and what didn't work on their projects with regard to openBIM. We're trying to get quantified data as well as opinions about these things. Next, we will analyze these data to interpret them. The idea is that we will put together a series of presentation materials that this team will introduce to the broader community. Ultimately, the goal is to have everyone inside of buildingSMART or everyone in the industry be able to use these case studies and the data that were collected to present the value, the business value of openBIM. So the very first part, the launch, took place in Brazil, and there have been some meetings since. These teams identified some control metrics. That is, what can you measure to know if you're headed on the right path to generate the kind of outcomes you wanted to? And then, what are the metrics that can measure those outcomes? You see some examples here on the screen. If you know you're doing the training programs you need, that is a way to lead you toward the outcome you want. And if you're not training enough people, then you need to up something about the training programs. So that helps inform a management decision. Outcome metrics happen once the work is done, and you can see, was I on time and on budget? Did my training programs give me trained staff and that sort of thing? The decision from this workshop was to focus on outcome metrics as a first step. And you can see over on the right-hand side of this slide some information that we got from participants in the workshop. Quite exciting numbers, always good to have. Based on that information, we developed a framework of 8 types of metrics. I won't describe them all now, but I will give you a little visual aid. you can see that the idea is to have a broad range of metrics so that we can measure all aspects of the possible contributions of openBIM. And here you're seeing the results from some of the online surveys where each of these categories have been ranked in the order of importance by the people who actually took the survey. Okay, get ready. I'm going to make 2 plugs. Here's the first one. We're doing a webinar on September 10th at noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. here on the Pacific Coast, where we will present the framework, we'll show the results that we have to date, and our primary focus here is to engage participants for the interviews. See, what we want to do is take the information that was gathered at those roundtables and from the surveys and augment them with interviews so that we can get not only metrics, but the important parts of process. What changed? What worked? What would you do differently? Where do the standards support you? And where do the standards need a little bit more maturity? So please snapshot that QR code. And then there's another opportunity I want to bring to your attention. We are very, very pleased, happy, and grateful to have Kimon Onuma with us today. And Kimon has volunteered to be our media sponsor for this event. Kimon has 2 online organizations that he's using to take interview information from people, short little interviews, 15, 20 minutes, maybe as little as 5, maybe as long as 45 if you get excited about it. And what he's doing is curating these videos and posting them at Cafe Xi, which you see on the left-hand side, and automatedbuildings.com. Kimon has volunteered to do a write-up of this event for automatedbuildings.com, and he's there in the audience and can conduct interviews with any of you who would like to join him. And if you haven't looked at Cafe Xi yet, I really encourage you to do it. I saw it, and now I'm an addict. So with that, I would like to turn the presentation back over to Calvin.
All right. Thank you, Kimon, and thank you, Tony and team. So, openBIM business value. Very often in many events, we tend to hear about the highlights, about the outcome, about the stories of what worked and how it's marvelous. But at the same time, is it something repeatable? I think that also became quite a few questions that, all right, saw some nice examples from a particular presenter. How can we make it repeatable? And similarly, we ask the same questions about metrics. What may not only be the outcome metrics that Tony talked about, but what may be some of the production metrics, to use some of the jargon, right? What happens behind the scene, and I think we're okay now. Yeah, thank you. And what may be some of the production, what may be some of the ongoing metrics that you know you are leading into a good movie, that you know you are actually generating good outcome. And how can we make it more benchmarkable, more measurable, more repeatable, not only for the front runner, but also for those who need attention. I've been working with Tony and our team on this topic for the last 15 years. We came up with the VDC scorecard with Dr. Min Sung here at Stanford back in 2009, 2010. And then with Tony, we came up with the BIM score. And of course, now also focus on the openBIM part of scoring of impacts since 2011. Even back then, we were looking at what the aerospace industry, manufacturing industry, management science are doing. And in many cases, not only do they get good metrics, but you could actually learn something. You actually can gain insights into the metrics. So for example, if we talk about reducing the weight of an airplane parts, it can actually bring $1 million savings in the life cycle of a plane. Or back in the days, if JetBlue would fly us 2 minutes slower, we could even save $13 million per year. How often can we not only count our parts in our BIM, but how often can we actually start to predict with evidence, with confidence, that by doing part simplification, by improving all the connections in a bridge, in a road, in a city, in a building, that what kind of life cycle values can it bring us? And we are nowhere near in terms of this kind of insights, this kind of options. Sometimes we always talk about building faster, 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 but have we thought about that? If I can deliver the project to you a little bit like 2 minutes slower in a plain setting, what kind of value, what kind of optimal frontier do we get? So, which is why it's important to think more about quantitative, not only storytelling, not only qualitative. And then, sure, we may pop some of the metrics from here, from there, in a 10-minute presentation. That's probably all that we can do. But then, as we went through a 3-hour workshop with a number of Portuguese participants joining us in Brazil, we could actually go down to some of the detail. Are we talking about metrics from a particular exchange, from a particular workflow? Or are we talking about overall project impacts? Is it one project that you can expect and you can count on every time that the organization, the owner or the project team deliver that every time? Or is it just one outlier running at the front of the marathon race? On the other hand, what about the industry? What can we learn as an industry from our peers and globally? Is it something that we do our own benchmark? It's an internal benchmark. Is it based on good evidence that we can make sure that another person, another team measuring that can get the same results? Or is it highly subjective? Or is it industry benchmark? Is it based on self-reporting? Or do we get third-party validation? So I think we're just so thankful if we can find any metrics, let alone asking questions about all these important questions about how good, how reliable, how scalable they are. So in our openBIM journey that my team and I have over the last 25 years across more than 20 countries, we've seen a lot of those types of questions coming up. Are we talking about an outlier? Are we talking about subjective? Are we talking about repeatable? And also what we try to advise with the organizations, with the government agencies, or even with APAC and the like that we are working with. So the highlights was that in that 3-hour workshop with Brazil, as part of the BIM Forum Brazil, we were able to send them surveys before the session. And then we were able to work with them for over 3 hours one day, and we had 3 sessions of different duration over that week. And then really able to work with them to understand, to differentiate. We are not just asking about BIM benefits. We're asking about that openBIM needed to be really part of the workflow, if not the critical part of the workflow. And then we were able to work a lot with them, and as Tony mentioned, we're able to celebrate that these were some of the outcomes that we have found. Again, were they one of the best from Brazil, from Portugal? That's something that we are trying to go deeper and come up with additional case studies. But at the same time, with Min, with Janice, with Tony, many of my teammates, we are not only volunteer leaders of buildingSMART US and buildingSMART International, we also have our day job, which is bringing openBIM workflows in reality. And so we are thankful that we have quite a global network of partners. But in terms of answering our own question, these are some of the metrics that our clients and ourselves were able to achieve. Again, they may be from some of the best projects. They may be from some of the workflows, but indeed we were able to report and provide the evidence that using openBIM with building, with BIM collaboration format, with IDS, information delivery specification, with IFC, with IDS, what we were able to do. And indeed, we try to motivate that each of the 8 examples, we could see some examples. Sure, some of them may be coming from the US or Singapore or elsewhere in the world, but nonetheless, it is important to also see that it's not only about time saving. It's also about quality of the deliverable. It's about whether, for example, we could just randomly check for some validation item versus being able to check that much more repeatedly and much more reliably. So some of those examples, about 4 or 5 years ago, we were able to win a buildingSMART International award with one of the first globally applicable IDS. In this case, looking at a city scale information delivery specification that we were able to test over 102 infrastructure BIM with about 2 dozen checks that we came up at that time, and be able to handle the scale and the size of that and the repeatability of that in a cloud setting in about 12 seconds per project. And then another example is that we were also working with buildingSMART Data Dictionary, and that's a project that we were able to also receive a BSI award just a year ago at the Morocco Summit, in that we were able to work out so that when you have construction BIM handing over to asset management, we could check and come up with 434 classes of asset information and asset requirements and also product expectation in a buildingSMART Data Dictionary. And by doing that, we also contributed a lot back to different open source or different particular vendor-specific buildingSMART Data Dictionary that cover 1,800 properties and 7,100 class property relation. And also in those cases, what may be the status quo without openBIM? They were using BIM. They were making sure that it was based on Excel, based on good protocol, good standard. But then with the openBIM, what may be the time reduction and what may be the coverage, the additional coverage that we could do with that. So don't be shy from being at the forefront. I still remember that working with the Finnish government back in 2001 with IFC 1.5 at that time, we could also articulate both the value and the limitations of openBIM. So then that allowed Finland government at that time and US Fed government agency at that time to focus on what openBIM could bring value, certain properties, certain relationship, bringing BSDD like at that time, also teaming up with Kimon and the team to actually come up with some of those applications. And then in terms of the workflow, if we were to work on individual guidelines versus an openBIM-centric workflow, from an owner perspective, maintaining, updating the standards, certainly we try to put a stake in the ground in terms of the experiences or the metrics we have seen in terms of maintaining those workflow, updating that workflow. Certainly, I think it's important to come up with those expected value proposition so that we can then check it against the actual performance and the actual value of this kind of investment. In terms of focusing on asset management, we were also able to look into larger projects in which you may not have an existing BIM, let alone openBIM, but then how we could actually, yes, invest the time to come up with hundreds of individual kind of like openBIM parts, but then coming up in a per ISO 19650 will be like a common data environment, but then what kind of reduction of time, what kind of service kind of like improvement, what kind of decision making, what kind of training benefits that we could experience. So I think it's important to always understanding the status quo of current performance so that we can take it as a benchmark, we can actually think about what may be some improvement opportunities. Earlier today, I talked about AI, artificial intelligence, and a year ago, we were able to work with, in this case, a Singapore government project that they gave us the existing workflow, the existing BIM, and then we were able to prove to them that they actually did not disclose to us the actual answer, the actual results, but then we were able to come up to within 6% of accuracy, but then in terms of carbon estimation, but then we were able to do it in a matter of hours, if not minutes, rather than months or weeks. And that's also based on how we can train, how we can read, how we can let the AI to learn from local practice. And this is only a start. Just imagine what more we can do. if we can provide more base information, more feed information to let the AI or the RAG to learn. And lately, we're also working with not just large language model, but also other type of AI to look into how to bring important information, be they 2D, be they BIM, be they even just scan or photo of information, and then regardless of the way that we do data extraction, we do AI processing, to bring it back to the openBIM ecosystem, to bring it back to IFC, to BSDD, and to other related and linkable types of information set. Just a little bit back in the old days, I think with a couple of you here with NIBS, with Autodesk and Bensley and Onuma, NetMemShack, and I see Kurt, I see Kimon, many good old friends here. Back in the days, we were able to team up together, work with openBIM, and indeed, we also wanted to focus on, it's not just about what was possible with technology, but why were we doing that? What was the cost of not doing that? What was the expected value? What would be the impacts? So for example, back in the days, we were looking at letting openBIM, and it was a purely openBIM workflow. You could not have done that without IFC at that time, to actually come up with, rather than waiting for weeks or months for manual, kind of like US Marshal to check for certain safety and validation of security requirements, we could do it even back 20 years ago, in partnership with Georgia Tech, with Stanford, with GSA and the team, that we could actually do that in minutes with 60,000 validation. So, and a lot of those value propositions guided what we wanted to develop, so it's very important to keep those in mind. And even back in 2004, working with the federal government agency, we were able to report 800% return on investment of how we could do 3D imaging. And of course, then connecting that to ASTM standard, and of course, everything else, a point that that's built upon openBIM information model. So I think, so what I just shared was a brief kind of like 2 decade of metrics journey, from some of those that were back in the old days to what we are working on today with BSDD, IDS, IFC, Model Checker, and beyond. But then also looking outside of SBI, we do see that globally, there are lots of buildingSMART international award projects that have celebrated, that have claimed, that have demonstrated metrics that serve and cover all 8 of the 8 categories that we just talked about. Again, they may be a stick in the ground. I'm sure that we can challenge them to understand what were the bases, were those self-reported, were those third-party, but nonetheless, if we do not start to collect, do not start to benchmark, we'll never be there. So at this point, I think working with those couple of chapters, we just want to encourage the attention on metrics, the attention on plan versus actual, the attention on production versus output, leading versus lagging indicator. And as Tony mentioned, it's also important to not just laser focus on just one metric, because without a balanced set of metrics, we may easily be skewing or misguiding ourselves. But nonetheless, knowing that eventually we want to be similar to other industry, where metrics can be a friend, key performance indicators can tell us where to go, but we are nowhere near that yet. So in the end, as Tony mentioned, we would love to work with you to celebrate your openBIM stories, struggles, accomplishment, more importantly, metrics also. And similarly, we'll also engage both globally and locally to see what more we can do. So with that, thank you. Any questions, comments for Tony or for myself? Do we have any volunteers who would like to team up with Portugal, with Brazil, with buildingSMART International, and with us to put some attention into metrics? All right. I trust that you may be busy typing to us then.
So this is a technical stack updates, not from buildingSMART USA, but from buildingSMART International. This is the ecosystem of openBIM. So from these standards or services, we have some updates for IFC validation, and then IFC validation is actually closely related to software certification. And then we do have some updates on IFC version 5 and then BSDD. So first, BSDD. So as of today, around 200 companies have published their data dictionary. So we have around 300 data dictionary on the server. And then every day there are, on average, 90,000 request calls, API calls. So that's the graph that you're seeing. During the August, the number of request call kind of decreased. I think that's because a lot of people are on vacation and a lot of users are from Europe. And the most popular dictionaries, of course, is IFC 4.3, and some of the European classification like ETIM, CCI, those are popular dictionaries on BSDD server. So, and 26 software applications have integration with BSDD. So if you go to this website at the bottom, you will see a list of software application that is able to interact with BSDD server, and 24 application can read the data, and 8 of those applications can match the data and write the data, and 10 of those applications can export IFC, including BSDD URI or references. And another update is, BSI has published a checklist for creating a quality BSDD. So if you go to this website, there's a total of 31 items in the checklist. Couple of examples here. There has to be an English version of that class definition, and in general 0.01. These are some of the required classes and properties. For instance, there is a definition which is required, but when we see the BSDD library, some of the classes are missing definition and properties are missing definition. And then I think we talked about this briefly today. Aaron Costin talked about it, but some of the libraries, when we see in a server, they just create property sets, but there's no linkage to IFC properties. So the best practice would be not to create your new property. If there is already a property, similar property that you can find in IFC 4.3, you should, instead of creating that property, you should link it, bring it from IFC 4.3 and then put it in there. So next steps, couple of next steps, IFC 4.3 is a preview version on BSDD server. In the future, they are planning to add more IFC versions. So IFC version 4, IFC 2x3, that's going to be up on the BSDD server. And then start to think about IFC 5 with BSDD. IFC validation service and scorecard services. So Scott covered this part. I won't go into the details, but syntax rules are 100% developed, schema rules are 100% developed, normative rules and best practice are almost there. And then this is the interface. You upload IFC files, and then it will assess the validation of your IFC file, and a number of usages. So the teal color is the vendors, and the purple color is the regular users. So you can see that IFC 4.3 has more vendor users uploading their IFC model to IFC validation service website. That's probably because, IFC 4.3 is relatively new, and they need to develop IFC export engine for their software. So this is how it works. So you upload your IFC files to IFC validation service, and from behind, BSI will collect the scores or the data, the performance, or basically the scores of the IFC files. But they're not keeping the IFC files because it's confidential for a lot of projects. But based on the score, they will provide a scorecard. So if you have a Revit 2025 version, it will aggregate all the files that were generated from Revit 2025 and then average the score. And if the score has a statistically significant high score, then they are planning to give certification for that software. So this is how the dashboard of the scorecard looks like. So at the top, you basically have the software name and the version of the software. And here it says, this is a a fictional software name. It says the uploaded files are 106, and it's based on IFC 4.3. Right now, this is still a pilot, so we don't have a certified software yet, but BSI foresees that by next year, there will be many IFC 4.3 certified software. And then another feature that they're working on is adding header policy at the top of the step file. I'll correct that, it's not adding, they are refining and adding more information to header policy, because there is a chance that software vendor will open a step file from Notepad and fix the information and upload to the IFC validation service platform. So to prevent that, they have to accurately describe the software application that they're using and the version, and then that is connected with the digital signature. So if you tamper with the file, that won't match with the private key and the public key that is stored in the server. So that's how you prevent people manually editing the IFC file before uploading to IFC validation service website. And then IFC 5, one important thing to note here is that IFC 5 is not replacing IFC version 4.3. It's a parallel projects. It's not like sequential, like you have IFC 2x3 and then 4 and 4.3. So it's not like IFC 5 will be replacing IFC 4.3. Those will be available for software developers and vendors to use and choose. And the main motivation behind this is if you look at step file, it's very static. It's not the best format to upload to a cloud server and do a live interaction with that file. So to support that, they are changing the format of the file, something that is similar to OpenUSD. So the benefit of the IFC 5 is it's a new file format and it's modular. It's like you have an object at the center and you have different components like the class, material properties, the geometry, IoT data. What IFC 5 will allow you to do is flexibly detach and attach these components. So it's not really restricted to the structure. It's more like less structured data compared to the previous version that's based on step file. And it supports the API protocol and communication better compared to previous versions of IFC. So there will be implementers assembly tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Most of the topics will be on IFC 5, and there will be some test cases importing IFC file into software vendors' tools. But these are not the only topics. They will talk about IFC validation service and certification. So if you're available, it's the same building here, probably not this room. So please come and join us. And if you have any questions on the technical aspects, let us know. And if we cannot answer, we'll relate to a BSI technical team. Thank you.
All right, I'll just quickly summarize a few items and hand it over to Will to close the day. But of course, would love to hear if there may be any questions so far that we want to bring up, any comments, those of you joining us remotely or in person, any question that have not been addressed yet. I noticed that we may not be able to cover all questions so far. All right. So let's see, you have more of those coming up. So once again, openBIM buildingSMART, it's about bringing global standard in a value-adding way to improve sustainability, efficiency, and by working globally through this consensus process in a neutral, non-profit, and open manner. And in the last 30 years or so, we are very excited about where we are, and we do see that quite some. Okay, sorry. I think, sorry, let me just quickly move through some of these. There's some of the upcoming webinars coming up. And then one thing we want to highlight is that who may be joining us in Berlin in a month or so. We heard that Marc will be going. Anybody else? It's never too late to join Alan, to join Will, to join Marc, and many of us to attend the buildingSMART International Summit in Berlin that will take place in the final week of September. And you're welcome to join us in person, also join us remotely. This year, we're glad to see that HDR and SBI have 2 projects that are being listed as a finalist. So do come join us, and do also learn from some of the global openBIM workflow, and that would be quite exciting. So once again, that will take place during the week of September 22nd, I believe, and in Berlin. Once again, we want to recognize all our executive committee members. The purple ones are those of us in the room today. Thank you once again to Will, who really has put together this whole event, being very thoughtful with the agenda, with the invitation. To Juan, welcome to the buildingSMART USA family. Great to see our new committee and our upcoming exciting events in New York. Luke, representing both AISC and also the building committee, and my teammates, Janice, Min, and really supporting our chapter. And also very happy to hear from Ian earlier today, and Ian has also been here throughout the day and got the briefing from Cindy, from Roger, from Trish, and of course also from Jeffrey. Once again, thank you for all the sponsors, all the members. We hope to see many of you more join us at BSI, if not at buildingSMART International. When I heard some of the solution providers, some of the consultants throughout the day, I'm actually listening that, hey, what can we do to actually welcome you, to invite them to join us at buildingSMART USA. And then once again, I think at the in terms of the call to action, membership, future events, seeing is believing, those are some of the ongoing call, and also the business value that we just talked about as well. So if not already, join, become a member, join our upcoming events, join us on the mailing list. And at the same time, why don't I turn it over to Will to close the day and also remind us of some of the upcoming activities.
Well, thanks so much, Calvin, for all your help today, helping facilitate this. And of course, thanks, Janice, for all the technology support. You make this look really easy, so thanks for your help there. Well, we hope you enjoyed today. I can tell you a lot of work went into developing the agenda here, and I thought we had some great presentations today. We covered a lot of ground. We certainly packed it in for the agenda today. We definitely wanted to continue the discussion. If you're staying the night, if you're still going to be here, we are going to have a post-event networking event at the Thai restaurant with the screen shown there. This is a walking distance from here. We plan on having this at 5:30. So, Calvin, I believe you plan to be there. I'll be there. I'm sure several will be going. But if you're interested, feel free to come on by, and we can discuss the presentations, get to any questions we didn't get to, and have follow-up discussions. So, we've just found with these types of events, these post events are very valuable. It's a great networking event and great to follow up on what you heard, ask more questions. I also wanted to thank again our sponsors. We cannot do events like this without our sponsors. So Esri was very gracious to offer this facility. I don't know about you guys, I was blown away when I walked into this auditorium. This is not what I was expecting, but it's a great facility, a great room. Also appreciate our platinum sponsors, Autodesk and LeapThought, as well as our media sponsor, Automated Buildings. And we talked about these, but one more reminder on these is we do have the 2025 openBIM Roads and Bridges Transportation Summit coming up November 5th and 6th in San Diego. So really hope to see many of you back out there. I'll tell you there's going to be 100 of us will be there, plus or minus, for our business meetings for the pooled funds, and hope a lot of you can join us for that meeting. But we'll probably have over 20 state DOTs on the bridge side and 20 state DOTs on the roadway side will be represented at that summit, and they really want to hear external stakeholder input. You know, they really want to get that feedback on some of the standards that are being developed and how those are going. And as mentioned before, we've got the Rail Day coming up. This is the second year we've done the Rail Day event, but it's great to have that coming up in New York on November 19th. And last thing I had is we do have an optional Esri open house. We thought, since we're at the Esri headquarters, right, how could you not pass that up? So that's, if you're interested, my understanding, Calvin, that would be about 30 minutes, right? That open house is scheduled for about 30 minutes to talk about some of the Esri technology and how that works. So if you're interested in that, feel free to join with that. But that's what we have for today. Thanks again for attending. Thanks for all your comments and questions, and we appreciate it.